Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Wings players curious how they'll rebound from their first regulation loss since the beginning of the month, a 4-1 loss at home against Winnipeg. Michigan native Connor Hellebuyck stopping 35 shots, and now the Wings will go into a road game versus Boston this weekend. Derek Lalone, he joined Stoney and Jansen last hour, talked about how Detroit's season has been going so far. Out of football in Allen Park, David Montgomery, Jonah Jackson, Malcolm Rodriguez, and Benito Jones were among the Lions not practicing on Thursday. Coach Campbell also called this 3-4 Raiders team extremely dangerous with talent such as stars Max Crosby and Devontae Adams to deal with. And Coach says Detroit is excited and ready to bounce back from their loss last weekend. A Spartan with a change of heart, Captain Simeon Barrow deciding to remove his name from the transfer portal after rethinking things. The 3-year starter expected to be on the field when they face the Gophers on the road tomorrow. As for Michigan's ongoing illegal scouting scandal, Angelique Chingalis of the Detroit News reports that the NCAA has yet to interview any U of M coaches about the alleged sign-stealing infractions, and they've been out recruiting during this bye week. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 539-9797. Raiders are in town for Monday Night Football. That's going to be wild, and I happened to mention the last time the Raiders played on Monday Night Football is one of the most exciting regular season games. You had Bo Jackson versus Barry Sanders. It was great. They both had huge games, and Gov referenced another game that year where the Lions, I'm looking at this box score. It's unbelievable. The Lions led 38-21 after three quarters.
And it was 35-14 in the third.
And lost 41-38 in overtime. You know what the time of possession was in that game? Because we said Wayne Font said they scored too fast. The Lions held the ball for 19 minutes, Washington for 49.
They did score too fast.
I told you it was an SL game.
It was unbelievable. Passing yardage, Detroit 187, Washington 482. And the Lions led, like you said, 35-14. So we're asking, what's the most memorable regular season game you've ever attended? It doesn't have to be football. It doesn't have to be Lions. But we mentioned most of these Lion games are losses. And it looks like from the phone calls, that's true as well.
Way to go, Stoney.
Well, it's history.
Topic.
I'm trying.
But that's history. This is the history we've lived.
Right.
And now we're hoping that we have a different history. We're making different history, but this is the history we've lived.
there were some good ones, like the following year, 91, when they rallied to beat the Minnesota Vikings. That was an unbelievable game. They had the game against the Cowboys where Stafford, the quarterback sneak at the end of the game. That was pretty cool. So they've had some good ones. Let's go to Drew in St. Clair Shores. Good morning, Drew. Excuse me, Matt. How are you?
Love the show.
Hi, Matt.
Good. So I've been to about 15 Lions games in my life. I'm only 23 years old. I've seen the 15-second runoff with Golden Tate, and I was the 10-second runoff, and I was at the Justin Tucker game. Just absolutely heartbreaking, but Brad Holmes in office now. It feels amazing to have him up there. Love the show, guys. Thanks for hearing it.
Thank you for the call.
You,
248-539-9797. Now let's go to Matt in Dearborn. What's up, Matt?
Hey, fellas. Great show. I was at the Green Bay game, the Hail Mary game, up with all Green Bay fans. My kids are huge Green Bay fans because of their grandparents. They were season ticket holders. Anyway, it was horrible. So I thought of a memorable game. It wasn't a great game, obviously, but it was terrible to be there with that Hail Mary. We thought we had it.
That was a good game.
Yeah, it was.
Till the end.
If you can get over how losing it, yeah.
Right. Well, they got that bogus face mask penalty right on. Was it Devin Taylor? Because on the first Hail Mary, whatever, Rodgers got stopped, but they got another chance with that ridiculous penalty. Here's some ticket text: 248-539-9797. Most memorable regular season games. 1997, Barry 2000 versus the Jets game. I was a senior in high school. We were pounding beers in the Dome parking lot. It was electric. That was also the game you remember Reggie Brown's career ended, and that was the loudest, I think, the Silver Dome I'd ever heard it. And then it went from that to how quiet it was when they had to take him off the field. I've been to 3 Ohio State-Michigan games. 97, rushed the field and got pepper sprayed. So definitely the most memorable. Been to the last 2 Ohio State games, too. Both were amazing in their own right. That's Mike from Canton. A few years ago, we lost to the Falcons on the last play. We thought we won. Never seen a stadium go from one emotion to another so fast. Yes, previous caller mentioned the Golden Tate runoff. Michigan's 2006 loss at Columbus was the most electric game, but my best memory was Valentine's Day 2012, taking my girlfriend, now my wife, to see the Wings win their 20th straight home game. Tom in Flat Rock.
Underrated one last year. I went to the Packer home game when they were 1-6.
Oh, yeah?
And Hutch got the interception, and they stopped Rodgers in the red zone at the end, and you can kind of look that was the turning point.
I'm 59, and the best game I ever seen in person was the New York Knicks versus the Pistons in the playoffs. They were forced to play at Cobo. I think it was actually with Joe Louis, but whatever. And Bernard King went off. I don't know how many, but I'd never seen a player get off like that in person. I believe... Well, unless you're going to the movies, you're right.
That one's on Gov. I was not going to laugh.
I know.
I will now.
I think that was also the game where Isaiah scored like.
What was TJ's in-person line last week? Something like that? Something along the same things?
Yeah.
I think Isaiah scored like 11 points in like 90 seconds in that game, too,
16,
but they lost.
Tony.
Well, how many?
16. That's a number a Detroiter should know.
16 points in a minute and a half, yeah. We beat the greatest show on turf, 4th and 24, something like that, and Jermaine Crowell, of course, caught a ridiculous first down. It was sweet, and we were trash. That was what? Gus Frerotte was the Lions quarterback at the time, right? The best Lions home game was Monday night versus Chicago. We were 4-0, going for 5-0. I've never heard that stadium louder before or after that, and I've probably been to over 100 Lion games. But I agree with John. Michigan's beatdown of Ohio State in 2021 is the best live game of all time. I wish they didn't have to steal signs. No, I'm just kidding. Ali in Northville. Let's go to Jay in Lake Orion. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. My favorite, number one, regular season game by far is that 97 game, Lions hosting the Jets, for 2 reasons, or actually 3. 1, Barry, 2,000 yards. Number 2, the Lions needed that game to get into the playoffs.
Yep.
And 3, that crowd noise with O'Donnell stepping out, can't hear.
Yep.
I remember Luther Ellis just going nuts on the defensive line, and that place was so loud. You could feel the vibration under your feet in the Silverdome.
They had to take. You're so right, O'Donnell. They couldn't hear.
Yeah.
The Jets took penalties. I think they almost changed the rule as far as loudness. As far as they weren't going to call
timeouts and
that type of thing. James in Huntington Woods, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I've been fortunate to go to all the games that the previous callers have mentioned as a Lions fan, including the playoff thrashing against the Cowboys. But the best football game I've ever seen live was Barry Sanders' first game. My mom and I were privy to seeing his very first run as a pro in the Silverdome. And nothing since has beat that rush of energy. We all stood out of our seats, and the electricity started. So I feel very blessed to have attended that game.
I was there too, covering it, but do you remember, he didn't start the game. It's like, because he had signed like a week before or whatever, because he was holding out. And then, they put him in, the place was going crazy, and he got the ball. And his run was like, 25, 30 yards, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was 16 yards, and he eventually scored on that drive. But yeah, it was just the uniqueness of his style and the speed and the whole Silverdome. I think maybe, Stoney, maybe 50,000 of us that were there in 89 just stood up our seats and were like, wow, what an amazing athlete.
They ended up losing that game, too, if I'm not mistaken.
16-13, they lost.
Oh, wow,
yeah.
The score. That's very good. Yeah. Wow.
That was his game.
They always lose. All right. Well, we have one that's non-football. Jason in Westland, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Hey guys, back in 2008 or 9, Michigan versus Duke, Manny Harris and the boys. Duke was ranked number 4, and Michigan took them down at Chrysler. We rushed the court. It was a great game.
I remember. Well, yeah,
I think they lost it to Duke before in the season, and they ended up beating them when they weren't ranked. And that's I think the start of when Michigan basketball started to become good.
Yeah, I remember a few years maybe before that was when they upset them in Cameron with Traylor, had an amazing game, if I'm not mistaken. You remember that one, Greg?
The Tractor?
No. Let's go to Kyle and Wixom. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. First game I ever went to, I was 10 years old, and I still remember like it was yesterday. It set the bar pretty high, too. It was 95 Tampa Bay versus the Lions at the Silverdome. We went 10-6 that year. We ended up winning the game 27-24, but it was my birthday party, and Barry Sanders broke off for a 55-yard run, touchdown, and that was just fantastic.
Well, was that the game he had over 200 yards? I think he had one game against Tampa.
It wouldn't surprise me. I was just looking at Football Reference, and in true Jason Hansen form, he had more points than everybody. But Scott Mitchell ran one in, and Barry had a 55-yard run. They won 27-24.
Wow.
And that was, like that guy just said, it was electric to see that place. Like you felt like the whole dome shaking when Barry took off for that run. Nothing matches that feeling. I haven't felt something like that in sports.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Thanks for the call. I'm sure most of our listeners are old enough to at least maybe not have seen Barry Sanders live, but most of them have. But do yourself a favor and just YouTube one day. There's some YouTubes of just like
the
25 minutes of Barry highlights. It's unfreaking believable.
Yeah. You can't believe. First of all, you can't believe that there was ever a player that could do that.
Right.
And second of all, you can't believe that he played for the Lions
Yeah.
and there's no Super Bowl. Like you had that dominant of a player.
Right.
And you couldn't parlay that into a Super Bowl, whether you won or lost, but just getting there.
I know. When you watch the highlights of that Raiders game that we, started the segment with, Howie Long was still on the Raiders at that time, and they ran the ball so many times, and they couldn't stop him because it was a run and shoot, but still they just run. They could not stop.
That Raider team is the one that lost 51-3 to Buffalo in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah,
that was a really good Raider team.
I know. Let's go to Jack and Ipsy. What's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
So my brother-in-laws and we have a tradition where every year we go to a different NFL stadium and we kind of sell out and root for the home team. 2 years ago, we went and saw Buffalo versus Jacksonville in Jacksonville, and it was so memorable because it was a 9-6 game. It was almost comical how bad it was. The only thing good about the game was a Josh Allen sack fumble recovery on Josh Allen.
Was that the one Jacksonville won?
Yeah. I think Bills might have been undefeated or a one-loss team.
Yeah, and that knocked me out of a survivor pool. Everybody in the world had Buffalo. Yeah, I remember that game. I remember taking a walk and just like listening or following on the phone what was going on with that game. That was brutal. Let's go to Danny in St. Clair Shores. What's up, Danny?
Hi, how are you guys this morning?
Great, good, Danny.
Hey, so let's talk about the 2004 Michigan State game that, Michigan was down 3 touchdowns in like the fourth quarter with 8-something to go in the game. Braylon Edwards had some amazing touchdown catches, and then Michigan ended up beating Michigan State in triple overtime.
Where were you sitting
sweet game. It was
in that
awesome
game?
To be at.
Where were you sitting?
Section 12.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Section 12, yeah.
That was John L. the coach of that team then, right? Or was that Bobby? I think it was John L., right? Yeah. That was when he decided to have, what was his name? Justice Hayes or something like that. Diminutive running back, transformed, try to cover Braylon Edwards, try to cover Son of Stam. I call him Son of Stan. Right.
Looking at caller ID.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use, so download it now and find out all of the things that you can do. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Oh, yes. The last time the Raiders were here, Monday Night Football, back in 1990. And Barry Sanders had a huge game, and so did some other guy on the other team. His name was Bo Jackson.
Yeah, Bo knows.
Yeah. The Lions lose 38-31, saying it was one of the most entertaining regular season games I've ever attended. What's yours? 248-539-9797. Jim and Fraser, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hi, guys. Hey, John, I don't think you're going to like this one, but back a couple years ago, I've been to a lot of games in 58 and Michigan State at Spartan Stadium. Well, that game was unbelievable. I mean, especially the second half, Walker. I've never seen somebody run the ball like that. And because it was an exciting game. I almost left when it was a 16-point game at one time. I almost left, and I almost took off. I was going to say, I'll give it one more chance because I was about to say this game's over. And I gave it a chance, and what an ending that game was. That was enjoyable as a Spartan fan, and I don't know if that's going to happen again for a long time, but it was a fun game to attend.
Jim, I cannot appreciate the ending, but I can appreciate a great game, and it had a lot of twists and turns.
Oh yeah,
the storytelling of that game is tremendous.
I mean, everybody talks about Walker as they should, but the fourth down pass from Thorne to Jaden Reed to keep stuff alive, and then they scored, and then the 2-point conversion to I think it was Mosley. Yeah.
And to start that game off, the Andrew Anthony, about 90 yards.
Yes.
I mean, it was. And then you had the Aiden Hutchinson interception, not interception.
Yes.
Like there was a lot of classic moments and the rise and fall of that game, of the emotions.
Absolutely. Let's go to Chris in Van Buren Township. What's up, Chris?
Hey, my experience is from the Mooch era for the Lions. We were maybe 5-5, still alive. We're at home. We're hosting the Minnesota Vikings. It's coming down to the wire. Jason Hansen has to kick the field goal to win the game, and oh no! Dom Muehlbach botches the snap, and that is my experience.
That's the only snap he ever messed up, too, I believe.
Oh, my goodness.
And wasn't that, I think that was on an
Sorry,
extra.
Mule.
Wasn't that on an extra point? Didn't Joey Harrington, march them down the field? They scored a touchdow, and then they missed the extra point. I think it was an extra point, Chris.
You're probably right, Stoney. You're probably right.
It was, because Harrington, that was one of his few great moments as a Detroit Lion, was that drive. Let's go to Jeff. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, so it was mid-'90s, and I lived in Grand Rapids, so we took one of those tour buses over, so that was our tailgate, per se. And the Kings, and it was one of those late-season Saturday games, so it was on prime time. I think ABC hosted it. And Barry, he went off for, I don't know, over 100 yards, I'm sure. But Johnny Morton caught one over the middle in the end zone and just got blasted by the safety, and his helmet came off, and he held onto the ball, come up from the ground, spiked it. I thought the roof was going to come off the place. It was amazing, amazing day, or night, I should say. I think it was like a 4 o'clock start.
Thanks for the call. You know what? Hopefully they'll just kick ass on Monday night so that place can just be unfreaking believable.
Yes, it would be amazing.
Yes. Dan in Plymouth, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Okay, so I can't remember the year, but I was at the Michigan Stadium when Anthony Carter caught a ball with 0 time left, I think, against Indiana.
79, I believe. Correct, John? Wasn't it 79? The Anthony Carter play?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the year.
You remember that game, Stoney?
Pardon?
That was awesome. Do you remember that game?
I was not here then. I know all about it, though.
Yeah,
Lee Corso still bitches about it. But yes. And, when you see the replay, you understand why he might have. But still, Carter made the play. Ufer with the great call.
Yeah, the horn.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's take one more here. Let's go to Al in Plymouth. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. For me, it's got to be the first night game in Michigan football history, 2011, against Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Coming down to the wire with Denard Robinson, Jeremy Gallen across the middle. Just a great game to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's historic, obviously, because it was the first night game, but it's also because it was Notre Dame and just adding to the legends that happened in that game.
Yeah, imagine leaving early for that game. I did.
I know you did.
I know. My ride wanted to leave.
Come on, man.
I know. Well, part of it was that, you know what? Michigan took the lead, and, my disdain for Notre Dame was, you know what? If they come back and win the game, I really don't want to see it. So we're walking out. I hear, as Beckman, they have the broadcast, as you know, on the loudspeakers. Notre Dame takes the lead, get in the car. We're like driving down Main Street. It wasn't that crowded yet because the game was still going on, and we heard the play that he just mentioned. It was unbelievable. All right. Speaking of Monday night, I believe Heather Park will be there, so it'll definitely be loud.
Yes.
Everybody will recognize her and give her a standing ovation. What's up, Heather?
40th birthday present.
Yes.
So my husband is probably a little bit more pumped than I am. And I did tell him he could go with somebody else. It doesn't need to be me, but that was kind of like, I guess he's taking that as like a test and like, oh, no, I can't go with a friend. I got to go with my wife. So I'll be joining him. I'm excited. It's going to be a blast. Anyway.
Heather, I think you should go as a Raider fan and wear a patch. An eye patch. Like
no
the
way.
Yeah.
Are we going to have one of those baby born at a stadium stories for Heather's News?
Oh my gosh.
That would be great. Can you imagine having a baby born wearing an eye patch?
Yeah. It's a good thing Romo's not doing the game. Jim, there's a baby being born.
Yeah, Stoney's just trying to give away his eye patch.
Can you imagine that? I hope that doesn't happen because he would be a little too early, but let's hope that doesn't happen. Anyway, guys, here's the news. Investigators have actually recovered a cell phone and a note left behind by Maine mass shooting suspect Robert Card. Authorities say that finding the cell phone is only going to make things more challenging to find him because now they can't track that cell phone. It's unknown if he has another phone on him or not. And the note is being described as a suicide note, but apparently it doesn't explain any motive or motivation for the shooting. And his family is cooperating with authorities. They seem to be confirming that he was a very troubled person. His sister told investigators that she thought he might have been looking for an ex-girlfriend at the two shooting locations, that bowling alley and the bar. Obviously, we know he still remains at large. There are more than 350 law enforcement personnel that are involved in the search for him. Law enforcement officials do say they will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. today. The Detroit man accused of kidnapping and killing a Lansing toddler over the summer will not face the death penalty. In this one-page document filed on Thursday in federal court in Grand Rapids, an attorney says that the feds will not seek the death penalty against Rashad Trice, who is accused of kidnapping 2-year-old Winter Cole Smith. You may remember the story. This toddler was found deceased in a Detroit alley days after she was taken from her mother's home in Lansing, and her mother was also sexually assaulted and stabbed as well. Trice has been charged federally with kidnapping a minor and kidnapping resulting in death. And even though Michigan has gotten rid of the death penalty like more than a century ago, the fact that the case was under federal jurisdiction meant that he was eligible to be sentenced to death, but he will not be. He's also facing 20 charges at the state level, including first-degree murder and felony murder. A Carnival Cruise Line passenger is suing after he returned home with a severed finger. William Tuttle says he was injured by his cabin's balcony door when it just unexpectedly slammed on his finger. The lawsuit alleges that the cruise line allowed him to enter the cabin when they knew that the cabin balcony door was malfunctioning, and they say that the calibration of the regulator of the door wasn't properly adjusted, which resulted in this unreasonably dangerous condition. The lawsuit says that he faced severe injuries that caused pain and suffering, disability, loss of independence, and other repercussions. So he is seeking a jury trial and damages exceeding $75,000. Here's a way to celebrate a birthday. Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson celebrated his wife Sierra's birthday by renting out an entire Waffle House for just the two of them. It's apparently her favorite place. She loves the Waffle House. The crew sang happy birthday to her. They gave her this like tower of donuts with candles on it. And the restaurant was decorated, it had balloons. There was even a red carpet for the couple to walk on. They had a nice tablecloth and a candle. Anyway, she shared a little clip of the memorable birthday celebration on her Instagram. You can check out if you'd like.
One of the regrets of my life is I've only been to one Waffle House ever.
Where was
You've
it?
only been to one Waffle House?
Only one Waffle House.
In Atlanta?
Jacksonville.
Oh, okay.
After the Eagles lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl, we went there, and our waitress was really, really good looking. And then she smiled.
She had summer teeth?
A Strahan and Letterman, she had.
Summer here, summer there?
Yes, summer teeth, exactly.
Oh, man. I've never been to a Waffle House.
See, I've only been to one, and
But I would probably like it. I like waffles for breakfast.
That's
so
good, yes.
Yes. You're going to miss out on the premier offering, though, the chicken and waffles.
Oh, yeah.
I know you won't eat the
that.
chicken, yeah. But, hey, the waffles, they'll do you right.
They will. They sure will.
All right. Thank you, Heather. Have a wonderful weekend. Coming up next, you'll hear from Red Wings head coach Newsy Lalone, Stonia Jansen with Heather, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. That's Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration for a long time now. And now is the perfect time to go see him if you've been thinking about it. It's Michigan Hair Restoration's 10-year anniversary, and Dr. B is ready to celebrate. He's actually passing on major savings for our listeners. You're going to save $1,000 when you just mention 97.1, and you're going to get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure as well. And get this, he helps both men and women every single day. So even if it's you or the woman in your life and you're struggling with your hair, but you're not ready to get a hair transplant, just know that Dr. B has an amazing natural hair remedy to improve growth without injections or surgery, and it's even super relaxing. It's this medical grade plant-based hair treatment that's based on 20 years of research. So now it's your turn to let Dr. B help you regrow your lost hair and your confidence. For more information and to schedule a consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Femininio is the guy that you need to call. I've told you this before. When you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally is going to make sure that you get every single dime you deserve, and he's not going to take any of those dimes until you get paid first. So if you've been injured or you know someone that's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, 248-539-9797. Always good hearing from Newsy Lalone. They take on Boston right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tomorrow, the Pistons have a back-to-back tonight in Charlotte, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And tomorrow, the home opener at the LCA. I'll be in attendance with my daughter, Jessica.
Excited about that.
Yeah. It should, look, anytime you can get to go to a game and hopefully be entertained, hopefully it'll be one of the best regular season games I've ever been to.
Yeah.
Just like we were talking about before. I wouldn't count on that, but that's, just win the game. I mean, they're playing I don't even know, did Chicago play tonight? But the Chicago Bulls lost to Oklahoma City by around 20 points on Wednesday night. They had a team meeting after the game. One game into the season, and they already felt necessary to have a team meeting. And it's not like I didn't see the...
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I didn't see, the game to know if they played poor. But Oklahoma City's they got, SGA, Sean Gilgeous-Alexander is one of the best players in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I guess they're losing at home. So, hopefully the Pistons will at least get a split this weekend.
Yeah, the Raptors play the Bulls in Chicago tonight.
Oh, okay. So there's
they're back-to-back as well.
They're back-to-back. There's no excuses for either squad for that game.
Nope.
So, obviously, no Michigan football tomorrow. Enjoying the day. We go to like a cider mill. You do anything interesting?
You know what? We did the cider mill the other night.
Oh, yeah?
But no, we're going to Grand Slam Ellie has a softball tournament this weekend. So
where?
It's going to be over in Utica.
Okay.
And so Sterling Heights, that area, will be over there all weekend. And Ruby has the end of the fall season basketball tournament on Sunday, which I am the coach of the Marion basketball team.
Oh.
It's kind of split duties because I've been here and gone a little bit. But yes, we will find out how that ends up on Sunday. Plus, since the weather is going to be, at least hopefully it's going to be a little bit nice. Oh, look at Charles Woodson go. Highlight on SportsCenter right now.
Yeah.
No idea why. Anyway, I'm going to try and chip away at the pile of leaves that is growing on my front lawn. So, how about you?
I have unfortunately, I have a doctor's appointment today, so I don't think I'll be able to play golf, but I will participate in a long walk with the dogs probably today.
All right.
And we have high school football playoffs first round.
It's a Cindy-free weekend.
Yes, it is. She's up north with her girlfriends, and so it's Division I tonight. One of 32 teams left. The Lakers going up against Heather Park's Rochester Adams Highlanders. Should be an awesome game.
Is that a wild bunch that's heading north?
No.
No.
It'll be the opposite.
Docile.
It'll be the opposite of wild.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Just wondered if we need to put out any warnings.
No warnings whatsoever.
In the north.
No. Rochester Adams actually had West Bloomfield's number the last couple of years. We did beat them in the regular season this year.
Oh. So this is a rematch.
What
was the score?
I don't remember.
Was it close?
Yeah, well, we were. You know what? I think we won by double digits, I believe.
Okay.
And in fact, I now watching.
So they're out for revenge.
Yes, and
it's a reckoning
for Rochester Adams.
It's up-down theory. We'll see if that works.
Hopefully for Rochester Adams, they'll use their tight end more, who's going to Michigan, Brady Prescorn.
Yeah.
Because he's really good, and they didn't utilize him enough, I didn't feel, in that game against West Bloomfield, which was good for the Lakers.
Yeah, well, this is what you're going to have to listen to all night long.
Get Heather to come to the game. I'll give her the mic when they score a touchdown.
It could be a football, like a 3-day football fest for Heather, Colin, and Emily.
Yes.
Because obviously they're going to the Monday night game.
Yes.
And then tonight, the state playoffs in high school, Rochester Adams.
Yes. I love the state playoffs. They're great, especially when you're the PA announcer and you have to say, chocolate milk is the official drink of the Michigan High School Athletic Association.
Do they give you some free chocolate milk?
No, they don't.
Oh.
No.
I mean, you got to be able to, you
got
to live it.
I have my ritual. The great people who run the concession stands at West Bloomfield, I go in there, say hello. I get my couple bags of popcorn, some waters, and off we go.
Oh, couple bags. No popcorn stuck in the teeth on that one.
On that one, no. That's because I did it here. Every once in a while, yes, there is.
You get caught mid-bite with a game-breaking play.
You know what else I do? Should become a no surprise. I'll follow other games, not just the high school games, but like the World Series starts. So like there's a timeout, I'll say, in the third inning, the Arizona Diamondbacks won, the Texas Rangers nothing.
Yeah. Oh, so you got scores from around the country.
Yes, exactly. Is there a Big Ten game tonight? I don't know. Sometimes there's a Friday night game.
Do you change the voice?
Of what?
Do you change your voice when you do the PA? You
No.
Just said, well, I mean, the way you just did it was like announcer voice. Instead
Well,
of Tony
sometimes
voice.
a little bit, but not too much.
No, tonight's game is the unbelievable matchup between FAU and Charlotte.
Biff Poggi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think he'll be wearing long sleeves tonight.
No, he'll probably be wearing cutoff shorts and cutoff T-shirt.
Is the NCAA going to talk to Biff Poggi? He was on the staff.
He was on the staff.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm not a part of that conversation. I'm sure you'll hear if they do.
I know.
Distancing yourself is, I think it's a wise thing.
I'm not distancing myself. I'm just.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I know you did.
Yes, I didn't even know the dude.
I am no longer a player. I'm not a coach. I'm not an analyst. I'm not an intern.
That's amazing. He has his own, kind of his own office. They kind of effed him on that. But the fact that you never really knew the guy.
Yeah.
And you work in the same building.
Yeah, I'm there almost every day.
Yeah.
Never saw him.
Yeah. That's because he was hiding
There's
out.
a lot of people that I probably
he's on the road.
Unfortunately, overlooked.
Well, no, he's not on the road. He sends people on the road. He's doing espionage.
He's got his spy ring ready.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's got his Venmo ready to
SeatGeek.
send interns out.
By the way, who keeps their Venmo public?
Some people
a
do,
lot
they
of
don't
people
even
do.
know.
It's weird. You see, they split utilities this month. It's just bizarre.
I know. I
Who
don't
does
understand.
this?
I don't do it, but there are a lot of people that do.
Oh,
It's
Stoney
crazy.
bought a pizza this Friday.
Yeah, I
nice.
know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you sent Cheryl $5 for Lotto.
That's right. I do. What do you guys got going today?
Gator used a phrase to describe the Red Wings we're going to start the show with. We have some audio from Aiden Hutchinson we'll play at 11, some Lions, a Football Friday, and yes, Aiden also talked about the Wolverines. So we'll get to all of it.
97 won the ticket.
Doug Karsh can enjoy that bye week. He's off today. Gator, you're stuck with me.
That's all right. As Huey Lewis, let me do this in John Keating's voice. As Huey Lewis once said, I'm happy to be stuck with you.
Does anybody do a better Keating than Gator?
Does anybody do a Keating? I was watching. I was going through. Sometimes you get down the rabbit hole of like TikTok videos and Reels, I think is what it's called, and just little videos, whatever. And I came across one yesterday. It was the Saturday Night Live actor Bill Hader. Mm-hmm. I love Bill Hader. I think he's awesome. And somebody actually brought his name up earlier this week and talked about his character Stefan from the old Saturday Night Live skits. But Bill Hader was on with Jimmy Kimmel, and Jimmy Kimmel asked him if he could do the impressions because Bill Hader has a bunch of impressions. He goes, I want you to do the most obscure impression you've got. And Bill Hader thinks about it, starts laughing, and he starts going, doing impressions of all the people from NBC Dateline. And nobody, I mean, you might know a name, but you don't know 3 or 4 names. And it was hilarious. So I was thinking the same thing. Like if somebody asked me, and if I did a John Keating impression, people are like, what the hell is that? Well, it's John Keating from Bally Sports Detroit. I love John. I think he's amazing at what he does. He brings pop culture in an era where you would never expect like Keats to bring it, you know? He's the bear. We love the bear.
And he delivers it as only he can.
Yeah.
I want you to deliver this phrase that you put in your notes about the Red Wings in the Keating impression. Wings have lost a couple in a row. You use the phrase leveling off. Can you deliver that in a Keating voice for us? That you think there's a fear that they may be leveling off?
As the Red Wings season continues, we look at the last 2 games and wonder to ourselves, have they leveled off at all? Shireen Sasky has more.
Now answer the question. Because you brought this phrase up. This idea that, hey, like water finds its level. They started hot. They've lost 2. Do you feel like there's a leveling off here?
No, I don't. I think, well, maybe to an extent, I guess, because obviously the pace was not going to continue as it was going there. But, you know, they lost to Seattle, who was, a 100-point team last year. It's a good hockey team. Off to a bad start this year, but you knew Seattle was going to get back to being better.
You got to take that?
No, I just need to turn off my ringer because all these spam calls coming in.
Is it Keating?
It's not.
It's actually Bill Hader doing a Keating impression on the phone.
Gator, I'd like you to stop doing.
If you would please cease and desist just as soon as possible, we would all be better off.
Costa, no one does John Keating like Gator.
Nobody.
Except for maybe Mrs. Keating.
Wow.
Okay, then.
But you're right there, man.
Wow.
Walked right into that one.
I mean,
we're having fun on a Friday.
Yeah. No, I don't think. I think to a very small extent, is this a leveling off? I mean, they're not going to be going through 5-1 stretches consistently through the season. I think that we're going to see this team have plenty of 4-game win streaks, and I think we're going to see them have plenty of 3-game losing streaks. What you hope is that you don't have the 4-game win streak, the 5-game losing streak. You don't want to lose the more than you win. And right now, it's, they did get a point against Seattle. Last night was disappointing with the start. They got down 2-0 early, made it 2-1, and then just couldn't get it going. They had the power play, and the power play didn't yield the goal, yielded chances, but they didn't score enough. So I'm not concerned at all. I'm confident that this team is going to be fun to watch the entire season, and I do think this is a playoff caliber hockey team. But I do have a concern, and that's the goaltending for the rest of the way. We'll see how it plays out because I don't know how good Husso really is. Reimer is the backup. I think he's a capable backup, but are they going to have to put more on his plate than he's used to? I don't know. I just don't know about the goaltending through the rest of the season.
I don't think Reimer played all that poorly yesterday.
No, not at all.
A couple early goals, they were just high-quality chances.
Yeah,
and the third one, he's trying to find the puck in traffic.
Yeah, if you're screened, you're screened. I mean, hockey's a difficult game, man. That little black puck going to find its nooks and crannies, and it's going to find its way into the net.
We're going to talk a lot of football. It is a Football Friday, but Lalone was on the morning show today, and he actually talked about some of this expectation shifting. And it was the most interesting thing I took from the conversation with Stoney and Jansen. I think we can play that for people because, Gator, you mentioned playoffs. I feel like playoffs are an attainable goal for this team. They should be at this point, and I think there's enough talent to challenge for the postseason. But Lalone consistently brings up, nobody picked us, nobody thinks, we can never, nobody thinks. But he was asked about hot start, expectations change, and here's what he had to say. I was at the game last night, Gator, and as the final horn sounds, Alex DeBrinket's on the ice, and he slams his stick into the ice.
Yeah.
I don't know if he broke it or what, but he skates off with this, like, he's had a smile on his face since he arrived in town, but he was angry at the end of that game.
Yeah, I remember it was Raymond or somebody else that broke their stick on the crossbar afterwards. They were pissed, and they're invested, man. They want to be better. They want to see the light at the end of the tunnel and get to the playoffs.
And I feel like fans, that's a shift too. Like the team turns a corner and the fans turn a corner. A couple years ago, you go to a Red Wing game, they lose. You're like, whatever. Now, that's 2 points.
Yes.
2 points.
That's
We're
2
going to need
points.
every last one of these points in a playoff push at the end of the season, and you feel like one gets away from you. They were playing downhill to start the third period in a one-goal game. They felt like they had their chances in that game.
They
maybe even been the better team that night, but it doesn't always work.
Larkin had a bit of a breakaway, sort of.
Such a nice move.
Yeah, and DeBrincat had a chance with a shot, and there were lots of opportunities. They didn't bring it home last night.
Do you feel like expectations have shifted?
A little bit, yeah, I do. Because I don't think that there was a whole bunch of interest in the team, and then they win a few games in a row there, and then all of a sudden people start perking up, oh, what's going on here? And then you hear about people talking about it, right? That the crowds early at LCA were huge and playoff-like, and everybody's, okay, let's share the excitement here, And I do think that it's going to change. It has changed a little bit. I don't think it's changed dramatically like, when the Lions got off to this great start, prior to losing to Baltimore, and people are looking for reservations for the Super Bowl, but it's the expectations I think are going to change, but in a nice way. It's like nobody's saying win the division, win the conference, win the Stanley Cup. People are saying let's be relevant at the trade deadline. Hopefully you're in a playoff position, and maybe we're looking to add to bolster our chances of making the playoffs because this is a playoff caliber team.
Was it their second game of the year, the home opener? It's a Saturday. And normally a Saturday in October for me is football. And I'm watching as many games as I can, multi-screen, got the tablet, the phone, the main TV. And the Wings were playing, and they were scoring, and they were beating Tampa. And it slowly made its way from alerts on the phone to on the big TV. For Red Wing hockey in October, DeBrincat scores a couple goals. There's like a palpable energy around this team. I do feel like things are changing.
And I think that's a big part of it, too, is DeBrincat, because that's the big acquisition. That's the big move Steve Yzerman's made, right? Goes and trades for DeBrincat. You give up Kubalik and other stuff, and okay, let's see. I mean, he's a little fella. Is he going to be able to put the puck on the net? Really? I mean, I don't know. He did it once, twice, or whatever, but can he do it again? And he starts the season as he started, just on fire. And I think that the fact that he's a local guy, all that is playing into why there's more interest in this team.
You used leveling off. I gave a stat the other day. If he were to score 0 goals...
I asked leveling off. I didn't...
You used the phrase.
Yes,
you didn't
thank you.
declare it. But I gave a stat. If DeBrincat didn't score for 10 straight games, he'd still be on a 40-goal pace. So, I mean, some leveling off is to be expected. Yeah. They will still be a challenger contender for the postseason, and I think that expectation is exciting. I welcome that expectation. 248-539-9797.
They showed the stat on TV last night. Some guy named Mud back in the 40s he's the only guy that's gotten off to like a better start. I couldn't believe the name. I'm like, Mud? There was a guy named Mud who had more goals to start off the season than Alex DeBrincat as a Red
That's his
Wing.
name?
Yeah, it was like Mud something.
That wasn't like a nickname? Like sometimes you see this in baseball when they show like a stat, the first guy to do it since Craw-Legs Jackson.
Right.
And you're like, well, who's Craw-Legs Jackson?
Three-Finger Brown.
Right.
Yeah. Home Run Baker. Right. Guys like that. No, I imagine that his parents did not name him Mud.
Okay.
I don't know if
It's an acronym?
I don't know if Gump Worsley's parents named him Gump. I don't know. It's just one of those things.
Wings lost last night. They've lost 2 in a row, but they still have our attention. Coming up next, Lions to the center stage. Gator, you're chesty. I heard yesterday's show.
Speaking of center stage.
I don't know if anybody can out-chesty you, but I'm going to make a case for it. We're both excited. When's the last time you were this confident in a Lions win? We'll get to it next, 97.1.
College football this Saturday. Michigan has a bye, but Michigan State is playing, and they're a 7-point underdog at Minnesota. Ohio State is a 14.5-point favorite at Wisconsin. Monday night, we got pro football. Detroit, an 8-point favorite, hosting Las Vegas. My listeners all across the state of Michigan are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend in the great state of Michigan. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino app right now and get all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. Plus, bet on college and pro football this weekend. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. The casino also goes wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Have fun, get in on all the action. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Great offers right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake online casino app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, it's your time to play. New users only. Bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See the website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Gator, I know you are confident heading into the Lions game against the Raiders. Chesty, as you would say.
I would say that. I would say very chesty.
And as much as I'd like to come in here and help balance you out and say, but, it's the NFL and anything can happen. Gator, I'm right there with you.
Oh, my. I don't know if you can be as chesty as I am, Jim. I don't know.
Gator,
I'm pretty chesty.
I can't remember the last time I was this confident in a Lions game. And maybe it's like you just forget about the ones that you were confident in before. But, Gator, this Lions team off a loss, something to prove, at home, prime time stage, Jimmy G, no run game, locked in a steel cage at Ford Field. This is as confident as I can remember being in the Lions for a singular game.
Well, I have to go all the way back to when they played Tampa Bay to be this chesty about it.
You said yesterday you were more chesty about this than Tampa. I
I actually am more chesty about this.
So you got to go
than Tampa.
further back.
I guess I got to go further back, but it's just fun to rip on Baker Mayfield yet again.
These are no longer strays. They are direct sniping shots at Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
What did Baker do to you?
Did nothing to me.
He existed. The audacity.
It's nothing. I don't play fantasy football. Nothing like that. I didn't lose a lot of money on a bet. Nothing like that.
You just think he sucks.
I just think he's amazingly overrated. This is the top pick in the draft. Whoops. I mean, he's done nothing. He's had chances. How many different teams now? And look, I'm looking at the stat last night, right? Because I was watching the Wings last night. When the Wings were done, I didn't really care to flip over to Prime and deal with that. I wanted to watch other stuff, so I didn't watch the game last night. So now I'm just looking at the at the box score. So I guess they scored a late touchdown, makes it look good for him. Okay, good, nice job. Whatever. You still lost. You still lost, and I don't like the Fighting Mayfields because it's really just him. I never have. Get past him. Raiders, yes. This is we should be more confident about the Raiders than we were about Tampa Bay for one major reason. The game's here.
Yep.
It's Monday Night Football. It still means something. It's not as glamorous as it once was when everybody had to go out to the bar and watch this game. Monday Night Football meant something. You go to the bar, there'd be jersey giveaways and lots of specials and everything else. It'd be a halftime buffet. Or was that the only one at the bar I went to back in the day? I'm talking like the early 90s and mid 90s. I'd go to the lodge at Orchard Lake all the time and just, have at it. It was a lot of fun. But then HD TV came around.
Game changer.
Total game changer. Then the size of the TVs changed and everything became affordable and it just became less of a big deal to go to the bar and watch it. But it's still a big deal because it's the only game in town. So Monday Night Football, everybody still likes Monday Night Football. It's just not as festive as it once was, but it still means something. And for the crowd that's going to go to the game, when you actually get to host a Monday Night Football game, the atmosphere at Ford Field has been fantastic for all these Monday night games.
We talk about some of the loudest games.
Yes.
It was the Javid Best game over a decade ago.
Exactly.
Against the Bears, where that place was shaking, rocking.
Yeah.
And this fan base has been traveling well to other places. Now they get a chance to really sink their teeth in prime time against what I think is a pretty wounded animal here in the Raiders.
Well,
they have the worst rushing attack in football. And the Lions have done a nice job stopping the run. So Jimmy G on the road, in the noise, throwing 35 times. Bring it on. Licking my chops.
As a quarterback, Jimmy G looks like the part, right? He's a good-looking guy. He's got the
we get
right.
It, he's handsome.
Yeah, he's the right size and stature, and when he throws the ball, it's a good-looking spiral that he throws.
Plants and throws.
Yeah, but he does nothing special, and then he gets hurt. That's his MO. And, he's got an issue because Devontae Adams isn't happy. If Devontae Adams isn't happy, then your offense isn't going to go anywhere, and it's not going anywhere. They don't, like you said, they don't have the running game. You don't have the running game to protect a quarterback, to allow for play action to really take full effect, then you don't have much of anything. And the Lions defense was hurt last week. Lions defense was embarrassed last week. I suspect they're going to get off to a pretty good start on Monday night. They're going to want to get after the quarterback early and often, and they should be able to do so. The question is, how upset is the Lions offense? I think they're going to be pretty upset. They get the friendly confines of Ford Field. Jared Goff, a much different quarterback when he plays at home. And the Raiders actually have a pretty good pass defense, but you also take into consideration who they played so far this year. And, they faced a quarterback as healthy and ready to go like Jared Goff. Probably not to this point. So I like the Lions' chances a lot. I'm very chesty about this. You're very chesty about this.
Ticket Texter says, are you more confident now than you were against, say, the Panthers last year? Because I said, it's been a while since I've been this confident. Gator, that was a road game. This is a home game. This is off a loss. That was while they were riding high and winning, and they stumbled. Yeah. I feel more confident about this than I did Carolina Christmas Eve last season. You start thinking about how Dan Campbell's teams have responded following their last 3 losses. They lost on Thanksgiving, dropped 40 on Jacksonville the next week. They lost to Carolina, as everybody knows. They dropped 40 on the Bears the next week. They lost this year to Seattle, won convincingly against Atlanta the next week. Off a loss. Dan Campbell rallies the troops. Just everything points to a Lions convincing victory this week.
It should.
But you guys know how this is. This is the NFL, man. Yeah. Hey, I expect the Lions to win. They should win. But I don't think you guys respect what the NFL is enough. The Vikings, on Monday night, by the way, right, just beat the Niners. And they had the expert and analyst picks across the board, and everyone had Niners all across the board. And I expect this upcoming Monday night that all the expert analysts will all have the Lions all across the board. This happens. The Bills just lost, not last night, but they lost to the Patriots last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Upsets happen all the time. The Houston Texans beat the Jags earlier in the year. I don't necessarily respect Jimmy G and the Raiders, Gator, but I do respect the NFL. And I respect the fact there will be resistance. And if you want a path to the Raiders beating you, Max Crosby has a huge game. I don't know. Is he a good player? Devontae Adams, could he go off? Could you just give him the ball and he makes plays on his own? And you say they have no run game. Yeah, Josh Jacobs has been disappointing this year, but he's still a Pro Bowl caliber running back. It's not like they have the third string running back there. And Jimmy G, we may not respect him, but he's the starter. It's better than you don't want to play him. I'd rather play Aiden O'Connell or Brian Hoyer.
I'd rather play Jimmy G than maybe 30 other starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Is Baker one of those 30?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's got to be Baker right.
All right, so a couple things. We got the open lines. We want to talk confidence level going into this game. Gators chesty, I'm chesty.
I think we are so chesty together. It is akin, if we did a chest bump, that the sparks that would fly would rival that of Thor's hammer matching Captain America's shield. That's what I think.
That's the level of confidence.
That's the level of confidence with our chestiness.
The other thing I want from people, Gator, is in the media, we do these things, we label games. Like, this isn't a must-win for the Lions. I don't even know that it's a measuring stick. You don't measure yourself against the Raiders. Gut check following a loss? Like, help us label what this Monday night game is for the Lions. It's not must-win. It's not measuring stick. Maybe gut check isn't quite right. So 248-539-9797 as we get set. Lions, prime time. It's 97-1. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Jim Costa in for Doug. And as a ticket texter points out, it's a good thing because Doug would not have understood that Thor's hammer, Captain America analogy.
He would not.
It was a movie, therefore outside the scope of a Doug Karsh. But that's what you compared our level of chestiness. If we did a chest bump today,
it would be like Thor's hammer colliding with Captain America's shield, which we know, based on the Marvel franchise, it creates a devastating weapon.
You know, when someone gets this chesty, you know what the next question you got to ask is, right? Would you guys shoot the boot? I mean, you guys are so like, there's no way they can lose this game.
Yeah, I'll shoot the boot.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. See, I'm not sure Costa understood the concept the first time he made the bet with you, that he said the Central was going to beat Michigan State.
I got a lot of flack for it. People are like, it needed to be an older shoe. I wore the shoe to the game. It wasn't like out of the box.
You did fine. You followed through. That's all
I spilled a little bit. It was the first time attempting
Yeah.
such a feat.
It's odd to see you do it in the parking lot of the radio
See
station.
what he did there? By feet. Such a feat.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Mm-hmm.
But, all right, so on record, you guys will both shoot the boot if the Lions lose.
Yes, if the Lions lose to the Raiders, I'll shoot.
We'll do a cheers.
Yeah.
You'll be chest bumping after that as well. Maybe not.
But it feels like this is a spot of all spots. Like sometimes there are spot losses, scheduled losses in the NFL. This feels like a situation where the Lions didn't do anything right. They get an extra day to prepare. They're at home. Dan Campbell rallies the troops. We have evidence of that going back to the middle of last season. Like this is one of those tests of the culture, and they continue to pass these tests. So I'm confident. But I asked the question, how do we label this game? Right? Like in the media, we like to put labels on games. This is not a must win. This is not a measuring stick. I would say gut check, but it's more of a working label. I think we can do better.
I have it as an Elixir game. It's a game that gets you healthy. Game that get you feel better about yourself. You're pissed off. You just got embarrassed at Baltimore. It all is momentum, and then you fell flat on your face in all aspects of the game. What do you need? You need that Elixir to make you feel better. Who is it? It comes in the form of the Vegas Raiders. Thank you, Vegas.
Perfect timing. Let's get to Todd. He's on hold. 248-539-9797. Todd, what are you thinking?
Hey, guys. Yeah, great to be here. Calling from Rochester right now. Just feeling it's a momentum game. You know, this don't want to sound too cocky, but, man, this is the gift back to the fans. You know, last week was a bummer. But it's really, I think it's a momentum game. Let's get it. Let's keep going. Let's keep focusing. Let's keep that drive. Let's keep the enthusiasm with everybody. Just really pumped up about it, guys. So I'm with you, feeling chesty.
A momentum game. Because if you win, you're 6-2 going into the bye. You get David Montgomery, hopefully at that point, 100%.
Hopefully other players, if they're not going to play on Monday night, that they'll have that time to heal up. And now you've got a fully healthy roster, or as healthy as you can expect it to be anyway. Yeah.
6-2 at the bye, first place in your division, striking distance of the 1 seed, momentum game.
It'd be a big momentum game. It would help if Green Bay takes care of Minnesota. That would really help things too, because then obviously Minnesota doesn't gain any ground. In fact, they lose ground. They need to have Minnesota and Green Bay with the same record. You know, both a couple games back now.
Green Bay, Minnesota matters for when this is mathematically locked up. But it doesn't matter to me in terms of I'm threatened by either of those teams.
Maybe not, but it also matters for this. If Green Bay beats Minnesota and Minnesota drops to 3-5, does that give Minnesota the reason to trade Danielle Hunter? The trade deadline's the next day. Danielle Hunter's he's having a heck of a start to the season. He's got 9 quarterback sacks already. He's 28 years old. Last year of a contract.
Nudge him out the door.
Free agent next year. Are they going to be able to afford him? They got to pay Cousins, right?
Yeah. I could see that. Some texters on what this game is. It's a, quote, get back on the horse game. That's Tom and Schaumburg.
There you go.
Another one says, this game is a milepost game. It's a game the Lions need to win to convincingly demonstrate resilience and commitment. It sets the tone for less tense weeks ahead. That's Paul and Pontiac.
I would label this game personally a get-right game, you know, and it's actually set up perfectly for that. Yeah, I mean, the Raiders are not. I'm cautious because it's the NFL, but I honestly, you know, the Lions should take care of business. They're going to be at home Monday night, national TV game. The crowd's going to be into it. The Raiders aren't good. You know, whether it's Jimmy G or Hoyer, whoever it is, I think it's like the perfect recipe to get right and get that terrible taste out of your mouth from the Ravens game. So I would label this a get-right game. And then you go into the bye week, like you guys said, feeling good about yourself and where you should be, 6-2 atop of the division, and then I'll be right back with feeling chesty about the division with you guys.
There you go.
But yeah, get-right game was what I would label it.
The same tone, said differently, comes on the ticket text. This is Nick in Westland. A rebound booty call game.
Oh, you just call. Do you think they text the Raiders? You up?
Right. Hey, babe. The sure thing?
What you doing?
It was a sure thing?
That's how they're looking at it. I mean, you and I feel like it's a sure thing.
Yep.
There aren't many of these over the course of a season.
There are not. And let's be clear on that. There aren't many that you feel good. And to Kenny's point, should I have a little more respect for this? I should, but I don't. But I admit I should. Raiders are a 3-4 team. It's not like they're 0-7 going into this one.
They've broke 20 points one time.
Well,
you know, I mean, sometimes like you are what your record says you are, but sometimes it's a little more nuanced than that.
Well, they've only given up 10 more points than the Lions have this year. The Lions defense has been very good. But yeah, they've scored 112 points in the season. That's not very good.
Yeah, when I say they've scored more than 20 points one time, it was 21 points. It wasn't like a 35-point outburst.
Here we come.
Here come the Raiders. 248-539-9797. Trying to label this game what it is. Because if they were to lose, something that I don't think is in the realm of possibility, and neither do you, Gator, but if they were to lose, you know what would happen for a section of this fan base.
Oh, yeah.
It would be C, and they'd start using that F word. Not the one we have to dump, but fraud. Because I don't believe there's any fraud talk after the Baltimore game. But you can't stave it off forever if you were to lay an egg at home against this Raiders football team. So you have to avoid that.
They can't lay an egg. And that's what was great about what Dan Campbell had to say afterwards. And what he said in the beginning of the week is that we can't – it would be a shame if we didn't, learn from mistakes and come out with this. It would be a shame if this affected the outcome of the Raiders game, to dwell on what happened with Baltimore. This is a better team. Go out and prove it.
Texter says it's the Wonderlic test. It tells you something about yourself, but it's basically useless.
Well, it's not useless. You better win.
You better score well in the Wonderlic if you're a quarterback.
Okay. Joe, you got some thoughts on what this game means?
Guys, think back to the movie Pinocchio, okay? And Pinocchio got turned into a real boy from a puppet. And imagine if the ending was different and they changed him back to a puppet and the movie ends. That would be what would happen if the Lions lost to the Raiders. We finally got turned into a real team. We put SOL behind us. We're climbing up. We're finally a real respected team. If they lose to the Raiders at home on Monday night, it's back to I hate saying SOL. I've always defended. We're past SOL. Screw these SOL fans, but I'm serious. It's back to the bottom dwellers. We're not a real team going into the bye. We can lose against the Chargers after the bye. That's fine, but we cannot lose to the Raiders.
I loathe those three letters. I hate when they get thrown out there. I think a lot of times it's used like lazy analysis.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe might be right, Gator. If they were to lose this game, it would be reminiscent of things of Lions yesteryear, right? It would be reminiscent of a team that wasn't quite ready for prime time.
For the next week, it would be, yeah.
Yeah,
and then they have an opportunity to change it up the following week.
Yes.
I mean, if I don't like those three letters either. And nobody wants to go back to that. There was a time when it made all the sense in the world, and it was like, how's it going to happen this week, right? Mm-hmm. For me, they get this whole season before those letters are allowed to even creep back in. You can't. I'm not letting that creep back in. This is a season I do expect them to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. If they didn't make the playoffs because of their own buffoonery, not because quarterback gets knocked out, Hutchinson's out for the year, all right? Knock on wood, these things don't happen. If they fail to make the playoffs because of their own buffoonery, then it's fair game to bring those letters back into question. But I don't expect that to happen.
Joe said it's like at the end of the movie. Well, the key thing is the movie wouldn't be ending this week, right?
Yeah.
But I think the performance should you find the only way they lose is if they find a creative, never before seen way of screwing it up, and that would be SOL. You could have SOL performances without being the same old Lions. That's why the story is ultimately the season. And I'm with you on that. I think this is a playoff team. I think this team should have a home playoff game. When I was in Westoni a couple weeks ago, we high-fived, we declared it, the division race is over. Like, I think this team is hosting a playoff game this year, and you better win that playoff game. Losing to the Raiders would be SOL. Individual game, right? That performance. Because I don't know how they lose this game unless they find a creative, innovative, unique way to blow it.
Well,
you guys just don't respect the Raiders at all.
No.
Like, at all. Like,
No.
it's not SOL if they lose. It's just losing a game in the NFL because, like I've said many times, this happens every week, guys, where upsets and underdogs, beat a team that they shouldn't beat. I can't bring it up enough. Like, the Niners, I'm sure, I know they had no Debo and no Trent Williams, but they should have won that game. They were picked by everyone to win that game. They're one of the best teams. They have real Super Bowl aspirations.
They got a
lost.
fraud at quarterback.
Okay, Brock Purdy has been terrible, right? No, he had a bad game.
Last 2 weeks, he's
might
been
be
terrible.
concussed. Either way, do you still think they're a good team? The Niners?
That's a good football team, and it's one of those anomalies, and they don't happen 2 weeks in a row.
And the Lions, but they did, right? And then the Lions might have that as well. And I don't think it would be SOL. I don't think the season would be over. I just think that's the NFL season.
Yeah, the season's definitely not over.
No, but the performance would be reminiscent of the Lions' past if they lose this game.
No, it'd have to be like a call we never heard of.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I think that's how Jim kind of defined it before he started saying this again. Yeah, it would have to be back to that's what I said when I said their own buffoonery. Their own, if it reverts to back in this stuff, like, I can't believe I just saw what I saw.
You don't think they can just play bad?
They did that last week.
Yeah.
I don't think that happens 2 weeks in a row.
Well, that's the real damn shame Campbell said, right? That would be the real shame if they don't respond.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. How do you label this Monday night game? What would you use to describe the matchup on Monday night? 11 o'clock, the latest on Michigan football, the cheating scandal. We have some audio from Aiden Hutchinson that we will play. It's 97.1.
Hey, I know there's going to be a lot of parties that take place this weekend. Maybe some costume parties, Halloween parties, whatever the case is. You don't want to show up to a party empty-handed. You want to bring something with you to make the host very happy. After all, they did invite you. Make sure you don't show up empty-handed ever again. Bring something that's really going to put a smile on people's faces, and I'm talking about Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. Best part of Flying Ace is the taste. This bourbon has hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon is made in Holland, Michigan, so it's part of the Coppercraft family. You know it's quality. I've been talking about Coppercraft for years, and I've been talking about Flying Ace for over a year now. I really enjoy this bourbon. It's a great everyday bourbon. If you just want to have a little sipper at night, you want to pour it on the rocks, you have it neat, you want to mix it up with some ginger ale or some cola, or you want to do shots, however you want to do it. It's a versatile spirit. Have it any way you want to have it. And at only $30 a bottle, Flying Ace Spirits is not going to bust your budget at all. There's nothing pretentious about Flying Ace. It's just real approachable American-made whiskey for the maverick at heart. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Lions and Raiders Monday night. How would you label the game? I said gut check, but it was more of a working title. I think we can and have been doing better. Gut check in the sense they're coming off of an embarrassing loss. That was a pathetic game against the Baltimore Ravens. But I'm not willing to call them frauds. I don't want to overreact. I think generally they've bounced back well under Dan Campbell. This is a gut check. Don't let it snowball. Don't go into the bye with 2 straight losses and create some panic and hysteria. Oh, no, maybe they're not as good as we thought. This is a gut check. You respond. You handle your business. And Gator, you and I are as confident as can be that this matchup, that this situation favors the Lions. We got a guy who called in and he said, you got to avoid SOL because I kind of agree. The only way you lose this game is if you do stuff that old, previous, bad Lions teams would do. Like bail out Jimmy Garoppolo, who has gotten very little going this season. They don't run the ball, and it's a wonder when you look at a quarterback like Jimmy G. He's no longer in San Francisco with that run game, with the play-action pass, with the ability in that scheme to get the ball out quick. He's in the Raiders, and things are not nearly as easy as they were in San Francisco. Don't make them easy for Jimmy G. It's one thing if Lamar beats you, right? It's on one level you say, hey, Lamar is a great athlete, and he can get on the edge, and he compromises the defense. This is Jimmy Garoppolo. Make Jimmy Garoppolo look like you made Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, Jordan Love, and Baker Mayfield. Isn't he more in their category, Jimmy G?
Yes.
So then make him look that way. Don't give him any outs, anything easy. Don't let him linger or hang around. Punish him at every turn.
Look, he'll make some plays, and I imagine the Raiders will score some points, but the Lions are the superior team. And this is they're at home, but it feels like it's a business trip. Just get it done. I label it as an Elixir game. This is a game that gets you healthy, gets you ready to continue on. It's like you take the magic pill and here you go. What's the magic pill? Beating a team that you should absolutely beat. A team that's already there's infighting. They don't like their coach. The star player is bitching about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wonders, are they going to move Max Crosby or not? There's all this stuff that's going on. So they're ripe for the beatdown. Let's go.
Texter says palate cleanser. Get the bad taste out of your mouth before the bye and the rest of the year. That's John in Maryland.
Sure. It's like the raw ginger you get when you go to sushi. Change it up. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Lemon sorbet.
Yeah, something like that.
There you go. This is a different way of putting it. The mouthwash game. Get the bad taste out of your mouth.
Rinse and spit,
yeah. Game is I made the wife mad. Now I'm getting my brownie points back game from Raymond. You screwed up. Now you got to make amends for it. Now you got to step up.
Is the wife the fans? Is that the case? Is that the scenario?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you disappointed the fans. I think it was possible, right, that you go to Baltimore and lose. It's a good football team. But to lose that way, I think made people mad. Now you got to, take care of everything around the house. Maybe buy some flowers, a nice card, some one-on-one time. Like, you need to make it up. Earn those brownie points.
Get back in good graces.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Reset game on the ticket text. Caution to the wind. I like being aggressive, but don't penalize yourself out of the game. Says caution to the wind, flag happy officiating crew, all that. Okay. And then a texter says, you guys are idiots. It's the NFL. Saying it's not in the realm of possibility they lose is idiotic. You're ignorant. Shows you've never played a sport.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll remember that. Look, can I be wrong? Of course I can be wrong. I'm just very confident about this one. I'm supremely confident.
I think you have every right to be confident in this game. I mean, Gator, I was telling you this. For Cash the Ticket, we look into like betting data, and it's not gospel, but typically you get a sense of who the public favors, and I have never seen a team get this much love than the Detroit Lions, which means they might not cover because the book needs Vegas in the 8.5. But I don't think the Lions outright lose this game. I think everybody sees what we see. Two teams that are not evenly matched. And there's no look ahead for the Lions. There's no like riding high and taking a team lightly for the Lions. It's this and the bye. It's this off of a loss and then the bye. Like all of the little things you look for where a team might have a letdown. I don't see it for Detroit this week. They're a good team. No one's disputing that. And they have absolutely every reason to take advantage of the Raiders. That's why I said it would take some kind of like act of God or like some relapse into a previous organizational mindset for them not to win this week.
I will tell you, there have been times in the past where I've been very confident the Lions would win a game, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Earlier this year, I thought for sure they'd beat Seattle. They didn't beat Seattle. End up being a really good game, goes to overtime, lose a coin toss. Seattle comes down, scores a touchdown. Defense didn't get the job done. The other time I remember would be a few years ago when Sam Darnold made his debut in the NFL with the Jets, and the first play of the game was a pick six for the Lions.
Quandre Diggs, right?
And we're like celebrating. Here we go.
That was Monday night.
Was it a Monday night
I
game?
think it was a Monday night.
And then what happened after that? Utter devastation for Lions fans and yours truly as well, because I thought for sure they're not going to lose to a rookie quarterback who doesn't look all that good.
Was that Patricia's first game?
It may have been.
It was early. It was early Patricia. If it wasn't his first game,
it was his first year or second year. Yeah.
And you're like, we've got a defensive head coach against a rookie quarterback at
come on,
home,
we
Ford
got this.
Field.
And then then the first play, we're like, woo, here we are.
Oh yeah, we're gonna win 100-0, and it didn't happen.
No, it did not happen.
You got humbled.
I got humbled.
And this could happen again, is all I'm saying.
Well, the difference is that was like it was early in the Matty Patty regime.
So you didn't know who the Lions were, yeah.
We didn't know who he was and how awful he was.
Yeah.
We're this is our third season of Dan Campbell. I like Dan Campbell. I feel okay about this.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. So when Campbell took over, none of those games you felt confident in. Really, for the first year and a half of Dan Campbell, there were no games you felt confident in. Even at the end of last year, there were people who were a little on the fence about the Green Bay game in Lambeau. This year, though, I think there's a lot more confidence since projected.
I think everybody was on defense. I don't think there were many chesty people about the Green Bay game last year. Green Bay had everything to gain.
Yep.
Lions had nothing to lose, but they had nothing to gain.
My point is, if there aren't many confident games early in Campbell's tenure, there certainly weren't very many at the end of Patricia's tenure. So we are going back like 4 or 5 years since I feel like I've had this level of confidence. Doesn't mean we're always right, but it does speak to what this team has earned with the way they've been building.
This is true. Jim, you do the Cash a Ticket with Mike every week, and you're all over you guys are all over football. You know the spreads every week, not just the Lions, but every game, right? In the NFL. I missed it. What were you guys' thoughts on Bills Patriots this past weekend?
We both had the Patriots.
See, but because you knew it could happen.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't see it happening with the Raiders? I mean, the Patriots don't even have a playmaker. At least the Raiders have Max Crosby, Devontae Adams, and Josh Jacobs.
But the Patriots have Belichick.
But he's not a player.
But Belichick does this.
You wrote him off. You thought they were tanking on purpose how bad they were playing this year.
Couple things.
Not entirely true, but yes.
Were the Bills coming off a loss? I'd have to go back and look. And that game was in New England as opposed to in Buffalo. That was taking a home team backed into a corner in their own division with a lot of the headwinds swirling about Belichick.
And they had been embarrassed.
Yeah. So I think that's a little different. It's a fair question, but I think it's a little different. John, what do you want to label this game? You're on Carson Anderson.
I think this is a prove-it game. You want to be a playoff team. You want to come back after last week's loss. You want people to give you respect. Prove it. It's that simple.
Yeah, on one hand, I don't know that you prove that you're a good or great football team by beating Vegas, by beating the Raiders. Yes, but that's what I was going to say. There is avoiding a loss. There is showing resilience. There is staving off any of the critics and the haters after the Baltimore game. You're right, John.
Exactly. You want the respect. You want to be known as a playoff team. Then prove you've got what it takes.
Well, you don't want to, we're not labeling this as a must-win game, right?
No.
Because it's not must-win, but you expect them to win. If they lose, and you're like, well, how could you do that? You can't do that. So does it then by default become a must-win game?
If you talk yourself into it enough, I guess. Maybe it's not a must-win. Maybe it's a can't lose.
Yeah.
But even saying that, losing this game would bring on a lot of naysayers, a lot of negativity. You'd have 2 weeks to sit in that filth for the bye week. They would be a 5-3 football team still in first place in their division. So I don't know that we can call it a must-win, even with the optics. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, the update on Michigan football, some reports from TCU, and audio from Aiden Hutchinson. What does he think of all this? It's coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. All 8 divisions with dozens of regional games will kick off the high school football postseason tonight, including a rivalry matchup between Rochester Adams and West Bloomfield. 9-0 Belleville begins another title defense with a game versus Ann Arbor Huron, and there will be a fair number of games being played tomorrow as well. After their opening L, the Pistons will try again on the road tonight in Charlotte after ending their close game with the Heat on a run with some defense. Rookie Asar Thompson says that's their standard when it comes to that side of the ball. Yeah, they'll tip just after 7 o'clock tonight against the Hornets with Mark champion Rick Mahorn and me on the coverage right here on 97.1. The team's home opener is set for tomorrow night versus the Bulls to complete an early back-to-back. Back to work for the Lions today, utilizing an extra day of prep for Monday Night Football. Jared Goff mentioned they want to bounce back from their loss, but they do a great job of not getting too high or too low after any result they've had this year. To college, a reminder, no Michigan game this weekend. They're concentrating on recovery during their bye, according to Jim Harbaugh. Michigan State will be playing mid-afternoon tomorrow in Minneapolis. FanDuel has MSU as 7-point dogs for the matchup, and the Rangers will host the Diamondbacks for Game 1 of the World Series. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Now, Gator, we haven't really talked about this, you and me, but the Ann Arbor sign stealing, cheating, scandal, fiasco deal.
Yeah.
I asked Kang, he said, Gator hasn't really piled on the way that he could as a Spartan fan. He actually gave you some credit, said you've been pretty fair about this whole thing.
Thanks, buddy.
We have more, because there's always more.
Well, if there's more.
And I want to see where you're at, and we'll, of course, take phone calls, of course, as you get the sheepish grin. We'll get to what TCU has claimed and what TCU is saying, report out of Yahoo. But I want to play Aiden Hutchinson audio, okay? Because the Lions media this week, they asked him, of course, about the Raider game, but they also wanted to get his thoughts on what this whole thing looks like to him. And here's what Aiden Hutchinson had to say. That's from Channel 7.
It's just, I mean, at this point, it's just getting redundant to hear people say the same things and not grasp the gravity of the situation and say, okay, everybody tries to steal each other's signs. Fair enough, but do they do it by sending scouts to other teams, games with cameras teamed and trained directly on the sideline to get the signs from previous games so they can bring it back, download the video of their phones to a computer, put that into some sort of database where there's files that can be accessed by other coaches? I don't know how many teams are doing that, but right now Michigan is the first one that's being busted for it. So if there are other teams that are doing it, then they should probably watch their actions, because they could be next on the list. But right now, who's first on the list? It's Michigan, and you can't turn that blind eye to it. And I think I've been pretty good about keeping my greenness about me with being a Spartan, and trying not to pile on with this, because I do believe that you need to let the process play out, let the evidence come forth. And for most of the last week, up until the last couple of days, we haven't had a whole lot of evidence presented. There have been some stories and rumors. But now there's reports, and reports are different. This is stuff that comes. And now the NCAA is actually at the University of Michigan, or they were at Michigan this week, or they're still at Michigan this week, doing some interviews with people and trying to get some, electronic devices and see what happened there. There's a lot more teeth to this situation right now, and every day there seems to be another news dump about this case that makes it worse and worse for Michigan. And I know that the Michigan fans don't want to look at this and say this is something that can bring down their program, and I'm still not sure it is. But what it is a massive hit to your reputation, which is already taking tons of hits over the last, how many years is a school? I mean, since Harbaugh's been there, they've taken their shots. And I do believe what Aiden Hutchinson has when he said that, if we win, people forget about it. Yeah, it's kind of how it is, how they're acting. Hey, if we win, we don't have to talk about Mozzie Smith. If we win, we don't have to talk about Donovan Edwards. If we win, we don't have to talk about offensive coordinator Weiss. If we win, we don't have to talk about Shemi Schembechler. If we win, we don't have to talk about a lot of these things. We don't have to talk about as much about the NCAA infractions and, okay, we're going to self-sanction ourselves and, it's our athletic director actually that suspended the coach because the NCAA cut off the negotiations, which why the hell there would be negotiation about something that you want to rule on is beyond me. So this school has taken a ton of hits, but they keep smiling and keep grinding through it as they should try to. And they've always been kind of, brush it off, push it away to the side. It's nothing serious. But all of these little things, they mount up. And when you've already got an ongoing investigation about the improper contact with high school recruits and the violations of coaching during COVID and all this, and you violated all these things that were very minor infractions. But then the coach lies about it, and then the NCAA gets all puffy about it, and they're upset, and now it becomes a level 1 infraction. You compounded it and made it worse because it wasn't that big of a deal. Now you've got this, which on the surface looks like it's a bunch of level 3 stuff. Again, not a big deal. But you start to dig deeper and you peel the onion and it becomes more and more concrete of what was going on. And it becomes more and more nefarious. And it really, this is the first time I've started to think, the reputation thing, it might be a bad thing. Because before I'm like, who cares? Its reputation is, it only pertains to people that are exactly. It's very subjective. It's the people that don't like you anyway. Great. You feel the fire for the fan bases of Ohio State and Michigan State and Notre Dame and some other schools, right? Although Michigan, they do have plenty of enemies throughout the country. They also have plenty of fans. So do they really care about that? Not really. But it's starting to hit home now because it's a story that continues to go on. If they were able to get away with this after a week's worth of conversation and then just move on, great. And that's just business as usual. But because this continues to get worse and worse and worse, and they haven't even been accused of anything officially yet, it's not going to get better. And there are other rumors that we're not going to dignify yet that it could get a lot worse. We'll see what happens as more reporting goes on. But, I mean, the TCU stuff is kind of...
So the TCU,
it's very interesting.
This report, this is from Yahoo. They cite some sources. During the playoff game, TCU was well aware of what Michigan had been up to, and they used dummy signals and signs to throw them off. That's the reporting from Yahoo. They'd freeze before the snap, signal something in that they had no intention of actually running. And I don't know if it changes the way you view this story at all, Gator, but I look at it like this. TCU had weeks to change signals. Big Ten teams week to week in season don't have that same luxury. Michigan's record in conference, not as good when you start talking about postseason and against teams that can overhaul their signs before they play. The Aiden Hutchinson quotes. To me, he fulfilled every stereotype possible. The arrogant Michigan person who says it's no big deal, it's if we win, nana boo boo, we're not going to have to deal with this. I mean, that's how it sounded to me. It's like, hey, if we win, it's no big deal. It's our enemies trying to tear us down. Aiden, it's a little more nuanced than sign stealing is cool, sign stealing is legal. You can't do what Michigan is accused of doing, and evidence has been provided that indicates they did. I just hate the generic talking points. Everybody steals signs. No one else is being accused of this. There is no other evidence of any other team doing this. And if there is, Gator, I would gladly talk about it. I would gladly call those other teams into question.
And we might see that. in the weeks and months to come. Maybe there'll be more teams that come forward and they're going to out other teams that have done this to them, right? But yeah, to your point, when people said everybody does this, and when Aiden Hutchinson says everybody steals signs, I think that that's true during the game,
right?
When it's allowed, like, hey, you're going to put signs in, you leave yourself open that the teams are going to be able to pick off those signs and decipher it and use it against you. But that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about sending scouts, interns, analysts, whatever you want to say, sending people in high volumes of games where they even have a money trail, thanks to Venmo and other things that show that this was likely taking place.
Yeah, when the Washington Post story came out and you have records, budgets, travel plans, $15,000 this year alone spent to facilitate proxies and agents of the university to go out and collect this information against NCAA rules. It's not the same as everybody else doing recon on game day or on TV film. It's not the same thing. And for Aiden, conveniently, he can convince himself it is the same thing, but it is the height of the arrogance that people use as a Michigan stereotype to say, oh, shucks, it's just our enemies, and if we win, it's going to go away. Gator, if they win, it's going to be held over their head. It's the opposite of it's going to go away. I mean, really, the belief that if we just win, everybody's just going to shut up, it's not going to go down that way.
It's getting big enough where, maybe the Big Ten wants to act on this before the NCAA does. And that's not going to make anybody feel good about themselves. It's getting big enough now where even though I think it could be easy for the Michigan coaches to tell the players, don't let this be a distraction. This is nothing. This is about something external to what you guys on the field do. You guys are working your ass off. I can make a great speech in front of the players and get them fired up, I think, and it's easy. But the more this goes on and the more bombs are dropped on a daily basis, the more it is for this potentially to become a distraction and derail your idea of having this phenomenal football season.
I have no doubt that Harbaugh will spin this the way that all high-level coaches do. Kirby Smart convinced the Georgia Bulldogs a year ago that they were somehow underdogs as the reigning national champs. Jim Harbaugh says this is a target. Now, I think it's a target that they have placed on themselves by acting out of line, but I absolutely believe he will use it as a motivator. That'll be the message in the locker room is they hate us because they ain't us. Right. They want to tear us down, and we aren't going to let them. We're the holier-than-thou Michigan, and we didn't do anything wrong, and they're the bad people, and we have to prove them wrong. He's going to use it as fuel. It doesn't mean it's true. And the number of people on line and on phones and just in the fan base that eat this stuff up, it's like, guys, you can be a winner, but you can't claim the moral high ground when we have reports to the contrary.
And frankly, they haven't been able to claim the moral high ground for a while here. This just keeps adding to it. And I know that there'll be people that say, okay, well, who commissioned this report in the first place? That's fine. I'm curious about that too. But you know what? It doesn't matter if it's true.
I'm being told we need to keep the show moving. We'll take phone calls. You guys are great. It's 97.1.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food. It's great atmosphere and great specials. They have the best wings in town. Every seat's an amazing seat at 24. Want to watch the big game? This is the only place you got to go to. Flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. They've got the NFL Sunday Ticket. They've got all the games that you want to watch. Hey, you want to avoid the parking and traffic nightmares for Monday night's big game? Take the shuttle. It's back for Monday night's game. You can save that hassle and make sure you book your seat right now because those seats fill up. For all Michigan State games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light. For the Lions games and all Sunday football games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite. And for Red Wing games and Piston games, $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. And you're going to want to catch the World Series. That starts tomorrow. That's at 24 as well. It's my favorite place to go, and for good reason. The food's great. They've got great specials that are all day, every day. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. You're going to want to go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram to find out about all the great contests. If you want a party or any event catered, you let 24 do all the work. Check out all the specials and the happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Look,
is this
he's
really
away
going
from
to
the
go
team.
away?
He's away from the team. He's busy with the Lions in his professional career. Maybe he's not following this story as closely as others are.
It's entirely possible. I just think for him, he sounds like the stereotype.
Yep.
Michigan is above reproach. It's only because we're winning. It's going to go away if we keep winning. Just deny, minimize. Meanwhile, more evidence comes out where Michigan didn't do what everybody else was doing. They operated outside the scope. The means at which they obtain the info is against NCAA rules. And while everyone's trying to gain that competitive edge, Michigan gained a competitive edge against the rules. Now, this doesn't mean the program gets burned to the ground, ashes around Ann Arbor, but there will be some punishment. You can't deny it and act like it's going to go away if you just win your way out of it.
Well, and if it gets compounded because of the ongoing investigation for the other stuff, then you could have a real punitive measure taken. They did their own self-sanctioning. Jim Harbaugh sit out the first 3 games of the season. Now, it didn't mean much because of who their opponents were, but nonetheless, it's a 3-game suspension. It was literally game suspension, not stay out weeks of the practice. It was literally just miss the game. Does the NCAA, when all is said and done, are they like, okay, well, now we're going to rule on that case along with this one, and combined that you get a 5-game suspension. We'll look at the fact that you sat out 3 games last year. Now you sit out the first 2 this year, which would be next year, which would mean the Texas game.
I don't think Michigan fans are really concerned about Harbaugh coaching the Texas game at this point. I feel like the goal for them, I mean, in my understanding is the NCAA is not going to be able to act on this quickly enough to impact this season. And I do think there are Michigan fans who think, like Aiden said, just win. But I disagree with him.
Consequences later.
That's the key, though. Aiden minimizes that there will be consequences. You may be okay with the deal with the devil, where you say, hey, Harbaugh may go out in a blaze of glory, win the national title, and we'll deal with the consequences later. But there have to be some consequences here.
Right, but as we talk about it, and we can talk about the juicy details and everything that comes out, the bottom line is that if all it ends up being are level 3 or maybe a level 2 infraction,
collection of them, right?
There's not a whole lot of punishment that comes from that. Now, what this will do, hopefully, is force the NCAA to switch to the communication devices in the helmet, so you don't have to worry about this stuff in the first place.
Yeah.
But these are the rules that are in place now. There will be punishment. It's just not going to affect them that much. I don't think it means they're going to have to vacate wins or that they'll be prevented from postseason participation. I don't see that happening. So in the grand scheme of things, the big punishment ends up being, as Doug and I have discussed, it's the integrity thing, which before I didn't think meant all that much. Now I think it's starting to take a little bit more of a hit than what it was. But to Aiden Hutchinson's point, I do think people will forget about it for the most part. The enemies won't.
Right. It'll always be used as fuel against Michigan.
But, I mean,
Especially
time
if
Michigan...
this ends up being that season where they are that team, then it will be used against them.
Yeah, and I think when people want to dismiss it as being a big nothing burger, everybody does it. Well, everybody does it for a reason because they want to gain an edge. And if you go above and beyond what's allowed to do it by scouting ahead of time, multiple times for opponents, all it takes is a play or two, because we talk about it all the time. Every Monday we discuss what happens with the Lions games, right? Or Mondays and Tuesdays with Michigan State. Comes down to, remember this play? If only they hadn't have done this. Well, if you're able to decipher what the sign is on a couple of plays and you hit it right, those couple of plays could be game-breaking plays.
Yeah, I see people say, well, just stop it. You still got to stop it.
Yeah, and Coach Prime said that. You go, you got to. But if I know what it is ahead of time,
thank you. Can someone follow up to Dion? Dion, why does play action work? Because you don't know. Because there's deception. Because if you know it's a run, you can play it differently versus if you know it's a pass. And it's much more nuanced than run pass. Some of these signs that they're stealing. I mean, it's trying to figure out route combinations and run schemes and all of that.
If I got 2 teams that are evenly matched with the personnel I have out in the field, right? Like typically Michigan, Ohio State, their rosters are chock full of stars, right? Say that the rosters are the same. What's the difference then? Well, if I have the edge by knowing to play.
Well, and that's why I
or
wonder
knowing what they're going to switch into, because I can look to the sideline and see, okay, well, what was a pass play, that's clearly a run play now. Now I can make the adjustment and stuff it. It's a big deal.
Well, that's why I wonder about vacating. And I wonder, I can't declare that they're going to have their wins vacated from last year or even this year. But if you gain a competitive edge and you do it on the scope that Michigan is doing this on, which is scouting everybody in the Big Ten, 40 games, it's not like a one-off slap on the wrist to me. Like, it's not a nothing burger, it's a something burger. And we can debate whether there's lettuce, cheese, tomato, onion on it, but there is something on that burger.
If this happened 6-10 years ago, this would be a really big deal, because back then Michigan could thump their chest with, we're the paragon of integrity. They could do that kind of thing, right? At least they had more of a leg to stand on when they would say things like that. But as football has evolved, college football has evolved, and now we're in the world of NIL and transfer portal, and we had the COVID situation. Everybody can switch teams, and coaches are getting monster contracts, and players are getting cars and money, and it's all legal. The whole game has changed now. So even the integrity thing might be, whittled down to not much of even a slap on the wrist, because the game has changed so much, and who cares? 10 years ago, the kids drive around town in a brand new Cadillac, people are like, uh-oh, how'd he get that? Now it's
you got
like,
broadcasters calling him Maserati Marv.
Right, exactly.
It's a very different landscape.
It's just crazy how it's changed, but it is what it is. And when all is said and done, I don't think the penalty will be that severe.
Let's get to Joey. Joey, you're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, gentlemen, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, quick question for you. You guys mentioned Venmo, and they have all the financials on this. My question, how do they legally get this? They're not a government or state agency. How can they just go get someone's Venmo account, whoever this may be, private investigator, whatever firm? Can you guys answer that?
I don't have Venmo, so I don't really know, but what I've heard, can't Venmo accounts be public?
They can be, but Joey, this isn't really about the Venmo. This is about access to a database on university computers.
But the Venmo's part of the
paper trail?
The paper and money trail.
Now, Joey, how did they get access?
Yeah, the money trail.
Yeah. So people have asked, okay, how did they get access to this? I mean, the most likely answer is someone gave them access to it. There was a whistleblower, or someone cooperated, someone shared.
So you're telling me that, they have text messages from this guy's friends, and I'm non-biased. I don't care what side. But you're telling me that some random firm PI just went up to this guy's friend and said, "Hey, by the way, give me Joe Schmo's text messages to you," and they just hand them over like.
No, I wouldn't imagine there's anything random about this. I think it's very concentrated. I think whoever, with this report, whoever gave the report, they had an axe to grind. I don't know who did it, but if it's true, it's true. And if a Venmo account is public, then that's how you get that kind of information.
But I'm saying the Holy Grail isn't the Venmo. It's the budget. It's the travel itinerary.
It's the computers.
Yeah.
It's the database. If you find that coaches were accessing that database specifically because they know that this guy has got this information so they can implement it in the game plan the next week, then you've got some problems.
Well, and that's what might take this to another level. Is if you feel like it's widespread, top down, everybody involved, everybody using this extra data, this extra evidence, this extra competitive advantage, that's where I do wonder about how the games will be thought of moving forward. Whether they are officially vacated or just tarnished, there's clearly going to be a stain here that Aiden just outright doesn't want to accept. 248-539-9797. This debate about whether the information was obtained on the up and up is always interesting to me, because I assume it was. But even if I grant you the premise that somehow this was obtained nefariously, this is not a court of law. This is the court of public opinion. If the truth comes out nefariously, it's still the truth. Yet people want to be like, well, now the truth's not the truth because it was obtained nefariously, which we don't even know that it was obtained nefariously to begin with.
Well, is this anything akin to John Gruden's situation with his emails that came out because it was an investigation into somebody else?
Maybe. Anyway,
I think there are some similarities with that. I think this is a distinct effort to see if Michigan was cheating.
Yeah.
I think so it uncovers other things here. Yeah, because you're trying, but this isn't implicating somebody from another university. This is going right at somebody affiliated with Michigan.
We want to get to people on the phones at noon. Lions don't play on Sunday. I want to know what the emphasis is for Lions fans, what their interest level will be on a Sunday without the Lions in action. There are plenty of games that matter for Detroit fans. We'll get to it at noon. It's 97.1. Hey, before the hour ends, Red Wing head coach Derek Lalonde was on the morning show. Said something that stuck out to me. We'll get to it at 11:50. At noon, Lions, center stage, Monday night. But on Sunday, you got to find something else to sink your teeth into, and I think there's no shortage of options to pay attention to if you're a Lions fan. We'll get into it. Michigan football, the story of this hour. TCU says, oh, no, we knew about this stuff. That's why we put in dummy signals. We put in a whole bunch of fake stuff to throw them off.
Well, is that one of the reasons they got off to a 21-6 start? That they were able to stand what Michigan's comeback was in the third quarter? Michigan scored 24 points and TCU scored 20 points in that quarter?
It's good on TCU for counterpunching, but should they have had to if Michigan was operating outside of NCAA rules? And for everybody who says, well, everybody should do what TCU's doing, it's a little easier when you have that gap between the regular season and the postseason, right?
Yeah.
Week in, week out, you only have so many hours, only so many minutes in the day, so many opportunities to rework all your signals and get your players to instantly know and react in real time.
Which is why the Big Ten stepped up and told the rest of the opponents for Michigan this year.
Yeah, heads up. This is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Paul. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the segue into what I was going to say. If these teams are saying, and because they're all saying it now, we've known this for years about Michigan. Okay, Ohio State specifically said that they've known and that they changed all of their signals up. I guess I don't understand from a competitive standpoint. If they're claiming they've known for years, then how is it a competitive advantage if they've known for years? Like the premise is that this is something new to them and they were totally caught off guard. But then as these reports come out and as they're trying to make their case against Michigan that this is
well, what if the changes is, Paul? What if the difference is they know that
one more Gator, let me ask one more.
I'll let you ask questions. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
If what the teams are saying, we know that they do this, maybe it's because with the knowledge that during the game they see that, you look across the field and you see that there are people that are looking specifically at what your signs are. And in game it's allowed, but everybody tries to steal the signals. What you don't know is that they've had people doing this throughout the season in your stands or on the road games watching you guys do the same thing. So the difference is having somebody scouted ahead of time. That's the big difference in this whole story.
And listen, I'm not disputing that. I'm not even getting into that. What I'm saying is if you make the claim that you know in advance, then didn't you have the opportunity to change things? So I guess my question to you is, everybody knows this now, right? So now this is out. If Michigan goes out and lays a beating on Penn State and Ohio State, are those legitimate wins now?
Sure.
Since everybody knows.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Okay, because that would be my question. Because
I would imagine, and I think Paul, your point is valid. I think that now that everyone's on notice here that Michigan does this, so it would behoove them to change their signs or to go to like what Michigan State tried to do on Saturday night. Of course, they were just outmatched because Michigan's a better team, but have somebody run the play in. Don't hold up these stupid 4-poster signs up there and point to Britney Spears and say, here we got the flea flicker. You need to find other ways to do it, and they've got plenty of time. You're right. If Penn State gets absolutely smoked at home by Michigan wins it 37-10. Penn State can cry about Michigan knowing what the signs are, but in reality, they've had plenty of advance warning to change things up, and it's on you. I agree with that, but it doesn't stop the fact that this has happened.
First of all,
no, listen, I'm not even disputing that. I just wanted to simply talk about the specific competitive advantage in relation to TCU and what other teams claim they've known. And if they've known, why didn't they do the same thing TCU did? And when you say they only have 1 week of time, if you've known for years, because that's what they're claiming now, they've known for years.
Well, there's a reputation, yeah.
But you still have to change it week to week. I mean, if you put in brand new stuff for week 8, you now have to scrap it, put in all new stuff for week 9, and then scrap it and put in all new stuff for week 10.
And if you've got footage of several games, and let's say that they have changed their signs game by game, but maybe you can look back and say,
patterns?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And you hired, and this is not against the rules, you hired a code breaker.
Right.
If he knows and picks up patterns.
Oh, this is what they did in Indiana. So
that's the thing, guys. First of all, teams are changing. You're right, Jim. Teams change signs. I mean, if you're a good program, you better be changing signs every week. You better have dummy signals week to week. And that's why I think Sean Payton in the NFL said it. Remember, and Mike McCarthy, their play calling sheet was shown live on TV, and they're like, whatever, man. We change calls every week. If we sign a guy from another team that we're playing, he's not giving us really any information because teams change things so much all the time. It doesn't matter. Now, if it's still illegal, it's still illegal, by the way, okay?
Yeah.
But my point is how it affects the game. If you have a really good sign stealer, a really good decoder, then you're right. There are tendencies, though. You try to find those tendencies, those patterns. Hey, what do they change it to when they do this and all that stuff? Now, that's where you get really advanced, and that really is an advantage. But that's still really hard to do. And like I said, teams change signs all the time. If you're a good program, you do.
Let's go to Rob, get his thoughts. Rob, you're on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. The one thing I really haven't heard talked about a lot, and obviously I'm not listening all day, but all of the reports and so forth, Michigan could possibly, and I'll admit I'm biased, I'm a Wolverines fan, but they could possibly get away with this or get off lightly with this for one simple reason. I haven't heard one time that the rule was violated where a staff member was doing an off-site scouting. Now, was a staff member coordinating it and sending his friends or associates to it? Yes. But that does not mean that person is a Michigan staff member.
Well, if that makes you feel better, I guess, then okay. But I mean, doesn't it sound like that's? I mean, it's cheating.
It is. I'm not saying it isn't. What I'm saying is they may get off because of the technicality of the rule, the letter of the rule.
Well, they may get off lightly because the punishment for the rule isn't that severe to begin with.
Right, and the spirit of the rule, no question, it's been violated if all these reports are true. Right, I'm not saying the spirit hasn't been violated, but if technically they could get off lightly, and to your point, the penalty might not be that great anyway because of that situation. Certainly, it puts a taint on the wins if all this stuff plays out like it's reported to. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is they may, because technically they haven't violated this rule, not get slapped as hard as people are talking about.
Yeah, you're saying like letter of the law.
Suspensions and things. Yes.
So my understanding, and again, I'm not a legal scholar, but my understanding is when they send people to those games, they are acting on behalf of Michigan. Whether you're a volunteer or a paid staff member, you are acting now under the Michigan umbrella. That's how I think it will be argued to counter that. But again, the legalese may be where this thing gets tied up in terms of, what they punish them with. It doesn't change the optics, though, and I think you and I are we're all on the same page with that.
Yeah, and Cookies, the other thing I'd say is now that this has become out there, what's to stop Joe Q fan of any team from doing something similar to this and just posting it on YouTube? I've seen, the guys on MGoal Blog post that, and it's kind of funny and it's kind of true. It's making a mockery out of it to a certain extent, and I think we all know what's going to happen. We're going to the headsets, and this is all going to be done with.
And that's the thing, look, this is violation. This is bad. It doesn't look good. And let's just hope that it gets us to the next thing, which is that damn headphones, right? Let's get the speaker system. Let's go. The communications.
Yeah. The NFL uses that, the green dot, right? Like the quarterback has it gets signaled in.
Defensive captain gets it, and that's how you do it. It's as simple as that. I don't know why they've been reluctant to do this. The NFL's had it in place since the early 90s, and I think that it coincides actually with the NCAA having these rules against the in-stadium scouting prior to games also around that same time. It's just so stupid.
Yeah, I think it's a dumb rule that needs to be modernized, but it was the rule. It still is the rule, and you just can't operate in a world where you get to pick and choose which NCAA rules you personally agree with and follow.
Yeah, but as this onion's being unpeeled, it's becoming more and more like, you went this far? Like, it's one thing, I think, to have a guy sitting there and he's got a good seat and he's looking and saying, okay, a hand up, that means they're going to, it's a run play, this is a pass play, whatever. But to have a coordinated effort like this, to scout multiple games with multiple people doing the scouting from multiple angles, and perhaps going further than that, that's the thing. If this goes further than just this simple pre-scouting, that you have somebody in a stadium, if this gets electronical, like if you've got violations of hacking into computers, for instance, then this takes a total different turn and the punishment becomes really severe.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's get right to the people. Then some Derek Lalonde audio. He was on the morning show. Something stood out to me about this hockey team and how he views his hockey team. Let's get to Greg. You're next up. You're on Carson Anderson.
Yeah, how you doing?
What's up?
So, I equate this to a game of poker, right? So what they say is if you can spot a guy's tell, being the signs, but the guy knows you have his tell, they can use that against you, and it's even worse for you.
Right, that's what TCU said, basically, is they gave the dummy signals and used it as an advantage.
Right, TCU went all Brady Bunch on him. There's a Brady Bunch episode where somebody wanted to date Marcia because he thought he could get he was the opposing team's quarterback in the big rivalry game, and he thought that if they got a copy of Greg's playbook, that they would take advantage of it. Greg found out about it. Yeah. They wrote a fake playbook, left it for the guy, and then he had to change of heart at the last second, tried to inform the guy, look, I know you stole the playbook. I wrote a fake playbook. We just want to win the game fair and square. And the guy didn't believe him. And what happened? They got smoked.
They got smoked.
Let's go, Westdale High.
In the Lions' first game against Kansas City, when the lineman was 2 yards deep, and they knew it was going to be a pass play, and they didn't say anything to the refs because he was tipping his hand, right?
Yeah.
The right guard against Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah,
when he was lined up on the line, it was going to be a run play.
And there's nothing wrong with that during the course of the game. Because and there's nothing wrong with that. You find that out while watching film of the actual gameplay. The problem is you can't set up ahead of time, put cameras directly on somebody's signs when they're coming in. There's a difference between stealing the signs and then figuring something out on the field of play and that there's a tell, or watching through game filming and saying, look, when this team has, they overload the left side, that they're actually going to run the counter play every time. Those are different things.
How you obtain the signs is the whole story here.
Yes.
That's the whole deal here. Now, can you overcome a competitive disadvantage? Yeah, apparently TCU did. But the fact that they had to doesn't change, it doesn't absolve Michigan of any wrongdoing.
Are you saying that TCU saw the signs and it opened up their eyes?
That's what I'm saying, Gator. They saw the signs.
You want to laugh, King. You know you do.
Michael, you're next. Michael, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hi.
I'm a Michigan fan. I have been hurt.
Go ahead.
Listening to this, I think the mantra of the Michigan man is completely dead. But I want to take a different tact on this. If Jim Harbaugh and his guys were not focused before this, they are going to be laser focused for the rest of the season. And if I were Ohio State and Penn State, in the sense that you might not have got the best Michigan when you played, now you're going to. All right.
Yeah, I would imagine Ohio State and Penn State would feel that they're going to get the best of Michigan regardless. But yeah, to your point, this is an easy motivational speech that Harbaugh can give the team.
I'll galvanize the troops.
Absolutely.
Rally them.
I don't know if it'll make a difference against Penn State or Ohio State because those games are high on the radar anyway. But yeah.
All right, Derek Lalonde was on the morning show today, and the Wings have lost a couple in a row. And the question was asked of the Red Wing head coach, how have expectations changed? I think people excited about this team. Here's what he had to say. He was excited to see his players disappointed after the loss. It's a weird way of phrasing it, but I get what he means.
Yeah, but I mean, exactly. It means that these guys are invested. They expect better, and that resting on a 5-1 start isn't good enough. And when they blow the opportunity to get that second point against Seattle, it hurts. And then they played the way they did last night. I don't think that's going to sit well.
I do think expectations have changed for the Red Wings. I think they should change.
Yeah.
When Steve Yzerman has 5 years to shape a roster and has shaped a roster. Gator, last year was an 80-point team. They pulled the plug at the end after the deadline and just kind of circled the drain. If they don't pull the plug, are they more of an 85, 86-point team? You add a top-line scorer in DeBrincat, a second-line center in Comfrey. You bring a little goalie depth, Goss to spare on the power play. Can you bridge the gap from 85 to 95? And I think they can, and I think that's a fair expectation. I welcome that expectation that we have a team that, I agree with the loan, that makes us mad when they lose. It's been a minute since we've had teams like that, and I welcome it.
Yeah, and not only they add scoring punch and better power play and their own players growing. I mean, Sider looks like he's even bigger and better than we've ever seen him play this year. It's awesome to watch him. But they also got bigger with other players that brought in. They did bring Klim Kostin in, and he adds a toughness factor. Fisher is playing tough hockey.
I thought the fourth line was strong last night.
Yeah, it is strong. And then you see development from Joe Veleno, and Newsy talked about him this morning too. It's fun to see this team, and it's still a team that really has yet to be flooded with Steve Yzerman draft picks. There are only a couple on the roster right now. That will change over the next couple of years. These guys are entering their years where, okay, they're ready to take that next step, but they're still very young. In the meantime, and Newsy brought it up, that Yzerman's done a masterful job of bringing in and using the salary cap space that he has on bringing in guys that fit what they're doing without breaking the bank. And he's not giving them, these 5-7 year contracts are going to kill you. They're either 1 year deals or they're very short term deals, 2 or 3 year deals, to kind of bridge that fact that when his draft picks are ready to flood this roster, they'll be ready to go.
There's a lot of talk. Oh, you can't expect things. The division's too good. Go out and beat good teams. That's what good teams do. Yep. And they've got a shot Boston tomorrow, which feels like a big game.
Right.
I like that there are big games in October for our hockey team, but all these points are going to add up because it is going to be a thin margin getting in and being left out. But I think they're in that conversation. The expectations have changed, and we can welcome that. We can welcome a team in playoff contention. We got 2 of them now. We'll get to the Lions coming up in the noon hour. They aren't playing on Sunday, but there are a ton of games for Lions fans to pay attention to. I want to know where your investment will be. It's 97.1. Noon on a Friday. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsh. He's enjoying the bye week. Michigan doesn't play this week. The Lions don't play this weekend. They don't play till Monday. This is kind of a weird football Friday, Gator.
A little bit, but I'm here for it. I'm enjoying it. And it is Friday, so if I bet it comes up at 1:35. So
I got my games.
3 college and 3 pro ready to go.
Notes are ready.
Gator, you're dealing with a sharp over here, my friend.
Stop,
This guy, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
my head's above water. It's the best you can expect. This is not easy.
It actually is.
I've done well this year.
Oh, maybe you're the sharp. Hey,
For
Costa.
once.
Hey, hold on. Let me rephrase it. Jim, you're dealing with a sharp over here, man.
Gator the Greek. Okay. We'll do that, 1:30 sometime around
1:35.
there? Okay, perfect. When you settle in on your Sunday, you don't have the Lions to watch. Which game will you be most invested in?
Probably the Vikings Packers game, I imagine.
Not like the Eagles Commanders or Niners Bengals?
I'm a division guy first, kind of. I'm looking at the rest of the schedule right here. I'll be honest with you. It's red zone. So watching games in red zone is great because you get all the games.
Yeah.
When it matters, you get all the highlights. But yeah, looking through that schedule, I'm still all about the Packers and Vikings.
Are you concerned? I know you guys talked this week after Monday night. Are you concerned about the Vikings?
I'm not concerned. What I do think is I think the Vikings are better than people want to give them credit for. They won 13 games last year, and a lot of those were the one-score game variety.
11
right?
of them,
11
I believe. Yeah.
So it's not like they're not capable of winning because the luck went their way last year. It hasn't gone their way this year to this point, and it started. But then they had the game the other day. Where did it change? Is this where you're going to start to see it? Because you can notice Kirk Cousins is a legit quarterback. He's good. Is he great? I don't think he's in the top 5 of the league, but is he somewhere between 7 and 15 or 7 and 12?
Sure.
Yeah, I think he is, and I think that's a good quarterback. But he's got guys to work with, and with Jefferson out, it's one of those kind of under the radar draft picks. They ended up taking Jordan Addison, who's outstanding. And Jordan Addison, watching him in college, he's one of the best college football receivers I've ever seen. Caught everything, got open, had the speed to burn, did it at Pitt, did it at USC, and now he's doing it with the Vikings. And I'm not surprised he's hitting the ground running, and he's off to a pretty good start here. And once Cousins finds his guy, he's going to latch on to him. Whether it was Adam Thielen or if it was Diggs or if it was JJ, now he's got this guy. And KJ Osborne's another very capable receiver. TJ Hawkinson's a great tight end in terms of catching the football, and he's utilizing those guys. They can sneak up on you and win games. They showed it last year. This is a team that if they're in the game, they've got a real chance to win.
So they've won 2 straight. They're favored on the road against Green Bay. Would be 3 straight.
And their schedule is not as heavy as most would think. It's not as light as the Lions is, but it's not a terribly heavy schedule the rest of the way for them either.
They won 13 games last year. But if you were watching them, you knew they weren't as good as that record indicates, and they have come back down to earth this season. I don't view them as a threat for the NFC North.
They're not a threat for the North.
Then that's not the game I'm going to be most invested in. Gator, you could have Red Zone on and watch all of them, but investment level to me is seeing what Philly and San Francisco do.
Well, there's a reason for that, but the other reason I have for investment in this game, other than its division, is that I do think, depending on what happens, this could signal the end of something that's going on in Minnesota. If the Packers win and the Vikings drop to 3-5, maybe they're taking a call on Danielle Hunter. And why would I be surprised if the Lions are the ones calling and the Vikings are receptive to it? Because the Lions made a deal with them last year.
They made a couple deals.
They made a deal
trade up for J-Mo.
They traded up, all right, and then they also made the trade for TJ Hawkinson in the middle of the season. So, yeah, it's capable that, you go for what you want to go for.
Well, that's almost another way of talking about this. Looking for teams that you're rooting to lose to help push them more into the selling camp. So Denver's playing Kansas City. Not that there's a real concern that Denver's going to win that game, but if they lose and they lose
fans
ugly,
are going to feel pretty chusty about that.
Yeah. And if Denver loses convincingly, does it loosen up a couple more of the guys from that roster in trade talks.
Yeah, are they more receptive to Patrick Surtain? Like, hey, maybe we should trade this guy because we're getting offers of 2 first-round picks and more. Maybe we should think about that, because we're paying a ridiculous amount of money to a quarterback that's not going to help us do anything. We screwed up. We made that move. Let's right that wrong. Let's get some draft picks back, and let's build this thing back up.
So if you're a Lions fan, the question is, where are you going to be invested? Which games are you going to be paying most close attention to? It really is a question about seeding versus division, or maybe you're just going to the cider mill. Like maybe this is just going to be like, hey, there's not a game I got to worry about. My investment is going to be cinnamon sugar. I don't know. 248-539-9797.
It's smoked cheese, a beef stick, summer sausage.
I mean, yeah, Lions on Monday night, Michigan's on a bye.
Right.
Some Michigan State fans have given up on the year already. So
I'm still going to watch because of a Spartan.
I know, but
and please God, let's get the first win for Harlan. But yeah, it's not. You're not. I mean, hey, I might be playing golf on Saturday. I might miss some of the game. I'm okay with it.
It's all right. Yeah. Kang, is there a game that jumps out for you?
I'm like Gator. I'm a red zone guy. But if I had to sit down and you made me choose one game I'm watching, it's the Vikings-Packers. And I'm not incredibly threatened by the Vikings, but I do think Kirk Cousins is one of the most underrated, underappreciated quarterbacks in this league. And he showed you Monday night, and I know the Niners were down a couple players, but he showed you Monday night. The guy can still sling it. He's a veteran. His teammates love him. He stands in the pocket. If he gets a good receiver, like you mentioned, Gator, Jordan Addison, he can find that receiver. He'll keep feeding that guy the ball. It was Justin Jefferson. It was Adam Thielen. It was Stephon Diggs. Kirk Cousins is a very wide receiver friendly quarterback. And when you have a quarterback that can still sling the ball, you have a chance to win games. If they win, they're not trading, okay? If they lose, I'm not as confident they trade Gator, but there's more likely chance Danielle Hunter might go and other players as well.
Plus, around the anniversary of You Like That.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
I saw that the other day. It looked like this. I think we're like almost to the day of whatever it is, 6 years ago. You like that.
If the Vikings win, it's 3 straight. But if the Lions win, they didn't make up any ground. And we're confident the Lions win on Monday night. It would mean the Lions are guaranteed to sit in first place even through the bye week, regardless of what Minnesota does this weekend.
It was October 25th, 7 years ago.
Okay.
You like that.
Do we like the information you gave us, or are you just
24-0 deficit? They came back to win 31-30 over the Buccaneers that did not have Baker Mayfield back then. Somebody else blew it.
I'm just saying, we're 2, 3, 4 weeks away from Minnesota even being a threat. Not there. I'm curious how the game goes because it's 2 division teams, but the focus to me is Philly holds the 1 seed. Philly's playing a game against the Commanders on the road, a team that's given them trouble. They went to OT earlier this year. They lost to Washington one time last season. If Philly drops a game, Lions win, you're sitting there in that 3-way tie at the top even after the Baltimore loss. And they'll still have the favorable schedule down the stretch. So for me, it's watching Sam Howell, hoping he doesn't get torn to shreds. He's the most sacked quarterback in football. But keeping him upright, hanging in, maybe they beat the Eagles. That, to me, is the most noteworthy game for Lions fans this weekend.
I'll say this too. That's also, taking a closer look, that's definitely a game I'm going to pay attention to. Not necessarily because of the Eagles, because of the Commanders, because they got a defensive line with players that are tradable. You want Jonathan Allen, you want Chase Young, you want to take a look at those guys.
So are you rooting against the Commanders?
Did we just stumble into something here?
I don't know.
You can't, can you? If you want the Lions to get that 1 seed, you need the Eagles to lose.
As many games as possible.
But if you want Jonathan Allen, you need the Eagles to win.
I mean,
I don't even know if they would trade Allen. I think you have to root for the Commanders.
But Chase Young.
But what about Chase Young?
Yeah.
He's free agent at the end of the year. He's not going to command something huge in return.
I think of all the trade targets out there, he would interest me, but he's not the only one. So I'm not going to.
Who interests you the most?
Brian Burns.
What if he's off the table? Because that's kind of what the word is.
Danielle Hunter, then.
Okay.
My point is, it's not like it's Chase Young or bust to where I feel like I'm compelled to root for the Eagles. There are other pass rushers on expiring deals on bad football teams that the Lions can and should be calling. So you guys tell us, 248-539-9797. Is there a game that has your attention without the Lions suiting up on Sunday? Because in years past, like in years past, I mean, the bye week was like, hey, at least they can't hurt us today.
It's weird to put ourselves in scoreboard watching mode, when we're this early in the season.
And not even at Halloween.
Yeah, just barely, yeah. But yes.
I understand what you're saying, Jim, because the 1 seed, you avoid having to play both the Eagles and Niners. That's theoretically, right, what you're looking at.
Well, I heard Doug this week. He talked about it from the weather sentiment, not having to play.
Oh, don't want to play in the elements.
Outdoors in the elements, in the wind.
You want home field advantage for a bunch of reasons. The crowd is a factor, but my number one thing, it's not necessarily the crowd, it's that you control the elements.
Yeah.
Because you've seen such a different quarterback playing indoors than you see outdoors.
Yeah, there's tons of benefits. One, you believe it's going to go 1, 2, 3 in some order. Detroit, Philly, San Francisco. If you're the one, you don't play both of them. You just play one of them. You get the winner of that, grudge match, physical football game in the trenches. You get whatever's limping out of that matchup, and you get them at Ford Field. Yeah, the 1 seed is absolutely the focal point here. And Dan Campbell, by the way, hasn't run away from that either. They've talked about, of course, winning their division, positioning themselves for the best seed possible. I feel like this division, they got 2 games in hand. They got a win coming up on Monday night. It's about the 1 seed. And that took a big hit when they lost to Baltimore, but the race isn't over for the 1 seed. This is just beginning. So San Francisco plays Cincinnati. And is Purdy going to play? Do we know?
They're not sure yet. It could be Sam Darnold.
Yeah, most likely Purdy's out because he's entered concussion protocol, and if you enter this late, usually you're out. So it's probably going to be Sam Darnold.
And I know Debo was supposed to be a multi-week injury with the shoulder. So Joe Burrow's Bengals, who are starting to pick it up a little bit, may help the Lions. And then the Commanders, who give Philly trouble. I mean, this could set up where the Lions are sitting there neck and neck in the 1 seed.
Yeah.
This weekend, without even playing on Sunday.
Yep.
So we'll keep talking to Lions fans. 248-539-9797, 12:30. A viral list with some controversial items on it. We'll get to it. Bottom of the hour, it's 97.1. Karsch and Anderson on a Friday. Jim Costa in for Doug. We've been talking about a ton of different things. Lions don't play Sunday, but the rest of the league does, and those games matter. So what's got your attention? We also brought up Michigan. The latest, TCU was savvy. They were hip to it. They had dummy calls, and they used it to their advantage. That's from Yahoo in order to beat Michigan in the playoff game. Aiden Hutchinson with some comments says, if we win, I'm paraphrasing, but if we win, this will all go away. Didn't make a big deal about the sign stealing. Let's get Gary's thoughts. Gary, you're on hold. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. My thoughts are on the Michigan scandal. Nobody has – the only people that should be at blame is the NCAA itself. Because even though some of these colleges have different helmet manufacturers, the NCAA makes enough money where they can supply $5,000 per team to get the headset equipment to each team so everybody's on an even playing field. So there is no such thing as a signal calling.
Well, Gary, there's a solution to stopping this in the future, 100%, but you can't say that the NCAA is to blame because Michigan cheated. Michigan's to blame because Michigan cheated, because Michigan went beyond what the rules are.
Did Michigan cheat, or was Michigan smarter and was taking advantage of the situation?
I mean,
Gary,
I guess if you're a Michigan fan, you're going to say they're just smarter. It just means more if you're in the SEC or whatever. But it's cheating. It's against the rules. Can't do it. It's not a major infraction, But your point about the NCAA wanting to put a stop to it, if they wanted to stop it, they can, and they should. And it's embarrassing that they haven't to this point. But until they do, there are rules in place, and if you violate the rules, you got to pay the price.
Doug, thank you very much. You're a level-headed announcer, and I enjoy your program.
Thank you. I'm Gator, but thank you very much. I'll take it.
And I'm not Doug either.
You're not. You're Jim.
What's the opposite of catching strays? Because Doug's getting praise while not even sitting here.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call.
That's why I think I corrected him. I want the damn praise. I'm level-headed.
Catch a stray, catch a praise.
Catching praise.
Yeah.
Catching praise. Hey.
I like that.
Doug caught a praise, even though it wasn't Doug.
Right. Clearly wasn't.
Some ticket texters, they say that Vikings-Packers game has their attention this week. Says the Vikings are a concern. They won the division last year. They're mostly the same team. Their schedule to start was a gauntlet. They just beat San Francisco. They could keep this division close, and if they get to those last few weeks of the season, they get the Lions 2 out of 3. Says keep an eye on it.
Let me ask you guys this. I know you guys are extremely chesty about the Monday Night Football game against the Raiders. You expect the Lions to walk right through them. But if for some reason, SOL, whatever you want to call it, the Lions lose that game coupled with a Vikings victory, then do you feel threatened by the Vikings?
The Lions would still be in first place, right?
Yep.
But they would
lose
first place during the bye, right? Because Minnesota could get to 5 wins before the Lions would get back on the field against the Chargers. I think I'd have to get to a point where they were even before I'd be threatened by them.
If you're telling me the Lions lose to the Raiders and then the Vikings win, I'd be concerned.
Mm-hmm. That's when you start to, hey, the Vikings are in a rearview mirror.
Yeah,
right? They're close.
Yeah, I mean, let's say the Vikings win convincingly against Green Bay, and the Lions lose to the Raiders, which I don't think is going to happen. I'd be then it'd be on my radar for sure.
Now they have your attention.
Yeah,
I'd have to see the Lions out of the bye struggle before I would be concerned.
Yeah, you should,
because it'd still be a chance to reset. I would not want to excuse the Raider loss if they lose, but I would simply say you're still in first place. You still have it all in front of you. Out of the bye against the Chargers, if they lose and it's 3 straight, I think everybody would be in a full-blown panic regardless of what Minnesota's doing.
Yeah. Well, I ask you guys, and you specifically, Jim, because you declared the division over like 2 weeks ago or something, whatever it was.
Yeah, Stoney and I together made the proclamation, arm in arm. We cut the ribbon. We got the big scissors. Division over. Now, John refused to celebrate it. Refused to acknowledge the already clinched NFC North. Not mathematically, but practically.
Sure. No, I understand.
I don't respect Green Bay, although this is a spot for them at home, right? I mean, we keep talking about this from Minnesota's standpoint. If Green Bay wins, Jordan Love, here he is, all Doug's nightmares come back.
The thing is, I just think the last year with Minnesota, they did win 13. The close games, had all the luck go their way. They're a team that's capable of it. So that nothing really changes. Still kind of a similar team that they had. Green Bay is different because Green Bay is a young team that's trying to find their identity and build. And if Jordan Love gets better each and every week, and he should get better as the season goes on, he's got young guys to work with and develop, and they can get better with Doubs and Watson. And
so shouldn't they scare you more? Because if they're young, their arrow is going up as opposed to the Vikings who feel like the arrow is going down.
But right now, their curve is very slow to get in the up direction. So I'm not. Right now, I'm not. I'm saying in the future, I think Green Bay could be a team to be reckoned with. I've said this before the season began. I thought Green Bay was a team that I would look out for because of the young players they had on defense that were very good, the young players they have on offense that have potential to be good, but it came down to the quarterback, and the quarterback is slow to get up to speed with where he needs to be. But next year could be a different story.
Texter says, I'm going to get the game Sunday night. Will be raucous, Burrow, Bengals. So I think he's talking San Francisco and Cincinnati as the game that he's going to be paying most attention to. To me, it matters because you're trying to keep up with San Francisco. You're built very similar to them. But I think of all the teams that you're fighting for, it's Philly that you're waiting to see lose, right? Philly only has the one loss this season. And feels like the Commanders nearly handed them a second earlier in Philadelphia. Remember that game went to overtime?
Yeah.
Now they get a chance to play at home, finish the job, and level the playing field.
You know, Philadelphia is interesting because of their quarterback situation. I mean, you got a guy who played at MVP level and now is not. And he's got, 7 touchdowns and 7 picks or something? I mean, that is not what you expect out of him. When is he going to snap out of it? It could happen real soon.
Yeah,
he's not. I mean, the team is, were they 6-1? They're
6-1,
They're
yeah.
6-1, and they're nowhere near their potential at this point because the quarterback hasn't played at that level.
No, I mean, they're coming off. Here's the other part. You talk about spots. Lions coming off a loss, playing the Raiders, lot to prove, get right game. The Eagles are coming off of a big win. Big home Sunday night win against the Dolphins, kind of cementing themselves atop the NFC. Those are the spots that the up-down theory.
Well,
come back down a little bit because you're right. It's not like they're 6-1, but this sounds so weird to say, but they're not like they haven't played like a 6-1 football team.
No, they haven't yet, and you know they're capable of it, and they'll start to do that. But beating Miami, that goes a long way. Now there were some weird plays happening in that game, but that notwithstanding, it's a good football team. But every team in the league has an opportunity to make themselves better by Tuesday afternoon with the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And what will Philadelphia do, if anything? I mean,
they've already been doing stuff.
Well, some stuff, with some minor stuff.
Well, Bayard's a big safety pickup for them, right?
Is he?
I think
we'll
so.
see.
I think it remains to be seen, but I think he's still one of the better safeties in football, and they got him this last week.
But there are rumors that they're interested in Surtain as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, if that happens, that's, crap.
Howie Roseman strikes again, right?
Yeah. So this trade deadline is so intriguing for the Lions this year because it puts them in a position where I'm at right now. I'm not going to speak for all fans, but where I'm at, go ahead and give up your first-round picks next year and the year after if you have to, because Brad Holmes has done a great job of building depth on this team that they can afford to give up the first-round pick. They've done a nice job with free agency. They still have some cap space. Go ahead and work that. And you've got a team right now that is going to be playoff competitive. You want to make them Super Bowl competitive? There are moves to be made, and you can make those moves. See if you do.
Lions win Monday. They're 6-2. Deadline is, the very next day? Tuesday or Wednesday this week? You're 6-2 going into the bye. You are very much in the race for the 1 seed. We've detailed what the 1 seed means. If you can trade a first to chase the 1 seed, to lock up home field, to avoid going back-to-back San Francisco, Philadelphia, only have to play one of them, you make the path to the Super Bowl that much easier. I'm with you. I'd give up a first-round pick. Now, it's got to be... I'm not giving up a first for Mike Evans, although he may be available after last night's Buccaneers loss. But if it's an impactful defensive player, someone opposite Hutchinson, because I don't think they've gotten a ton of production from the other end this season.
No, they haven't.
Or a corner to help solidify the back end of the secondary, I'm on board with giving up a first, especially because think about it. You know, people don't like using a first on a corner, but this wouldn't be a top 5 or a top 10 pick. This would be a pick that could be in the late 20s.
Yeah.
Would you give up a late 20 for a proven corner? Absolutely. Or a proven edge rusher? Absolutely, you would.
Well, and I'm not sure if if you have to give up a first round pick for an edge rusher, I don't know how many edge rushers there are that a first round pick worthy. Brian Burns would be
pending an extension,
right? But they turned down deals last year for him.
What if you throw? I'm going to get myself in trouble. What if you throw in JMO?
I mean, it's something to think about. I don't want to think about that right now.
Okay. I just know Bryce Young, JMO, college connection. They want a number one receiver. Can you sweeten the deal?
I hear you. I understand that, and that's something to consider for sure. My plan is not to go for the edge rusher, and my plan is to go for Derek Brown, the defensive tackle from Carolina.
Once upon a time, Lions were looking at him.
Well, yeah, in the
NFL draft.
but
Yeah,
they didn't pull the trigger.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
What are you doing? But that's a guy who can rush the passer from his tackle position, who's excellent against the run, and somebody that might command a double team like Aiden Hutchinson does, and he could help out Aiden Hutchinson.
You love interior pass rush.
Well, I want that to help, and the other part of it is that I do think that James Houston will come back and contribute to this team at the end of the season, and hopefully be definitely 100% by the time this team hits the playoffs. So if you get a Houston back, that's like getting a free agent pass rusher back. And if I've fortified the tackle position, then I really like what I've done to the defense. And all without having to give up a first round pick.
Yeah, if they win or lose, are they more likely to buy? Because on one hand, if they lose, you go, oh no, we're going to be in this. We need the reinforcements. But if they win, are you like, hey, you know what? Go for it. I don't think it matters if they win or lose. They should be buying.
I think they should be buying. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, but I wonder what creates more urgency for Brad Holmes or the decision-making power brokers in Allen Park.
Let's just say winning.
Just win. Just win the game. Everybody can be having fun. 6-2. Add a fun piece. Go to the bye week.
There you go.
If you want to jump into the conversation, take a text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. I want to throw something out there coming up next. This is a viral list about the worst first date locations. There's a controversial item involving the world of sports. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. About an hour away from If I Bet It. College pro bets for the weekend. Jim Costa in for Doug Karsh on a Football Friday. Gator, the women of the internet got together.
Oh, well.
And put together a list of the worst places, the places they refuse to go on a first date to. That list, of course, went viral, got a reaction. Everybody has thoughts on it. Some of the items on the list, I agree. Some of the items on the list, Cheesecake Factory, Applebee's, Chili's, Chipotle, Olive Garden, chain restaurants.
Okay.
They also list buffets, the gym, church, and sporting events.
Huh.
Sporting events for a first date. Good idea, bad idea.
I mean, it depends on if the party's interested in sports. If they're not, it's a bad idea. Because let's say that, for the sake of argument here, that it's the woman that doesn't like sports, and you're going to take her to a Red Wing game, and she doesn't know anything about hockey, she doesn't care about hockey, then you're just doing it because you want to go watch the hockey game.
Selfish.
Yeah, it's stupid. Don't do that. It's if you want to bridge that after you've gone out several times and you find that you enjoy each other's company, and then you're like, hey, you know what? I got tickets to the game. You want to go to the game?
Gator, as a second date or a third date, I think going to a game can be a great idea. But I think as a first date, it's a pretty lousy idea.
Particularly if she's not into it.
I don't know, guys. I think baseball is okay for a first date because you're just outside. It's a nice. I'm assuming it's nice weather that day, and you don't really have to pay attention.
Baseball is different,
to game 43. You know, it
depends on the sport, maybe.
Yeah, it's slow enough where, like I said, unless you're a fanatic of the team and they're in a playoff chase or whatever, I just think an early season game, you could talk to her the entire game, talk to each other, and not worry and be outside.
You said the key word there. Entire game. First date, you are locked into a 3-hour. You've never met this person in real life. Maybe you've exchanged a couple messages, a phone call if you're lucky, and now you are committed. You can't leave in the fourth inning. You're not getting to the end of the first intermission in a hockey game and being like, hey, so it was nice to meet you. Find your own way home. You are locked into 3 hours with this person that you may have no chemistry with. It might end up being awkward. Of all the other dates, if you go out for food and it's not good, it's an hour. And you go home and whatever. You had conversation and you move on. A sporting event is a commitment to a person you have never met.
I went on a first date. I took somebody out to a baseball game. It worked out because when I went to pick her up, we kind of hung out at her house beforehand, had a drink, kind of talked, and before we left. And by the time we left, the game had already started. So we got there, third, fourth inning. Didn't matter as much because at that point, it's not about the game. It's about the conversation that you've already built up, which maybe that's the way to approach things, fellas. If, for the sporting event, if you're not sure she's into it, you meet with her beforehand, gauge it.
But like we all love sport. Like I went to the Red Wing game last night. I love going to games, but I don't want to try to get to know someone while I'm watching the game.
Again, to Kang's point, baseball is different because it is a slow-moving game. Well, back then when I went on this first date, it was much slower moving
No
than
pitch
what it
clock
is today.
back then, yeah.
Yeah. It is different, and it's the atmosphere of the ballpark. You can walk around and check out different things, and the game is kind of like background noise in some ways, and that's kind of how baseball is. Hockey's different. You're engaged in hockey. You're watching the game. It's nonstop action. Basketball's different, and plus the way that the games are treated, that they're getting the crowd involved the entire game or trying to. Football, don't even do it. Because that's your game. Could
you imagine going to a Lions
Football,
game first date?
Because as the guy, you care more about that game than anything else. More so than being with the broad you brought to the game.
You don't
I say
know her.
broad in a nice way.
You don't know her. Yeah, it's nothing against her. You just met her. It's a first date.
No, you make a good point, Jim. But maybe the counterpoint is to what Gator did. I don't know if you did by accident or not, but if you show up a little later, that 3 hours is now only 2 hours or maybe less depending on what time you show up to the game. Because if this date's going terribly, and it's the fourth inning, and you're like, okay, I got to get out of this, but the game's it's not even halfway over. What do I do? I think everyone needs an escape plan for any kind of date. But
yeah, I mean, I did a first date at a hockey
strategy.
Yeah, exactly. I had a first date at a hockey game. Terrible date. There was no chemistry, and I was stuck there for 3 hours. And I'm just awkwardly at that point watching the game. We're not even on the date at that point. They're just someone who has a seat next to you.
Well, that's the good part. If it's really bad, just focus on the game. Just look you can look at the game
You're like,
now.
boy, power play's not doing so hot tonight.
Right.
I mean, come on. We have nothing to talk about. The chemistry's not there.
If the game sucks and you're getting pissed at the game.
Just another penalty? Get this goalie out of the game.
You know, you just say something like, if they don't score in the next 5 minutes, we're leaving and leave.
Storm off.
Yeah.
So I want to know from sports fans, and we can broaden this to just like bad first date ideas, but just start with the premise, going to a game, good or bad first date, 248-539-9797. Some of the other items on the list, because I ran this by my wife last night. I said, do you agree with this list? Because this is from the women of the internet. This has to be consensus. This is truth.
It's on the internet.
It's on the internet.
It's got to be true. They list ice cream dates and coffee dates on here. And I didn't mind the ice cream date or the coffee date when I was single. And she said, that's absolutely, you can't do that.
It's not a date. That's something you do while part of the date. If it's the whole, I mean, what?
You're anti, like going and getting a cup of coffee, feeling it out.
I don't drink coffee. So
I don't either. But ice cream, you go for a cone, and if it's going well,
who goes for a cone?
I don't know.
What is this? 1954? I don't know. I mean, who does this? Is this a thing?
It's probably younger people that do it, like early 20s, mid 20s. But like, you think an ice cream date is unacceptable?
No, I just think it's weird.
Really? What if you don't drink and you don't want to meet? Like, that's your version of meeting up for a drink.
Go somewhere social. Yeah.
Want to go get some ice cream? That just seems weird.
This is more like a testing it out phase.
Yeah, it's a first date.
Yes.
I guess I always associate some kind of first date with.
You think dinner always, huh?
Dinner. Yeah, you're taking them out, and then you have conversation while you're having the dinner. I don't know, going straight, and then maybe go to ice cream afterwards.
No, but see, I think the ice cream thing, guys, is you're not locked into that 2-hour time frame.
Yes.
You know, like, hey, if things go well, we continue. If they don't go well, hey, we can both abort this date within 20 minutes.
Oh God, things go that bad that quickly. And they have, yes.
Yeah, they have.
I know. It's just think about that. Like, so I guess we can both kind of understand we're done now, right? Okay, I'll see you later.
Tell me if you heard this one before, guys. They don't match their profile pic.
Yeah.
You know, like you could just be like, all right, I'll take a sample of ice cream and we'll just.
I just want to try a couple different things.
Exactly.
And we're good, right? Okay, nice to see you.
I mean, you're dating a complete stranger. This is a person you just met for the first time. I'm cool with the low commitment first date. Now, my wife's like, no, the low commitment first date says a lot about you. So maybe that's why ice cream date and coffee dates are on this list. On the list is also a bar for just drinks. Apparently that's not an acceptable first date. Bowling is listed on here as an unacceptable
Why would
first
just
date.
drinks not being acceptable?
I don't know.
Worry about competition for everybody else? Guys, I mean, look, if you're a guy, you don't want somebody bird dogging the girl you're there. If you're a girl, you don't want the guy to be looking around at other women when he's supposed to be looking at you, because is that part of it?
So
why would it be bad?
Is your issue that it's a bar? What if it was like a brewery where it's less
No,
clubby?
I'm saying I don't have a problem with it. I'm trying to figure out why it's
On the
taboo.
list?
Yeah,
I
on the
don't know.
list.
Maybe the women, because this is a survey by women, right? Maybe they want more of a commitment. You know, like, hey, just a drink.
You're just going to buy me
drinks?
a drink or two?
Take me to dinner, and don't take me to a chain restaurant.
I got a lot of chains. Red Lobster's on here.
That kind of bothers me a little bit.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
What's wrong with a chain restaurant?
There's nothing wrong with chain
I know it's not super creative. Okay, that can be one thing, but
Right.
it's just dinner or lunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's
food.
It's the excuse to be with you.
Yeah.
Is what it is. And oh, great, free breadsticks. Okay, awesome. But you know,
I know this place that got great
hey,
bread.
great bread. It's great bread.
As much as you can eat.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's called Red Lobster.
Man, after I get done with it, I just want to level off. I mean, I can't even move. What do you think? Cheddar biscuits.
I think you get knocked for lack of creativity is what it is.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah.
So you tell us worst first date locations, and is it fair game to put sporting events? Going to a game, is that a bad first date? 248-539-9797. Gator, I don't mind it for a second date or a third date. Now you know the person, you're willing to go a little more of a commitment, a little further along.
Trying to think. I mean, I can think of 3 different women that I dated that where sports games were involved, and were 2 of them first dates, perhaps? Yeah, maybe. They were both fun. Had a good time. That relationship lasted.
I was going to say, it's maybe that's part of it.
Still friends with him, but
All right, we'll get some of your responses. We'll get back in the Lions at 1 o'clock, and we have the If I Bet It Carson Anderson picks coming up at 1:30. It's 97.1. Hot off the presses, a ton of ticket texts on the subject. We'll get the calls in too. First dates. Apparently, a lot of places are off limits. List went viral, collaborated by all the women on the internet. That's how I'm interpreting this. They all got together. They put this out. This is gospel. You cannot take people out on a first date to ice cream, the movies, bowling, nightclubs, and just about every chain restaurant you've ever heard of. At the very bottom of the list, the 28th item, yes, there were 28 different things. The 28th item says sporting events. And while some of this I disagreed with, that's one I agree with. I love going to games. I went to the game last night and watched the Red Wings. Went there with my wife. We have a good time. We like hockey. But on a first date with someone you've never met.
What was your first date with your wife?
We just went to a restaurant. It's like a local place.
Was it Chili's?
No.
Okay.
Applebee's?
No, apparently that would have been a no-no. You can't do that. But
was this locally here or was this out on the west
Grand
side
Rapids. I met her out in West Michigan. So it was like a restaurant there.
Was it a brewery?
There's like a brewery every street corner, but it wasn't. That would have been funny. It wasn't. Honestly, the food wasn't even that good. But it was one of those, it wasn't a chain.
But it didn't matter because you guys hit it off.
More creative. And that's the biggest thing is you got to hit it off. And I think if you go to a game, like say a hockey game, and you're sitting there on the glass and you have nothing in common and it's not going well, you can't check out. You can't be like, hey, I'm going to take the check. I'll pay for the drinks and the food and go home. You can't do that. You have 2 more intermissions. You have 2 more periods. You're locked in. And a baseball game that drags forever, a football game where you only have 8 home games all year and you want to sit and watch the game and at the same time get to know this person, I think it's a terrible first date, a much better second or even third date once you establish a connection.
And apparently you can't ask her if she likes baby back ribs.
Is that on the list too?
That's a chain, man.
I mean, I want my baby back.
It's franchise.
It says family functions, which I feel like is kind of
why
obvious.
would you
don't
ever
go
on a first date?
I mean, some of this is obvious. It says somewhere that requires a long drive.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, come on, again, the whole.
I guess it depends what long drive is, but I mean, if like
an hour plus,
I think that's too long.
Yeah,
I was just thinking like, hey, you want to go? Let's go to downtown Detroit, and you live in the burbs. It's like a half-hour drive.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, but that drive back, if you might as well meet there, man. Because if it doesn't go well,
that's the other thing is you got to figure out: do you want to meet or do you want to
meet there? Meet there. Always meet there.
Yes, on a first date.
Yes.
I think it's. I don't know. Maybe times have changed.
I'd be happy to pick you up if you want to meet there. That's fine, but I'm happy to pick you up.
Gator, I don't think it's an issue with like. I mean, maybe it is. People aren't gentlemen. I would have no issue picking someone up. I think it's like presumptuous to go to someone's house, know where they live, before you've gotten to know them. I don't know that women are comfortable with a guy they met on the internet picking them up.
I guess that's a difference in age, right? That's the
how it used to be.
Yeah, the pre Uber and post Uber, pre dating app, post dating app. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone meets up now.
One ticket texter says, "Can someone provide the list of places you can go on a first date?" Yeah,
that list would be shorter.
We can take some of those calls as
I'd
well.
I'd like that list, please.
Dave, you're on 97.1. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's
All
up,
right, Dave?
Hey, my first date ever was a donkey basketball game. Best first date ever.
Donkey basketballs. Was this like a fair or something like that?
It's literally you have like 10 small donkeys with essentially toilet plungers on their hooves on a basketball court and people sitting on donkeys dribbling basketballs trying to play a basketball game. It's hilarious. And it was the best first date. We laughed. I've been married to my wife for 44 years
There it is.
now.
There it is. I think times have changed.
It was perfect.
Probably, yeah. Okay.
It's also not a traditional sporting event.
Not a
Donkey
traditional sporting
basketball.
event. No.
No, not very traditional at all. And I'm sure that lawyers and the cruelty to animal folks have all stopped those kind of things now. But
they put the plungers on their hooves.
Yeah, no.
To protect
honestly,
the floor.
it was great, and it's hilarious. If you can imagine trying to ride a donkey and dribble a basketball game and then shoot and then set a pick. I mean, it was just hilarious.
That's a whole different kind of athleticism. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
You know, I think it worked as you were able to laugh at it. One of the ticket texts we got.
Also, it was, 50 years ago.
Right. Texter says Home Run is a comedy club. Works every time. Dave in Brighton. If you laughing, loosen up, the 2-drink minimum, everybody's having a good time.
For a first date?
Yeah. I haven't done it, but it sounds great on paper.
Well, you got to make sure it's comedy she likes.
Yeah, because, people get easily offended.
But right away, compatibility. Do we have the same sense of humor? And if not, all right, we go on our separate ways.
I mean, it's a good way to look at it. I think it's a risky adventure.
Well, if it works, it's going to work great because you get her in a good mood. You didn't have to be the one to make her laugh.
Right.
You got a professional up there doing it, you know? But if it's something like you said, Gator, she's offended by it or she just does not find that funny, then
Or where if she laughs at something, you're terribly offended. And she's laughing like, what am I getting myself into?
The only other thing is we kind of spec this out.
How do you find that funny?
Yeah, you start to judge. The other thing I'd spec out, you don't have a lot of talk time one-on-one.
No.
It's better than going to a movie, but yeah, you're not getting to know them maybe as well as you want. Maybe more of a second date. Are there any good first dates? Ticket texter 248-539-9797 says, I couldn't imagine taking someone on a first date to a football game. You're there all day, 5 hours. Unbelievable. What about all the downtime and boredom? Yeah, I get that.
What if it's college football and you're taking her to the tailgate with your friends first, so you kind of like it's a slow introduction.
Do you have tickets?
Yeah.
Are they sitting with you?
What, your friends at the tailgate?
Both. Is your hypothetical date sitting with you at the game? Okay, so this is going to be like a 5-hour commitment.
Yeah,
then.
I mean, you can choose to go into the game or not go into the game based on how things are going. But because it's college, does that change?
Gator, how does that work? It's not like The Bachelor. You can't go, I'm not giving you the ticket. Sorry, we didn't hit it off. I'll find someone else.
Well, I'm saying you've got, I guess I was looking for the positive aspect. If you're at the tailgate and you're enjoying yourself and then, hey, the game's starting, we want to filter, you just say, you want to go to the game? You want to hang out here? Oh, let's hang out here. I'm having a good time.
Oh, okay. So you haven't promised the ticket yet?
No, you've got it's part of the deal.
Oh, okay.
But you're gauging whether or not we can go in now or not, whatever you want to do. Put it in her court. I just wondered. I'm just asking the college aspect versus pro because the tailgating. Does that make it easier, or is that just a horrific first date idea?
I think this all comes back to commitment. I think some of the items on this list.
I don't think a sporting event's a good idea.
Okay.
I think baseball is maybe an exception. I think the other sports. No.
Yeah.
Not even donkey basketball.
Not even. Is that a sport or is that a novelty?
It depends. I mean,
the thing is, novelty.
Depends if you can bet on it.
I wouldn't take them there just in case they're in a playoff race. I'd be too much into it, What are you doing, you donkey?
Right. Donkey. Start talking like Gordon Ramsay.
And now maybe you have season tickets to donkey basketball, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You peel off one game, and it's not going to. Really
it's true, but if Youngstown's in town with their donkeys and it's Katie bar the door, the
rivalry. Then you can't to a rivalry game.
Yeah, throw out the records.
Yeah, I'm not taking a date to the rivalry.
Says I disagree entirely. A sporting event is perfect. Doesn't have to be about the teams playing. Just enjoy the time and the venue. So there's some pushback.
But that's what I mean. I think it depends on the sport. Baseball, because it is so slow, you have an opportunity to sit and talk and converse the whole time without being distracted by all the action. Hockey is such a fast sport, but you do get the intermission.
Mm-hmm.
But is the intermission spent, I got to go to the bathroom.
And you're in line, you're buying a drink.
Right.
And
exactly. And you're not even using that time to talk to each other. And basketball is so fast and frenzied, and you get halftime, but halftime, again, it's the same thing. And football, I feel like football is more, that's a guy being selfish because he wants to see a football game. And then in the end, you want to be distracted by a date when you're trying to watch the game. It's your own fault.
At that point, it is. Luis, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this afternoon?
All right, Luis.
Good. Hey, so I want to elaborate on the baseball exception because that's kind of where I was coming from as well. I agree with that statement. Just to break it down, if I can make the case for the baseball game. So it's got a lot of versatility. In terms of food, it's not like picking a restaurant where you got to pick like the right kind of food or the right kind of ambiance or all that stuff. You can kind of walk in and you got all your options laid out. You can get something different. Your day can get something different. It's perfect. In terms of alcohol, how much you're going to drink together, none whatsoever, maybe a little bit more than usual. You got some options there as well. And then there's a lot of good breaks in between the action where they'll do like these little games on the television. That can kind of like be a bit of an icebreaker if the conversation's stalling a little bit. Maybe there's a lull in the action. So you got all that stuff going for you. And then, depending on the venue, if it's one of those things where the stadium's going to be open and the weather's really nice, it could kind of be like a more formal version of going to the park and just spending some time outside. And then the last thing I want to say, and I'll hang up after this, is it's also got that, hey, if you yourself are kind of boring, I think there's going to be at least an entertainment value, especially like social media. Like your date's going to appreciate that they can at least get maybe a scenic Instagram post out of everything at the end of the day. So thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to make that case for baseball. I don't think any of that really applies to other sports. So appreciate it, guys.
All right, thank you.
The baseball exception to the rule.
I think the baseball is the exception.
I'll have to canvass the women of the internet and see if there's a follow-up on the list. 248-539-9797. Best, worst first date locations and ideas, sporting events. Where do they fall? It's 97.1. Now, here's why you don't do the sports for the first date. Ticket texter. My wife, Pam, before we were married, had a
Sorry,
first
did you say
date.
Pan?
Pam. There's no N. Pam, this texter's wife, Pam, had a first date before they were married with somebody else at a minor league hockey game. The guy brought his brother and then forgot about her after the game because she was in the bathroom when the game wrapped up. It's from Jim in Scranton.
Must be somebody from the office.
Yeah, there you go. Let's get to the phones. We got Brian. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Brian.
I always thought, and it always worked well for me, So I don't know. You can't do it in the state anymore, but to take a girl to a horse race, take her out to Hazel Park on a Friday night, it's cheap. Girls all like horses, and you can sit around, pick names, pick horses, talk. I always found that to be a great first date for a sporting event.
Brian, I think it's got potential to be great. I think the problem is if she has no interest at all, if she's never been to the horse races before and like has no interest, she can be bored from the minute you get there. But everything else you said is absolutely spot on.
Right,
I mean,
I think
it's
yeah.
There's a lot to like about that.
Well, I mean, just seems like girls all like horses when they're growing up, that kind of stuff. And, I just always found it worked out real well. So,
hey, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I don't know it's the same, like, it's not like ponies. Like these are thoroughbred race horses. It's not the same kind of horse, right?
Well, I mean, we don't have it here in the state anymore. So.
No, I know. But I'm saying, like, when he says, well, all girls love horses, I feel like that's a stereotype. Like, My Little Pony. They're not racing My Little Ponies at Hazel Park.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thoroughbreds, it's an incredible beast. They are gorgeous, and they are monstrously big.
Let's get to Steve. Steve, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My wife and my current wife and I, we actually met at a Lions tailgate, but it wasn't our first date. Me and my fellas were talking about the day prior going to a beer Olympics, and she brought up how the next weekend one of her friends dropped out and she needed someone to fill in. And I just stepped up. I didn't even know her at the time. Went to the beer Olympics with her.
Beer Olympics.
Went great. Now we're currently married. She's pregnant with our first child. But it's kind of sports related. It's just more, with the competitiveness, it could turn bad, especially with large consumptions of alcohol.
Well, this is true. But and congratulations, Steve.
Yeah.
I like that the idea of thinking about a meeting place. Like if you want to meet women, meeting at a tailgate. You can start to wander around, look at the other tailgates. You get involved, and next thing you know, hey, you're single, I'm single.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, no, like I said, she just met her randomly at a tailgate. We just happened to talk about a beer Olympics from the day prior.
She's like, how much beer can you drink? Can you drink it upside down? Can you drink, pitchers at a time? What are we talking? And you're like, I got all you can handle.
Yeah, keg stands are definitely involved.
Yeah, there it is.
So some of these you find out right away, for better or worse. You find out right away.
Keg stands.
Let's get Tom involved. Tom, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Cook? What's up, Gator?
Hey, how are you?
Excellent. Yeah, my first one was with, it was back in 1989. My brother John, my older brother John, God bless him, he scored some tickets to the Pistons-Lakers game at the Palace. And I was like, I told my girlfriend, I said, yeah, at the time, she didn't care about sports a lot. I said, this is a big thing, though. This is a real big game. We just lost. We should have won the championship the year before. And now we got the Lakers at home, and we scored tickets right behind the rim, about 10. That's when they used to fold down chairs. You guys remember that? Behind the hoop?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got seats there. We were sitting there. And we watched Magic Johnson and all those guys, Kareem. And it was like, she realized how big it was. And I was like, this is a big deal, And I was like, that was a good, we went down, they let us go downstairs to that, I forget the name of the restaurant. And we got downstairs. We had like these primo tickets. And I saw Magic Johnson walk right in front of me. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. I'm looking up at him. I'm like, I'm 6'1", and he's 6'9", and I'm like looking up at this guy, and he's like, that's Magic Johnson. Just walked right in front of me, and didn't even acknowledge me. And I'm like, I wouldn't expect him to, but it was like,
now, Tom, this
the
wasn't
coolest thing in the world,
You said this was your girlfriend at the time, so this was not a first date, right?
Yeah. It was like this was a first real date. Yeah.
That's high stakes.
First real
going to like
date.
a big game that you're going to otherwise want to watch the game.
Well, yeah, but it's a bit of a play here, right? I mean,
flex
we're going,
a little bit.
Yeah, it's a big flex.
Yeah,
we're going to a playoff game.
I said, I told her, and we worked at the same company. This is the thing, Cookies. We worked at the same company, and there were some girls in her place where she, her little unit where she worked at, and said,
or whatever, yeah.
"You got tickets to the Lakers game? You have to go." They're like, "You gotta go," and yeah, we went, and it was like we had a really good time, man, and it worked out. It was like I think we lost the game by 2 points, which sucked. Gator,
Okay. Yeah. It's no good when you lose.
Still bothering.
And
years later.
But you know what? Later that year, we got our revenge. We won the whole thing, though. Later that year,
made up for the phantom foul. Still remember.
Yeah.
Still remembers the 2-point loss in the regulation game. Still bothering him.
Regular season game. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of people want to weigh in on this stuff, so let's get Lisa's thoughts. Lisa, this is a list from the internet. All the women in the world have to agree. I'm sure you're on the same page. What do you think?
I don't know about that. From a woman's perspective, well, I'm biased. I love sports, so would love a first date to go to a sporting event. We'll probably pay more attention to the sporting events than to him, so he might not like that. But aside from that, my general comment is just that a first date, the point of a first date is to get to know the person enough to determine, do you want a second date? I mean, sometimes it works out that you're like, oh my gosh, this is the one, but that's usually, you realize it a couple months later. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this turned out to be the one. So it shouldn't matter where you go. I mean, if the person is not open to it, then that tells you a whole lot about that person right off the rip. Like, they're not open to trying new things. Maybe this isn't the person to try a second date with anyway. So to me, I say any of those places were fine with me. I listening to the list, I'm like, I could care less. You start off with ice cream, and if you feel the person, you go to a park. You go do something else the rest of the day. It's the beginning. I don't think they're bad ideas, but see, that's why I said I don't agree with the rest of the internet.
So there's no bad idea as long as you can vet out if there's enough there for a second date. I just think you're taking some extra risks with some of these is all. Like the sporting event, you're there for 3 hours, and like Lisa, maybe you're super into it, but you don't get to know the guy super well, then it's not the greatest first date in the world. So I think that's
maybe not. It depends.
Yeah, no, I get it. It depends on compatibility, what people are into, but I think that's the sliding scale on this list is you got things that are low investment like ice cream and coffee, which are apparently no-goes.
Right.
But you also don't want to do a long drive or a 3-hour sporting event. So that's why we've asked, like, I guess what's the sweet spot? Because you can't do chain restaurants, you can't go bowling, you can't do things some of these things are active. Those are normally kind of good ideas for first dates. There's not a whole lot on here that you can do.
You know, a downside to taking someone to a sporting event for a first date, if they're into sports, is they might be going because they're into the sport.
Yeah.
You know, like you want them to interact with you. You want them to be into you. If they're a big basketball fan or hockey fan or whatever, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to pass up a chance to see the Pistons or the Red Wings. Well, then how do you know, if they're into you, really? So that could be a downside, too.
I agree with you.
What do you guys think real quick about the sports book? Taking a first date to a sports book. Like, you kind of get drinks.
Wow, how many vices do you want to expose in one night? Gambling, drinking. What else you got? I don't think it's a good idea.
No?
No.
It looks like you just have a lot of vices. Especially when you come back with all your betting slips.
Right.
All right. I've got a 20-team parlay, okay? We win this, we go to Capitol Grill after. We lose, there's $1 hot dogs in the corner by the restroom.
We need one more touchdown before we get comped.
I mean, I want to show her all my vices, my anger management, how I deal with losses.
Yeah, this is a horrible idea.
What?
I feel like if I went on a first date with my wife to a sports book, I wouldn't be married right now. I don't think it would have, because you're right. There's like a neuroticness to being at the sports book, and either you get it or you don't. Either there's a buy-in or there's not. Maybe we're playing the parlay together, but if we're not, you're going to see me yelling about yardage for a player, props, receptions.
Yeah, why don't we just go to the casino and we'll play craps, and she's on the pass line, I'm on the don't pass line. Good luck there.
No, you don't do that.
Battling against each other.
I'll tell you what, we go to the blackjack table. I see how she plays blackjack. I'll tell you right now if I want a second date or not.
Can be telling.
You always
she's
double
not
down.
asking for help, and she's hitting on 16.
Oh, no. You always double down on 11.
What are you doing?
We'll keep the dates in the mix. We got picks later in the hour. I do want to ask a Lions question. It's a football Friday. They don't play this weekend, but there is a question about the tone of the discussion heading into the Raider game. We'll mix that in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. We'll keep talking first dates. A list that went viral on the internet, women collectively saying, you can't take us to these places. These are no-goes. I would refuse to go. And it's a lot of chain restaurants. Sporting events are on the list, so that's kind of where we've centered the conversation. But it's also things like movies where you don't get to know the other person, long trips, family functions, church, kind of some obvious ones. We've been taking calls and ticket texts on first dates, worst first dates, and whether sporting events fit in that category. I also wanted to mix in a little Lions Gator. They don't play this weekend, but they have the big Monday night matchup. We know what would happen if they lose. People would start to get uneasy.
This is correct.
It's one thing to lose to the Ravens, but if you lose with extra time at home against a bad Raiders team, people are going to start throwing out acronyms. They're going to start throwing out F words, fraud. I can't call this a must-win. It's not a must-win. If they lose this game, their season is still very much where they can still win this division. They're still in first place. They can still do all the things we want them to do. It's not a must-win. But help us label what this game is. Because there's something about this game, right? Like they got to go out and decisively handle their business. I said gut check. It's kind of a gut check because Dan Campbell has done such a nice job not letting one loss bleed into two losses. They've responded well after each of the last three losses under Campbell. I say gut check. So we want people on the phones and ticket text to help fill in the label for this week's Monday night matchup between the Lions and the Raiders. How would you label the matchup?
Well, for me, I label it as Elixir. It's something that's going to make you feel better after the bad loss that they had at Baltimore. So that's where I'm going with it.
Okay.
I did there's a little bit of news. I don't know if it's huge. It's not huge news,
what is
but
it?
it's just Justin Rogers and other beat writers are reporting who's in and out of practice today.
Yeah.
Rodriguez and Benito are back at practice.
All right.
Ragnow, Jackson, and Montgomery are still out. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson was hanging out today, the first time that they've seen him since surgery. I'm not looking too much into that. But the fact that 2 offensive linemen still out, and Jonah Jackson's been out for a while here. I'm not expecting Jonah Jackson to suit up on Monday. If he does, great. But if he doesn't, just knowing that he's maybe getting closer to coming back to practicing and they got the bye week, I'm okay with that.
I think that's some of this, yeah.
Is Ragnow I think that's just maintenance, right?
Well, today is what is normally a Thursday. And there have been some Thursdays where he hasn't been full go. So I wouldn't read too much into Ragnow. I wasn't planning on David Montgomery playing.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just me, no inside info. I wasn't expecting him to play.
He even said yesterday, I think, that he's not going to go, but that he's getting closer and feeling a little bit better.
Especially with the bye. You shouldn't need him against the Raiders. Give him the time. Hopefully have him back for the Chargers game. Do you think that's kind of a reasonable...
I think so.
I won't say hope. Okay, the Jonah Jackson thing, though, is one I want to monitor because I do think he helps this run game more than maybe people realize.
I think he does. I think they miss him a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot. Because we talk about kind of just throwing it out there. People will say, this offensive line, one of the best in football. It might be, but we never see it because there's always somebody out. So until they're all there healthy together, I mean, I'm not – I want to say it. Like, I think they have got some really good components. I think Penei Sewell on the right tackle is outstanding. I think Frank Ragnow is outstanding. I think Taylor Decker is really good as well. I think Jonah Jackson is very underrated at how good he is, but he's been out. The right guard has been a revolving, position between Glasgow or Vaitai or whoever is healthy, and but both guard positions have kind of been in flux for weeks now. So we haven't seen the full effect of having a great offensive line or an elite offensive line. It has potential, but I give the pushback on it. It's not elite right now because they're not playing together.
Jonah Jackson, easy to forget about because there's 3 first-rounders on the offensive line, and he's not one of them. But, yeah, he's a critical cog to making the run game go. I think they missed him a couple weeks ago. Critical cog, Gator. You just jogged my memory. I saw a stat on this offensive line from PFF. Penei Sewell, he's the guy that gets the headlines.
Mm-hmm.
He has the most pass-blocking snaps without allowing a QB hit this season. 274.
Yeah, not a sack, a hit.
A hit.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
If the stat's correct, I mean,
PFF
Focus is iffy.
Do you have this thing with PFF?
Him and Doug both, just let you
I
know.
don't hate it. I just think that sometimes it's...
Well, you think they made it up?
No, I don't think they make it. I think they have their own criteria, and they may not have all the information to the story there.
I agree that some people in the media treat it as gospel, where the player grades are the story, cannot be interpreted or in any other way. I agree with you. But a stat like this, where part of the benefit, the service of PFF is they are going snap by snap, grading position by position. If they haven't allowed a QB hit, I don't think they...
Well, but do they know every time whose responsibility, which player's whose responsibility? Do you know that? I mean, if players are stunting the switch, I'm just saying I take most of it as being gospel-like. I think when you come up with just straight stats like that, okay, I can lean into that a little bit. I saw it the other day, and my eye went, oh, okay, that's nice to see. I'm not dismissive of it.
Let's put it this way. Penei Sewell's a good football player.
Oh, is he?
Cited PFF.
And everybody else who
so
watches football.
You don't need
cited
PFF
my eyeballs.
Yeah, right. Marlon, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Cookies Gator. How you guys doing today?
All right, Marlon.
Good. I want to comment on the first date thing.
Yeah.
So I have a good one, a good first day, and a bad first day. But just really quick, as far as the restaurant chains go, I kind of agree with that, not going to them. I mean, I like a lot of those places, but I think if you're on a first date, she wants you to make some kind of effort. So I'm not saying go to the most expensive steakhouse or anything like that, but if she likes sushi, there's a lot of options, or a nice Italian restaurant. Gator, I know you like this one, but you can go to Cantoro's.
No,
so it's not too expensive, but it's something nice. So I do agree with that one. As far as a horrible one, definitely the movies, because if you're out to dinner and then you got to catch a movie, you got to make sure what time it is, and you got to rush so you don't miss the movie. Then you got to figure out, does she like horror movies, action movies, and if it's a bad movie, you're sitting in the dark for 2 hours not saying anything. So I think that's where ice cream comes into play, because if you go to ice cream, at least you're getting ice cream. Everyone loves ice cream. It's more chance to talk and sit to get to know the person. So for me, I don't like the movies.
What if you went to the movies first and then dinner? That way you have something to discuss at dinner.
If she doesn't like the movie, there's not going to be much to talk about.
Well, but then you got dinner and you've got other things. Then, the movie discussion's out.
Yeah, pros and cons. I mean, don't get me wrong, Gator. I love movies. I'm a big movie guy, but I just think for a first
I think first date is
like
probably not the greatest call. I agree.
It might be the worst call for a first date is the movies, because there's no talking.
Right.
Like we mentioned, comedy club, maybe crack a joke, get a some kind of connection over humor. A movie, you're sitting in silence, darkness, and you don't acknowledge each other.
What just happened there? Who was it? Shut up and pay attention.
Shh. I'd walk out. No, yeah, you're there for the movie. You're not even there for each other.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
What people keep going back to a little bit, guys, is the franchise, chain restaurant thing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I do agree it does show a lack of creativity. But with that being said, a part of me wants to go there just to see what kind of person I'm dealing with. I mean, if they're that, kind of snobbish, I guess, like, oh, I'm not going to a chain restaurant, then I kind of don't want to be with that person anyway.
Are you pretentious about this?
Yes. I don't want to go to a place that has been violated health codes or anything like that. I get that, okay?
Right.
But if it's just like we're going to...
Do rats count as patrons?
But
they're part of the capacity here? Are we pushing capacity?
But if, I don't know, hey, they got a good 3 for $10 deal at Applebee's or whatever, Chili's, then whatever. But if my personality is good enough, I feel like they'll stick around. But if they already he's taking me to a chain restaurant, I don't want to go. Then
I'm kind of with you.
I don't want to take it either.
Of course, I'm defending myself because I'm thinking back to my early dating days. Going to the Olive Garden was like a staple.
Was it? Right. Man, you've loved bread forever.
Yeah, I really have. And then Southern Italian combination.
Well, but then maybe that date goes well, and then you're like, you know what, let's step it up a notch because I really like this girl or whatever, right? Yeah. And then you owe something, nicer, not chain, I guess. More
but a lot of it also depends on where you're at in life, right? I mean,
right,
true.
If you make a decent living, a good living, do you want your first impression to be that, or do you? I mean, you probably want to impress anyways. And want to impress. It's not going to be going to the chain.
How expensive was that restaurant you took your wife to on the first date, Jim?
I would say comparable to chain prices. I really don't think it was
right?
Well, but you were also what, 25?
Let me do the quick math. Yeah, I mean, maybe 26 or 7, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so kind of just getting around.
Yeah. I get the whole chain taboo first date thing. I do. Doesn't mean I wouldn't go to those restaurants. I just don't think they're not first date material.
Well, let me ask you, let's flip the tables, flip the script here. If the girl were asked you to go on a first date and she said we're going to a chain restaurant, would you turn it down because it's a chain restaurant?
No, that is the key here, because this list says that women absolutely refuse to go on. Like just outright denial of the date when you're like, hey, I'm going to this local place. It's Chili's.
Well, and they want you to make the decision on it, right?
Yeah.
Show that you can lead.
Yeah.
Have
a little bit of taste.
Yeah, exactly. So I get that. But if she comes to you and says, I really had a taste for Buffalo Wild Wings, you'd be like, okay.
I'm not going to turn that down. Let's go.
No guy would be like, oh, sorry.
Fair enough.
I was thinking of Capitol Grill.
Then the biggest question you're asking yourself is, okay, do I man up and go with the actual wings or am I going to go all gator style and go boneless,
Keep it clean, right?
Right, exactly.
For a first date?
First
kind of have to keep it clean.
Keep it clean. I'm going boneless.
But it's a wing joint, though.
It is a wing joint. The game's on.
She judges you because you don't get the bone-in wings?
Right. Oh. She's like, oh, really? You're just going with the garlic sauce? You're not going to, no spice?
I mean, what if she goes with the wings, like the bone in?
Yeah, she's
traditional wings. Gator, get your head out of the gutter. I said bone.
Are we still talking about the restaurant or is okay?
Yeah, the traditional wings, and she's willing to get messy. I mean, I'm cool with that because that means she's really comfortable with herself, right? So that's good. But for God's sake, clean yourself up before we leave the place. It just goes without saying. We get some more wet naps.
Places women refuse to go on first dates. How would you label this Lions Monday night football game? And
if I bet it.
If I bet it. It's coming up next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's check back in with the people before we get to If I Bet It. 3 college, 3 pro games. You guys know how it works on Fridays. Let's get to Carl. Carl, you're on Carson Anderson.
Hey, fellas.
What's up?
I just wanted to comment on the first date thing. I agree, thumbs down on the movie for sure. And I understand where you guys are coming from on comedy club could be offensive, but generally you're going on a first date. It's not your first encounter with somebody. You usually get to know them a little bit before you go on a first date.
It can be great. I just think but it can also be disastrous. I could see it being a total disaster.
That's true. But I always had good luck with comedy clubs. The one I used to go to isn't there anymore, but they had like a package where you could get dinner and then the comedy. So you ate a little bit first and got to talking, and then you went to the comedy club after the show. And then if it was a continued relationship, you had innuendos that you got to touch back on to laugh about. So I always found it to be good.
Yeah, I like the idea. We talked about it earlier. The humor, get people laughing, a couple drinks, loosen up a little bit. You're comfortable.
It can also be, I mean, depending where you see it, it can be wildly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I went to a comedy club in L.A. one year. Went with my best friend who lived out there and his wife, and his wife brought her sister. So the 4 of us were there. It wasn't a double date. It was just, we're there, right? But then the comedian, we were sitting close enough to the stage, unfortunately. The comedian looks over and sees us. And I'm like, oh crap, don't do it.
Oh,
and,
no.
he starts to work
Crowd
the crowd,
work,
right? And
yeah.
he starts picking on us. And I'm like, great. and obviously, I'm a large individual. My friend's sister-in-law, very attractive and very petite.
Oh no.
And he starts going in, and I'm like, dude.
What's
you
she
guys
doing with
dating?
you?
And I'm like, no. I think my response was, I think it was a good response. He goes, are you guys dating? I said, I should be so lucky. That way, let's
cover all your bases.
Yeah, let's and just move on. And I
that was slick. That's actually good.
Thank you. I also kind of gave him a look like, dude, pick on somebody else.
Anybody else.
Do not go here. So we didn't. He's like, he goes, man, I had so much material. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you did. Then he moved on. So it can be rough too.
Ticket textures. I'm a spicy garlic guy. Red flag. Talking about the wings.
I don't think you go spicy on a first date, no matter where you're at.
No, they're quoting the Gov drop from the morning show. Tom's a spicy garlic guy.
Is he?
Okay.
He's a spicy garlic guy. Ticket texture says the Monday night game could be labeled mulligan. This is the mulligan you make up for the last one. Yeah, you get a do-over. Another one said mouthwash. Get the taste out of your mouth.
Yeah.
You said Elixir. I said gut check. Bounce back. Get right. How would you label it? 248-539-9797. Let's check in with Ken. Ken, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
And congrats, Cookies, on the morning gig, too. Well deserved.
Thanks.
Yep. So after lots of dates and kind of getting screwed on some of them as well, too, my rule is coffee, period. Either late morning, early afternoon. I've had them last, 20 minutes because you can drink a cup of coffee pretty quick, Tim Hortons, or I've had them last 3.5 hours. I don't pay for dinners anymore. I don't do any of that because I don't know what happens, but you end up, you get all the pictures in the world and you show up and you're like, are you the same person? Like, what's going on here?
So you don't want to put in the investment.
You know what?
To be disappointed.
Yeah, it's been uncomfortable. I had one sock me for like $150 dinner and drinks and never heard from her again.
Uh-oh.
And so I do coffee. I'll foot the bill. It's like $8. And if it works out good, we go on to date number 2. And if not, you just go your separate ways.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's a financial aspect to this, but I think investment is more than just the money you pay for the date. It's also the time that you have to sink into a date. And coffee got listed as something you're not allowed to do, but he said, you go as the date goes. You go with the flow. It could be 15 minutes if there's no chemistry. It could be 3 hours if you guys are hitting it off.
I don't drink coffee, right? But it's an arbitrary thing. It's like, the line from Good Will Hunting. Let's go for some caramels, right?
Man, you've been going nuts since Doug hasn't been here the last 2 days.
Use these.
The last 2 days, the movie references from Gator, just nonstop.
TV references, movie reference. But I mean, look, I can go with the flow, and that's fine. We can go there. I don't have to have coffee. I can drink something else, a soft drink or whatever, right? But the good thing about that is it's a great starting point, right? It can lead to something else. Maybe that's why I was dismissive of the ice cream thing. I thought that was kind of weird. But it's also a good starting point. It can lead to something else. Hey, you want to go grab a drink, or you want to go get something to eat, or whatever, right? Want to go watch the
I think it's too
boat
cheap
races
for the women in
I
the
think
survey.
that's what
the
it
survey
is.
they want. That's why they don't want the chain restaurant or the meeting for ice cream or coffee. They want give me the porterhouse or something that'll surf and turf, right? And then like that poor caller, he said, "What you felt like he got taken for $150 dinner or something, and no callback, nothing."
Tough in these
I guess
streets.
this survey doesn't speak well of women, then, does it?
Oh, you said it. Let's get
Yeah,
after.
Gator said it.
Oh, I said the survey says it. Isn't that what the conclusion we'll let to draw?
That's the conclusion you drew.
You're married. You're good. You're done dating.
I'm just trying to see where you were at with it.
I'm okay with saying what I said.
Okay. Let's get after it.
It's about the survey.
Gator, if you bet it.
I do bet.
The thingy.
All right, so you know, I don't know what Doug's record is here. I forget what he did last week, but we'll get to that next week, I'm sure. I was 4-2 for the week last week, 22, 14, and 3 for the season. I'm 4-3 with my locks, so I'm doing okay. My locks a little iffy here, but still above water. You on your the podcast you guys do, how are you doing?
I can pull it up, but we're several units up in both college and pro. Both
Okay.
of us are.
Good to know. Good to know. We start with college, my friend.
All right, you want me to go first?
Sure.
We're going to start with Georgia minus 14.5 against Florida. This is dubbed the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. I think it's the world's largest mousetrap. And that half point is the cheese for all the Florida bettors. A 5-2 Gators team that has wins against Vandy and South Carolina. I'm not buying it. Georgia, the best run defense in the SEC. Gators on a lot of third and longs. In losses this year, the Gators run for 41 yards a game, 181 in the wins. I think it's going to be more like the losses. This is a big spot for the Bulldogs. I'll take Georgia, and it's my Costa lock this week.
Wow, right away.
Right away.
Look at that. I'm going to start with Colorado. They're getting 16 points at UCLA, right? Colorado, injury-wise, they're doing fine. Guys are relatively healthy. They got Travis Hunter back. Shedeur Sanders is outstanding. They're not happy at all about blowing the last game that they played, and they've had to stew on it. They had the bye week last week. They're pissed. They get an opportunity to play at the Rose Bowl against the Bruins. I don't think much of UCLA. I think Colorado is so pissed off and so ready to go. Prime's got this team primed to go and back in prime time. They're going to win this game, and they're getting 16 points to boot. You're going to give me 16 points in Colorado? I'm on board.
I know it's not my place. I hate that pick. My next one.
Oh, I love it.
I hate that
Here
pick.
we go.
Colorado's this public team. You think they're okay. Well, keep it moving.
Love it.
Kentucky, Tennessee.
Spicy.
I want to stay in the SEC. My second pick, another game, just means more. We'll go Kentucky plus 3.5 against Tennessee. It's going to be a physical game. Both teams want to run the ball. Kentucky's at home, off a bye. Tennessee, coming off of that performance against Alabama, a gauntlet, a fight in the trenches, and they got stopped in the second half, and I think Kentucky can duplicate that. Number 12 in the country run defense. They got NFL linebackers. I'll take the points. I'll take Kentucky.
Yeah, they got a banged-up quarterback, too, but I do like Kentucky. Ohio State is at Wisconsin. The Buckeyes are giving up 14.5 points. I think the Buckeyes are finding their stride offensively. They ended up handling Penn State just fine. Penn State got a late touchdown to make it look closer than really what it was. I like the Buckeyes on the road in this one, giving up the 14.5. I hate the hook, but I'm okay because it's not 20.5 or 21.5. It's 14.5.
Doesn't it feel like it could get real ugly?
For Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Boy. Especially when the Buckeyes stop the run the way they do. I get where you're going.
Did they get TreVeyon Henderson back?
Mm-hmm. My last college pick. Everybody knows about the Battle of the Bricks. Big rivalry game. Miami and Ohio. I'm going under 39.5 points scored between these two MAC East rivals. Miami's down to a backup quarterback. Gators going to offer nothing on this. Miami's down to a backup quarterback. Ohio struggled to score against Western this week. The under is the play in the Battle of the Bricks.
I had a great weekend at Miami of Ohio on 2 separate occasions.
There you go.
Really enjoyed
Oxford.
myself there. Yeah, was there a couple times. My cousin is a graduate of Ohio U. So
you have more than I thought.
Yeah, that's all I can bring. That's about it. BYU is at Texas, but the Cougars are getting 19 points. It's a lot of points to give a team when considering that Texas is going without Quinn Ewers this week. They're going backup quarterback, and the backup quarterback is not Arch Manning. So I like the Cougars getting 19. BYU is not a great football team, but I think they're a team that can hang with Texas long enough where that 19 points is going to pay off for you.
I don't hate it. We go to the NFL.
But you hate Colorado. You don't like Prime, do you?
I actually like Dion. I like characters for the sport. What I don't like is how people have fallen head over heels for a team that's still not very good. See Stanford. Anyway, NFL.
It's the Pac-12. Pac-12's crazy stupid.
You're not wrong. NFL, I got Packers plus the 1.5 against the Vikings. Home dog. Vikings off an emotional, physical primetime win. Let's get Aaron Jones going. Go Green Bay.
I saw that one. I like that game, but I like others more than that game. But I like where your head's. I think the Packers playing at home is going to be in a rivalry game. They hate Minnesota, so that could be interesting. And Kirk Cousins away from Minnesota is a different quarterback. Indianapolis is getting a point at home against New Orleans. I like the Colts. They got Jonathan Taylor back. They're going to figure things out offensively there. I'm part of Minshew Mania, all about it. I don't like New Orleans. No secret. Anybody knows I'm not a Derek Carr fan at all. So I'm going to take the Colts +1.
Oh, yeah, brother. Minshew Mania.
Love Minshew.
Steelers +2.5. I'm going to take Tomlin as a home underdog in a rainy game against the Jaguars. My next pick, Pittsburgh. Figuring something out last week in the fourth quarter, rolling it into this week.
You and I are going head-to-head for the first time, other than the fact that you hate my Colorado pick. I like Jacksonville -2.5. The Jags are a good football team. Pittsburgh is still trying to figure out what the hell they are. They're a gutty team. If this game were, I'm going to be honest here, if this was like a 3.5 point spread, I'd lay it off. But it's 2.5. So the field goal wins it for Jacksonville. It'll cover the spread. I like the Jags in this one.
Last one for me. You've heard about Mike Vrabel as an underdog, like betting lore. This guy's great as an underdog. But let me introduce you to Mike Vrabel off the bye. 5-0 as a head coach.
Oh.
I'll take the Titans +2.5 at home against the Falcons. Desmond Ridder, an NFL high 11 turnovers. 2 weeks to prepare. Vrabel's going to have them ready. I will take the Titans even with a backup quarterback.
I like that. Digging deep there. Digging deep. My last pick, Kansas City on the road. The Chiefs will take the show over to Denver, and they're only giving up 7.5 points here. Again, there's that hook that I don't like, but it's under double digits in the total. Kansas City can move the ball down the field with the best of them, obviously, and defensively, they've got enough to counter whatever the hell Denver's going to try to do. Russell Wilson's a shell of what he was. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week. Kansas City -7.5 at Denver. Now,
Kang, what stood out? What do you hate?
What do I hate? First of all, before I give you my hate and love, both guys are so chesty about the Lions game, but neither guys picked the Lions game.
Up to 8.5.
All right.
They'll win, but maybe not cover.
What I don't like is Gator. You're betting with your heart, not with your head. Minshew Mania, not happening, man. That's an all because you love Gardner Minshew and you hate Derek Carr and the Saints. All right, that's bad. I don't like that pick. I'm going Saints.
You just don't like the mojo of it.
Yeah, I don't like your way of thinking.
Fair enough.
And what I do love, Costa's lock. I'm all on board, man. Georgia -14.5. Take it to the bank.
Cocktails all around.
I like the idea. Listen, I'm listening to you.
Okay.
I like the analysis on Vrabel. I like that.
We'll see. That's If I Bet It, and we do. Carson Anderson, 97.1. 97.1. We'll knock out a couple phone calls, wrap up some ticket texts, and then see what the angry Italian guy's going to talk about from 2 to 6. Ryan, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing? I had a really bad first date. I was supposed to meet up a woman at a little comedy club, and there was a comedy troupe, and 10 minutes goes, the show starts, she's not there, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to go in and wait. So I go in, the troupe's doing their thing. It's like a half-hour show. There's a little lounge outside, and all of a sudden, after 15 minutes, this woman stumbles in, intoxicated, but she's not by herself. She has like an older guy with her who's like probably close to 60s, who's also intoxicated. They both come and sit down with me at my table, and they start just talking to each other while the troupe is going on. And I'm like, A, who is this guy that you've brought, which is supposed to be, a date? And 2, like, why are you being so loud while this comedy troupe is going on? So I just get up and leave, and I just go out to the bar in the lounge and I order a beer, and I'm like, you're not going to believe the shit that just happened to me.
All right, we got that. I got it. Unfortunate.
Too comfortable. He's just too comfortable.
He's just telling a story. That's how it works.
Just talking with our friends.
Just, hey, I would have loved to know the conclusion, but
shows up with an old man sitting at the table, and next thing you know, date's over. Okay.
That's how they go sometimes.
It's awful. Happens.
Some ticket text. Texter says, guys, Fleming Steakhouse and Ruth's Chris are both chains. They're lost if they're going to write off all chain restaurants for first dates.
Well, in fairness, this list didn't say chain restaurants. It
just
listed
specific ones. Yeah. The list. It's like poor Applebee's catching strays and Chipotle and Olive Garden.
All places I would eat, man.
Yeah, and I do.
I feel about Ruby Tuesdays. I like it. It's good. I like the burger. All you can eat fries. Sounds like a great basket of fries. Another one for the table. Hey, here we
Ticket Texter says,
let's show how much sodium we can eat on the first date.
Texter says, I call the Lions game the bidet game. Let's get things cleaned up. Good.
That's about right.
The last game was a big mess.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Dan Campbell? I feel like that's something he might actually say. Today's the bidet game, boys.
Yeah.
We're going to go out there and clean everything up back there.
And then we're going to flush it away.
Another ticket texter says, Gator, did you really say Coach Prime is primed for prime time?
I did.
Slip that in there.
I went all in.
You love what he's doing, I take it.
Because I think the initial reaction to what he has done there is, okay, he's all flash, right? And he's all sizzle and no steak. And it couldn't be further from the truth. Watch the way that this guy coaches, his demeanor on the sidelines, what he has to say of substance after the games. He's a real coach, and he's trying to build something. And I think they've shown offensively anyway. They've got some players. They don't have the depth yet because he's just building it, and it's going to take time until he has the program all going in the right direction. If Shedeur Sanders comes back next year and is quarterback again for that team's going to be a much better version of what we're seeing right now, which is already pretty good offensively. But the more time he has to recruit players, use the portal to get guys that he wants there, it's going to be solid. I just like what he's done, and I think he's stood up to some bigger programs, come back and had some good efforts. The loss to Stanford is horrible, but don't forget that they were up monstrously big to start the way. Was it 29-0?
Nothing. Yeah, it's like
they
a
were
Friday
up
night.
29-0, and it wasn't even a game. And then, unfortunately, it's a learning lesson for everybody, including Coach Prime. Got to keep the foot on the gas. Don't let these guys get complacent, and that's what happened. And next thing you know, it steamrolls and becomes this bigger entity, and you end up in overtime and you end up losing.
I like Coach Prime. I like Deion Sanders. I also like Coach Prime, this charismatic guy who's made college football in Boulder entertaining. And the most watched game of the year was Oregon-Colorado. And in that game, Oregon pummeled Colorado. Now,
different level.
At different level.
Different team
But I liked how
altogether.
Deion handled it after the game. He didn't run from it.
No.
And he's like, hey, get us now while you can.
Yep.
But he owned it.
We got an ass whooping.
They got beat up.
Yeah.
Now, this year, I still think they're going to get beat up a few more times. But I think the key is he's made them interesting. Recruits want to play for him. You can't build Rome in a day, so I'm not holding this year against Deion. And you're right. They will be dangerous down the road.
Yeah, and I think there's a monster difference between Oregon and UCLA. And I know you know this as well. But they've look, they battled USC and lost by a touchdown to USC. They battled back in that game. It was a fun football game to watch. They beat Arizona State in a close game, but Arizona State they've done some things this year. The loss last week, I think, is probably what has you most frazzled about it because they lost to Stanford, and Stanford's not good.
Not even a little
bit.
Right.
That's why I'm saying go back to the 29-0 lead that they had. They blew the lead for sure. All right, you got to play the full 60 minutes. But I think that alone is reason to know why they're going to come out there and be fired up against UCLA.
I think their biggest issues are understandable. Their offensive line is no good, but that's not a position group that you can fake overnight. And I don't think that they're physical enough on defense, which, again, like strength and conditioning program, get these guys in. That's why I don't like them against UCLA. All they're going to do is run the ball and hit the quarterback.
I don't like UCLA.
We're talking a little Dion. It was in one of Gators' picks. Yeah. Well, they do the if I bet it deal.
Oh, so you're taking Dion?
No, he's taking Dion.
I'm taking Dion at 16 points.
Against who?
UCLA.
No.
After having a week off, I'm all about it.
No.
Okay. Well,
I think they're done.
We'll see Monday.
Rico, we had a ticket texter call the Lions Monday Night Football game the bidet game. Get it all cleaned up. How would you label Lions Raiders on Monday night?
The bidet, the get right.
It's not must win.
Oh, it's far from must win.
But what is it? That's what we've been trying to put our finger on.
No. This is the get right game. The circus is back open in town. The grand reopening. There you go.
Okay. Grand
A lot
reopening.
of people were down. Oh my goodness. The ice cream machine was down last week. We couldn't get what we wanted. Backed up lines. No. We shut it down for a few days. It's the grand reopening. The bandwagon is back open. People are going to feel good about themselves. That's a bad Raider team. I'm not overselling it. That's just a horrible Raider team.
The Gators very confident they're going to win. I'm very confident they're going to win.
Remember how I felt when they played the Panthers? We did the pregame show, and you were trying to calm me down. And I was just like, Cookies, this you could try to sell this all you want. This is.
No, they're just doing some talk behind the scenes there.
Oh, okay. I didn't have my headphones.
No, you're good.
And I was like,
you're good.
Kang telling me to shut the hell up. So.
No, you got time. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a game that you could probably leave by halftime. Go enjoy the new logo. Normally, you're a little iffy when they break out new logos, new uniforms.
I can't wait to see that helmet, man.
Don't worry about it.
That helmet's great.
The biggest, it'll be more people in line to buying merchandise than watching the game.
What are you guys going to talk about?
Well, we got a name for the Lions to maybe go and make a trade. Here's the thing with the Eagles and with the Niners have already made trades. The Cowboys are being rumored to take Derrick Henry. These are your competition, okay? Outside the North, what are you ready to do? So we got a name for the people. Ben Johnson just kind of confirmed some stuff that we've always said about a certain particular Lions player.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Is it who I think it is?
It's who you think it is.
Does he not catch enough passes, that guy?
Was he playing with fireworks late at night on the 4th of July?
He may or may not have been. So, yeah, Ben Johnson, he just kind of confirmed what we've been saying, but, we're bad people. And then, you know what?
Why is he trying to run him out of town?
We're going to have some fun. A month from now, who's the next coach at Michigan State? Gator? Cookies? We got time?
Lance Leipold.
I would say, who do you say? Leipold?
Leipold. It's him or Elko.
I think it's.
And we promise we're not going to make fun of anybody's predictions.
Nobody believes that.
I
Of course
think
you're
it's-
going to make fun.
I don't.
Mike's not going to make fun of a bad Michigan State coaching prediction.
He said he was like,
is that hand on the Bible?
Yeah.
He's probably number 3 on my list, but I think it's probably a front runner to get the job would be Elko.
Yeah. So.
All right.
3rd on my list, though. But the other 2 may not be all that reasonable.
Not me. I'm headed West Coast.
West Coast. Going, back.
Well, how far is it? Northwest Coast?
As
How far northwest?
It's called a tease, Gator.
All right, we got to stick around.
That's why I teach at
There's
Specs.
There's a couple.
Oh, boy, here it is.
That's why I teach at Specs and LTU, baby. That's Radio Tease. Let's
All right.
go.
Valeni, Rico, normally we'd leave you with the Gator rant, but Michigan on a bye. Lions don't play this weekend. Go to the cider mill. Do what you want. It's 97-1.
You just going to sell Michigan State short?
Of course I am.
Oh, caffeine has arrived. We're good to
Hold
go
on.
now. No, Evan.
Caffeine!
Evan bringing the supplies. I love it. Need a little bit of that juice on a Friday. Thank you, E. Appreciate it, brother.
I never want to hear you say that again.
What?
Evan just walked in like,
caffeine.
Caffeine!
All right, so we got a lot to discuss. Yes, TJ will join us at 3. A little bit of a weird Friday. Michigan on a bye. Lions don't play till Monday, so you kind of get the Friday show Monday. State is useless, but we have stuff. One of those things is going to be
G-Man.
Oh, I wish that was good. I'm sorry. We got to talk trade deadline. We're going to get to that. And we have audio we need to play for you. So you want to start with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ben Johnson, everyone's favorite OC. Surefire head coach next year. Ben Johnson was asked about who? Who do you think he was asked about? You know who.
I'm going to go J-Mo for 1,000.
So we're going to play this audio for you. And this is what he had to say about J-Mo. And I want you to tell me what it says about J-Mo. Take a listen. Here's my question. At what point do you start to get a little concerned here? I mean, obviously, different players develop at different rates, but everything you hear about J-Mo from this team are things, they talk about needing to earn trust, needing to be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, needing to catch the damn ball. As Ben Johnson says, time on task. I'll say it, man, as they lead up to the trade deadline, I wouldn't ship him out of here. I don't think that's fair. But if a team called, would I listen? Yes. Because you know what I don't have time for? I don't have time for a guy who's been back for a month to still need time on task. I don't need a guy who, when I throw him the ball, it goes into vapor. He's got 23 career targets and 5 catches. I mean, it is a pointless endeavor. He doesn't look like he understands where he's supposed to be. He doesn't run crisp routes. He doesn't know how to locate the football. The drops are an issue. He's already got 4 of them in his 3 games back. I never walk away from this team talking about him and walk away with confidence.
No.
Versus when they talk about Josh Reynolds or Josh Laporta. Hell, the way they've spoken about Jahmyr Gibbs. I really want to know where people are at with it. That Ben Johnson thing, that to me, is that something or nothing? Maybe that's the game we'll play. 248-539-9797. I'm sorry, Rico. Go ahead.
No, it's to play your game, Mike. It's something because they speak so positively about everybody and how they're a part of the team. And when he's like, yeah, I'm beating a dead horse. I mean, you could hear the exasperation in his voice. Like, I don't want to talk about this, but you brought it up, so I'm going to have to say something. Jameson is almost like when people talk about work or what do you got to do this weekend? Well, I got to clean out the garage. I got to do this. I got to do that. In the end, hopefully if you get it right, you'll feel good about yourself. But so much work has to go into this thing. And it should not be this hard. This should be something where you're talking about, hey, man, you know what? A little tweaking here or there, and you'll see what this kid's going to do. But instead, you could almost see Ben Johnson just take the deep breath and go,
time on task.
Well,
time on task.
Yeah.
You know what he doesn't say? First guy in, last guy out. You know what he doesn't say?
I don't even
He's
need
our
that.
hardest worker.
I don't even need the first guy in, first guy out, because I know some people do that, but you can be a great player and not be the last one.
You can be Calvin Johnson, never practice, but just play and dominate. Okay, fine. The point I'm making is you hear how they talk about other guys and you hear how they talk about J-Mo. Do you believe this team is happy with this kid? Forget about me and Rico. You think we're mean.
Or forget about how you personally feel.
Do you think this team is elated with their number 12 selection from last year? Because I'll still say it again. Show me a report of him lighting up practice or camp, or show me anything where you'd go, wow, the lights come on. It's not there, guys. It's never been there. And with the deadline coming up, we always talk about acquiring people. I'm not telling you I'd move them. I'm telling you I'd listen. And Rico has said this all along. If you treat Jameson and let's say it's like a fruit basket and you put it on your countertop, that fruit's only going to look fresh and delicious for so long. And then it turns into something else. And you know how many people are going to want a piece of fruit from your basket? No one. And eventually that fruit basket gets put in a trash can and it starts to stink and you can't get it out of your house fast enough. It's the same damn thing with players/assets in football. Now, I still think J-Mo has some redeeming qualities, but we are not far from me taking that fruit basket and putting that in the garbage. Because you're going to get to a point, and I think it's very soon, he won't be worth anything. So you got to at least listen to me. But I want to understand Lions' viewpoint. When you hear Jared Goff talk earlier in the week, and he didn't even realize how many weeks J-Mo had been back.
That was sad.
When you hear Ben Johnson talk, and it's deep breath, time on task and stuff. Do you think this team that we all believe is going to win this division, this team that has aspirations of a Super Bowl, you think they're really happy with this kid? Because it sure as hell doesn't sound like it.
Because they're trying. I mean, they did target him. He just didn't.
And I hope they play well enough that they can target him against the Raiders. But the reality is in games that matter, in high leverage moments, I find it very hard to believe you're going to be looking for this kid.
Yeah, when I put him in a prop bet with Trey Mosley and Trey has one catch and wins, you got
That's problems. A problem. David, yes, in a lovely peach colored shirt today.
Trying to get some last minute summer in when we shouldn't expect it. So that's all I'm trying to do with this.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, he's 3 kids.
There is a message across the organization. It isn't just Dan Campbell speaking. It isn't just Brad Holmes speaking. It isn't just Ben Johnson speaking, not just Jared Goff. Everyone seems to have the same, like you say, sigh before they answer a question on Jameson Williams, trying to figure out, how do I say this without ripping the kid or without saying what I really want to say?
Yeah.
It's something there in the entire organization.
You ask him about Laporta and stop me. Just try to stop. Wait, I got so much to tell you about this guy.
Can I help you? Yeah. You don't even need to play act. We have the audio. Play the Laporta cut if you still have it. I mean, I know you're going to tell me it didn't.
I have the one from Goff?
Yeah, Goff's interview. Doug and Scott did a really nice interview with him. Listen to how he talks about Laporta. Night and day. You want to hear Goff on J-Mo? He didn't even know the kid would have been back for 3 games. Now, again, if you think it's nothing, you have a right to it. But I'm telling you, I don't believe that. And deadline's the 31st. I'm not saying give them away. I'm not saying you actively go crazy, but I'd listen. Or if it helped me land a player I really wanted, yes, I'd be willing.
I think that's what it is. I don't think anybody's going to come in there. It's like Lions going out and getting Aguilar or Hollywood Brown. Like, why would I want these guys?
Yeah, no, Hollywood Brown you don't want.
No, I'm saying, but I think a lot of teams are like, why would I want J-Mo? Why?
I really wonder what J-Mo would even get you.
You would have to throw him in with a top pick to go out and get somebody else. Like, we want this guy. Okay, we'll throw in J-Mo and our number 1 and then send over player X.
Who am I trading a first round in JMO for?
I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, like a top, like you know,
best be Aaron Donald.
I was about to say
Are you
Aaron
kidding
Donald, somebody like that.
Rico's over here trying to trade out for a meal deal, and I'm like, whoa, wait a second. Now I'm not down on that pricing.
Or maybe you go get Surtain. So
sure, I don't care.
No, but I'm saying, I think at that point he has more value.
I got the guy you're going to go get. No, I do. I have the guy.
Well, I didn't want to spoil it.
No, we're going to do it at 3, but I have a guy. 248-539-9797. Let's hear from the people. See what they've got to say on it. Something or nothing. We'll get the prop bet casino. We got a question about Michigan State. Michigan-wise, I'm going to shoot you straight. I'm exhausted with it. Unless there's something new and breaking. Yes, the TCU thing is kind of ha-ha.
I do feel like I owe Michigan fans an apology because I made fun and said you didn't scout TCU and that's why you lost. Well, I was wrong.
You may have lost because you depended on your cheating so much.
They pulled the ultimate rope-a-dope.
They dummied him. But they had a month to do it, not a week. So it is different. But yeah, I just thought there were other ways for us to go. I'm down. Hey, if something drops, you know we're going to have to do it. But how many times can I give you my same opinion?
But if nothing drops, then just take it as no news is good news if you're a Wolverine fan. And let's just enjoy the Lions and that new logo on the helmet.
I like the helmet.
I like that helmet.
Okay.
I may have to get a hat with that logo on it if I can find it. Well, I've purchased hats before.
Rico, tell them all about it, please. Jeez.
You know, you can save yourself a lot of time and energy by being prepared for the unexpected. That's why you keep it under an extra key under your doormat. Look, all I'm saying is it's why cars come with spare tires. Unfortunately, there is no spare in turn of your internet going out. Well, unless you have the Storm Ready Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Storm Ready Wi-Fi is a battery-powered backup that automatically switches your Wi-Fi to cellular connection in the event of a power outage. And Lord knows we have a ton of those around here. So you can stream or search even when the power is out. Give your home Wi-Fi some backup and stay connected for up to 4 hours with Storm Ready Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/stormready. Restrictions apply. Storm Ready Wi-Fi limited to customers with range of 4G LTE cellular signal. Speeds reduced to 30 by 7 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. For more details, visit xfinity.com/stormready.
America's favorite place to watch football. It's Stadium Swim, Circa, Las Vegas. You know the drill. 6 pools, 3 different levels, the biggest outdoor sports book on the planet. It is destination viewing, and it doesn't matter whether it's football season, March Madness, anything in between. Stadium Swim has got you covered. It's Circa Resort and Casino. Check it out today, circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. That's Ben Johnson, basically talking about everybody but J-Mo. When he gets asked about J-Mo, here's what he says. It's I mean,
that may be the best use of boiled shrimp ever.
So we're asking, is it? I'm glad I can make him laugh. That's good. I haven't lost my touch. The only way it's better is when Kenny goes, touchdown. Thank you.
Yeah, we need another one of those Kenny Cott reads. They're coming up soon.
Yeah, when's that coming back?
That was just rivalry week, man. That's done with now.
Yeah,
what a shame.
You're right. All right, David, Ticket Text. We'll get to the callers.
I think they're holding. I think they're holding on to the potential J-Mo has, and they seem to be willing to be patient with him, at least so far, that is being in Kalamazoo.
Okay, now, I'm glad you answered it. I'm not mad about it. What I'm saying is when you're getting outsnapped by a 7th-round pick, that's a bit of an issue.
Who's getting praise from the offensive coordinator.
Bit of an issue.
Yeah. J-Mo is the offensive version of Jeff Okudah. Ship him out and recoup mid or late round draft pick Tim in West Bloomfield.
Let me ask a question to you and David. I'm going to stay out of this. I don't want to poison the jury. I really want an honest answer from you two. If I called you two up, let's say I'm the Houston Texans, and I'm calling you up and I go, hey, heard you're not thrilled with J-Mo. I'd like to offer you a 4th-round pick. What do you say to that?
Yes.
Are you serious? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. See,
before you could change your mind, let's call the commissioner right now on the 3-way.
I still think that's low ball city, but all right.
Wow. Is it really?
Jeez.
Okay. No. This is where you have to think with your head and not your heart, and not like, well, he's no. What has he done that says he's worth a 2nd or 3rd round pick? If you're basing it off of potential,
all right,
it's not there.
Okay.
I actually feel like a 4th round pick is me giving you a little extra.
Wow. Okay. I just had to ask. No,
Okay.
I'm not mad. I am legitimately and organically surprised.
Let me explain for those who are saying that I'm just bashing J-Mo once again. When I look and see Jordan Addison post all of J-Mo's career stats in one game, that's why if you get offered a 4th, you take that thing. You call up the commissioner right now on the 3-way and seal the deal before the cocktails wear off.
Wow. David, anything you'd like to add before I go to the calls?
He said it all on that one.
What else ticket text-wise?
I'm exhausted thinking about J-Mo and wish they could just move on. The writing is on the wall. John in Auburn Hills says, hey, guys, the quote from Ben Johnson is something regarding J-Mo. If a team calls with interest in him, the Lions should listen right now.
Boiled.
Oh, you got to let it go now.
Dude, that was the funniest thing.
All right. Go to Connor. 97.1. What's up, Connor? How are you?
Connor.
Connor?
Oh, there he is.
There
Okay.
he is. We got him. Connor, what's up, buddy?
Howdy. So, I'm done with J-Mo. I'm
I don't have any belief that he's ever going to be a top 3 option in this offense. I can see him maybe getting his 140-yard touchdown catch every 3-4 weeks, maybe. But other than that, I'm completely done with him. And see, I drafted him in a keeper league 2 years ago. I kept him this year. And after last week, I traded him for a kick in the nuts next year. And that's about all I'm ever going to get for him, and I'm done with it.
I listen, Connor. I'm not going to try to talk you off the ledge. I can't say I'm done. I'm just not where you're at. I don't want to totally give up, but I have reached a phase. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to package him up at trade deadline, or if you tell me, Mike, the upside's too great, let's just ride this out because all it takes is him making one big play. It does, in a big December football game, and it'll be worth it.
Okay, but here's the thing. Let's play a little game, guys, if you would. It's 4th and 15. You pick up this first down. You're on your way. You're a top 2 seed in the playoffs.
He's the 4th option. I'm throwing to Laporta. I'm throwing to Reynolds. I'm throwing to Amon-Ra. I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
Where are you going? Hey, we're going to throw to J-Mo, and we're going to make J-Mo the number 1 option. How happy would you be to hear Ben Johnson yell that down from the headset? We're going to go to J-Mo on 4th and 15 with our entire season on the line.
And then Dan Campbell over his headset.
Right. We get this. We get this. We swap places. The Niners have to come to us. We don't go to them.
You're not wrong. Now take your victory lap. Let's go to Raymond, 97.1. Raymond, how are you?
Boiled shrimp.
Okay. Raymond, what's up?
Not too much. I don't know what comes up more on your guys' show, JMO topics or your copious legal copy that you hilariously try to get through.
And
I absolutely love those. Anyway, for me right now, it's nothing, but it could turn into a something. Every time I listen to Jared Goff talk about this guy, it just feels like that JMO is kind of like that rookie guy that, just the light bulb hasn't turned on yet, and he's rooting for him, hard, but obviously he wants to say the good things, but he can't say them right now. Every time I watched, like, JMO, the other, game, at home and whatnot, I mean, he's just, like, burning, his guy on those deep routes, and then he just doesn't know how to track the ball. I think the tools are there, and I think it would actually help if they could just get him maybe on some short and intermediate throws, just, something to help him, know how to catch a ball.
So let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Raymond, I'm being serious when I say it. Every time you force a throw to him, you're taking a throw away from someone else. That's what I struggle with. When I throw it to Amon-Ra, that's going to be a completion 75% of the time. When I throw it to Reynolds, might be 85%, the way him and Goff mind meld. And with Laporta, same deal. Raymond, right here and now, when you throw it to J-Mo, you got about a 25% chance of that being a completion. That's where I go, I can't force him.
And Ray, see, and this is the problem that I had. In a blowout loss to the Ravens, this is where, J-Mo, we're just going to go to you. We're going to treat this as practice.
It's Moneyball.
Right. It's just, I'm going to throw. We're going to get you receptions. We're going to get you into this offense because it doesn't matter. We're so far down that I can waste throws on you because that's what it feels like.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what I thought they were doing during the Ravens game when they were throwing those deep shots. And, just when you think that they're going to, actually complete one in the end zone, he ends up dropping it. And it's just like the biggest letdown because it's like, man, you just want to see this guy succeed because, as you said, Vladdy, like the moment that this guy makes one big catch, like that's going to be what it takes.
Right.
But ultimately, he's got to be the one to put it together, and he's got to be the one to turn the narrative. And it's got to start in practice because even Dan Campbell said it himself. Like, you've got to earn your reps, and he's got to do it in practice before he ever does it in a game.
No, and Ray, that's the thing I've struggled with is teams want to talk really nicely about the players they pay or they draft high. And it's like they never come out with anything about this kid that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. And Lord knows, beat writers or columnists, anyone in this town, all you need to do is write a positive article about the Lions, and it'll be the most clicked thing you produce. Raymond, there has been not one shining J-Mo piece. Nothing. So it just leaves you in this space where you're like, man, it's – and for anyone who thinks that anyone who doesn't want it to work with J-Mo, I don't understand your perspective. But if you think I don't want it to work, what are you, insane? I defended the draft pick. I look like a bigger horse's ass than I already am. I mean, I wanted Jordan Davis too, but what I didn't do is impugn Brad Holmes and make fun of them for the pick. I said, I can understand what they're doing here. Would Jordan Davis been a better pick? Yep. Hell yeah, I would have.
No, but when he got selected, it was one of those, okay, go out there, show me what you got. Show me that you were that guy. And it's just like, it's just always an excuse. It's always, well, we're working on some stuff and we're getting this. It's like you just never hear. Yeah, this is it. When you talk about Gibbs, they talk about he is going to be a part of this future. Laporta, Branch. Oh yeah, they're there already.
They're talking about a 7th-round pick in more glowing terms. It's a problem. Yeah. And luckily, I do think they have a good culture. And I do think they have a lot of leaders in that room who are doing their best to shepherd J-Mo. But there's going to come a point where they just go.
Well, you know what? I think the ticket texter put it best, where he's starting to feel like the offensive Jeff Okuda, where you wanted Jeff to be good. You really did, because you thought, okay, if we could get our own lockdown corner.
Here's my comp.
Great.
My comp is he's Eric Ebron. The reality is a kid who blew his ACL should never have been taken 12th overall. The reality is a kid with a 12% drop rate at North Carolina never should have been taken in the top 10 as a tight end. J-Mo's probably never living up to that spot he got taken, like Ebron wasn't. Were there moments Ebron was a good player? Yes. Are there moments where J-Mo will look okay? Yes. But the reality is I don't ever see J-Mo being here having 90 catches, 1,200 yards. The idea that you drafted A.J. Brown. I want to be wrong, but I don't see it. And frankly, you're at this stage, you're in year 2. No. I need him to go out Monday night and have a big game.
Bomb the Raiders, yeah.
I need to see something, because if we hit the bye at 6-2 and J-Mo 4 weeks in, back.
And this is one where, you know what? If you play this game the way I think you're going to play this game and beat the second half, don't run the ball, just throw to J-Mo. Get him at least 10 catches.
Well, I would tip my cap, but I'm wearing headphones. 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason, because it's all in stock, in their warehouse, no shipping issues, no supply chain issues. You buy it, you get it, industry low pricing. You need someone to build that deck, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So all you got to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to your phone calls momentarily, but we do it every week. It's Friday. The amount of time and effort that Mr. Rico Beard puts in, it's equivalent to a Michelin star chef preparing a meal. The curation and development of the prop bet casino. Thanks, Gov.
You know what? Shout out to Mr. Boiled Shrimp himself.
Hey.
Kenny got 11 correct answers.
I'm glad
last
that a
week.
record because I'm terrible at the picks.
It's tied with Cookies.
Wow.
You and Cookies are the only one that ever hit double digits, and you both ended up with 11. So
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
By the way, thanks for talking me out of the Ducks last night, you scumbag.
Sorry, I got you the Flyers. I got you the Flyers.
I'm kidding. Congratulations.
All right. Well,
Plus 300.
Let's start with the pretty much the only local game this weekend of a Power 5 school. Questionable.
What is Northwood playing?
I said questionable.
Okay.
Michigan State on the road at Minnesota.
Let me tell you something. You got to really hate yourself to watch this game. If this is on your television before you start watching it, walk into your bathroom, look in the mirror, and say, you're a bleep hole.
Oh, if you graduate, you're going to watch this game regardless. You will watch it, everybody.
And I'm going to yell into the mirror, I hate you.
Sam Levitt touchdown passes.
Over.
The freshman quarterback. Over under 0.5.
Because my soul needs something to believe in. Over. I just thought Levitt, albeit against U of M's backups, I don't know. There was like a little, I was like, wow. He jumps off the screen a little bit. Hauser throws like he's on Quaaludes. I'm in. Over. It's a new day.
Because Mike's soul needs something to believe in, I'm actually going to go the under.
I hate you. Oh, you can't bet against the Bruins. Who?
This is going to be some bad football on both sides. I got to go under.
Mike,
Jesus said that when he was in the Valley of Galilee. Damn, this is some bad football. I agree totally.
Mike, I'm with you. We need something. I'm going over. Nate Carter rushing yards.
Under.
Over, under. You want the under?
I'm just
going
gonna,
the number?
I'm just going to go under.
Okay.
Our offensive line is putrid. Jay Johnson.
You guys want the number?
What is it?
No.
I don't
You're under.
I don't need the number. I'll go under 2.
Wow.
Now Rico's going to change it to like 8 yards.
You know what? Under. Don't even need the number.
Wow. You know what? I will now change it to
No.
over under 4.5 yards.
No. What's the real number?
58.5.
Oh, under. Yeah, no, under for sure.
I feel like we're on the right side of that.
You know what? I'm going to go over.
Listen.
That's Minnesota.
You are Rose on the Titanic. You know, you're Jack
Dude.
and Nate Carter's Rose, and you're holding onto the board. You'll never let go of Nate Carter.
No. You know what I am? I realize.
Nate, I'll never let go.
This is Minnesota, who only beat Iowa by kicking 4 field goals. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Scotty Hazelton's entered the chat.
All right.
Carry on.
Longest field goal made in the game, either team, 49.5 yards.
I'll go over. I do think you'll see field goals aplenty. I'll go over.
I think that's plus territory. You're going to see under.
Yeah, under.
I mean, you really have to hate yourself to watch this.
It's going to be really pathetic.
And this is why you now have to watch, because the listeners are going to play the prop bet with us, and they're going to watch the game.
Uh-huh.
Total MSU points.
Under.
Over, under. Okay, Mike's taking the under. Kenny, you want to give the under before I give the points?
I want
David,
the number.
you're feeling Randy over there.
I don't want to hear it. Under.
Okay.
What's the total?
Feeling Randy. I like that.
17.5.
Under.
Oh, under. Yeah, no, I can't predict MSU to score 20 the rest of the year.
Go under as well.
You're going under?
Yeah.
Yeah. Muttering.
More receiving yards. Trey Mosley or J-Mo?
Jameson Williams. Mainly because Trey Mosley catches 1 ball a game.
And that was one more
than J-Mo. It is a J-Mo bounce back spot.
Yeah, as the callers like to say, I'm going to say Jameson Williamson on this one.
What about Nicholas Lindstrom?
I'm also going to go
You
Williamson.
remember that. That was a good bit back in the day.
Williamson here.
I'm going to go Trey because I don't believe in J-Mo. Minnesota turnovers.
Williamson. Make sure you say Williamson.
Williamson. Yes. Minnesota turnovers over under 1.5.
Minnesota turnovers?
Yeah.
Under. We don't force turnovers.
Yeah, one's asking a lot. Under.
Under.
When did you meet Will Smith?
Okay. I'm going to go over.
What are you, just contrarian for the sake of it?
No. It's just funny. You guys already have your unders already.
Have you watched the product?
I come up with these numbers for a reason.
I know.
I'm the house. I always win. Jahmyr Gibbs rushing yards or no. Lions sacks. Lions sacks against the Raiders over under 2.5.
Building's going to be loud.
Yeah.
Over.
Hype crowd. Plus that statue Jimmy G will be back there.
Right. He's bad back and all.
Over.
Over for sure.
Plus the D-line got embarrassed against Baltimore. I'll go over.
Yep. I'm going to go over as well. Jared Goff passing yards over under 285.5.
Under. Good heavens. They got to get the running game going. Under.
I don't know.
Do they?
Yes.
There might be a couple of big plays, so I'll take the over.
From the reigning champion, Kenneth Cott.
J-Mo has more than Mosley. So, yeah, I'll go 285. I'll go over.
Wow.
I go over as well.
Oh, my.
Goff interceptions over under 0.5.
Under. He's going to play a clean game. He's at home. He's inside. We're good. Under.
I think he'll have one of those weird ones where it bounces off like two different things. I'll say over.
What is your problem?
Yeah, I'm going over as well.
Me too.
He has one.
Riley Patterson over under.
Under.
Okay.
Wow.
I want to know the question. Hang on. I don't even want to know the number.
Kenny just said it. You're locked in,
I want
Kenny.
to know the question.
Too much. Locked in. Riley Patterson over under 2.5 field goals made.
Under.
Yeah, now he's confident. I'm going to go under. They don't even kick a field goal.
No, and honestly.
I think this is the game where they could actually go out there and get him some reps. You don't have to go for it all the time.
I like
it's
how
the
Rico's
Raiders.
treating NFL football games as summer camp. We're going to get J-Mo reps. We're going to get our kicker reps. We're going to get the guy selling the roasted almonds reps. It's a professional team on the other side.
Is it? Is it though?
It is Halloween, so maybe they're not. Maybe they're not a real team.
Are they going to dress up?
Take that mask
they'll
off.
dress up as a real team, but is it? Okay. Josh Reynolds over under 57.5 receiving yards.
Under. I'm going to go under. I went under for Goff on yards. I'll go under for Reynolds.
I went over for Goff yards, so I guess I have to go over.
They're all linked, and we're all just going to push.
I have to go over as well.
Maybe this is the Jameson Williamson day. But I'm going to go over as well.
Wow.
Top 25 upsets in college over under 2.5.
I'm trying to think. All right. Over.
Yeah, just looking at the picks here, I'm going to say under.
I mean, you could see Duke lose to Louisville. You could see Oregon lose to Utah. It's plausible. You could see Oregon State lose. You could see, I there's enough opportunities there. I think Kentucky could beat Tennessee. Yeah, all right, I'll go over.
There's enough plausible, but I don't think all of those things go right at the same time. So I'm going to say under.
No, I was thinking the same thing about Kentucky in there, and yeah, I'll go over.
I'm going over as well. Here you go.
Show want to take a field trip? We'll go to Keeneland on Saturday afternoon. We'll bet the late pick 5. We'll go over to Kroger Field, taking Kentucky and Tennessee. We're at Tony's Steak and Seafood by 10 for a baked potato and a little ribeye. Who's in?
I'm in. All right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
You could see the shoes and the horses and their snowshoes and their Air
Yes!
Force Ones. And
I'm in. All right. Little mixed media here. MSU points on Saturday. Or Jay Nakin's points on Sunday when the basketball team plays Tennessee.
I really like Jade Nakins. Over. He'll have
Jaden?
18
You're taking Jaden?
and they'll have 17.
I'll take Jaden too because it might be like a 7 or 3-point game from MSU.
Yeah. Oh God, Kenny, no.
Well, like I said last week, MSU doesn't score, so I'm going Akins. I was right about
Is Akins
that
a bad
one. I don't
pick?
care that you want Kenny. I was right about it.
Akins is a good pick. Akins is, he's their Rip Hamilton. God, I need the football team to win. You know what? I'm going to take the team. Jaden, I love you. I love the family. Cade McNamara points. I'm sorry. Cade Cunningham. No.
I'd say 0. He's dead.
Cade Cunningham points or Lions total points against the Raiders.
Who the Pistons playing?
Pistons are playing the OKC Thunder. Same night.
Be a high-scoring game.
Cade Cunningham points or Lions total points.
Cade's points from the Monday game.
He
plays tonight and he plays
same night
Saturday.
as the Lions.
Okay.
They play OKC Monday night. Lions play
I'll go
Monday
Lions
night.
points then.
Yeah, I'm on Lions too. It's going to be a big game.
Who you taking?
It's a great one by you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go Lions. Little up-down theory for Cade. I'll go Lions.
I'm going Cade. And you know what? Just because we can, no point spread for the final one. In the greatest NFL game of the week, the New York Giants play the New York Jets.
Jets.
Who wins the game, Giants or Jets?
Jets. That defense is going to feast. Jets.
I'm going to punt on this one. The Red Wings are going to take care of Boston this weekend.
Oh, my gosh. Have you seen Tyrod play? I'm going Giants.
Ugh.
You going Jets?
Jets.
Hey, I'm going the G-Men. And Kenny, you just don't even want to answer.
Really good work
Wow.
by you.
Red Wings. Write it down.
So you just, all right, Kenny says
Detroit
Texas.
Red Wings.
Texas. Okay.
Go Bruins. You don't deserve a win after copping out of the prop bet casino. That's terrible.
Kenny feels like so
97-1.
confidence he threw away a game.
97-1. All right, Paulson's audio video. Football season. Upgrade now. If you comp out what it costs to buy a top-of-the-line TV versus a 4-pack of tickets to an NFL game, you lean TV. Sony 65-inch 4K OLED TV, $17.99. They've got every high-level TV, all the new speakers, anything you need for your home audio-video setup. Paulson's is your one-stop shop. And remember, prices are always as low or lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. All you need to do, stop in, or check them out online at paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video, and it is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, we will get to your calls in a minute. We'll have TJ join us. I've got a player that I think is perfect for this football team at the trade deadline. Perfect. Fits all the criteria, and I think keeps kind of the keeping up with the Joneses. It keeps you with Philly. It keeps you with the Niners. You guys can poke holes in it. Tell me I'm nuts. Whatever you like. I really feel good about this one. We'll ask TJ about it as well, if and when he joins. Let's go on the board, shall we? All right, so college football. Couple things. We talked about it last segment. I do like Kentucky at home against Tennessee. Now, Tennessee, bit of smoke and mirrors in the first half against Bama. Joe Milton only completing 28% of his passes when pressured. He hit a couple of bombs. He's not a good passer. It's just what it is, guys. It's what we saw at Michigan. It's what we see at Tennessee. Throw it a mile, he just doesn't know where it's going. Kentucky plays good D. They pound the rock. They're at home. They're rested. Kind of Bama maybe beat you twice syndrome for Tennessee. Take the 3.5 with Kentucky. The other one that's super interesting and scary, and you're like, what is this number? Arizona getting 3.5 from Oregon State in the desert. Look, I love Oregon State. I got them over 8.5 for the year. This is very dicey. I think I'm going to give Jed Fish the nod here and take the 3.5. That number, that's Arizona or pass for me. So a couple college games for you that I like, couple underdogs for you. Do what you like with them. Go ahead, Rico.
Mike, I got a two-man parlay. It could be three, but that third one is not out yet. But I would just add it in because he is Mr. Consistent. But right now, Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown. So long as you can do the brotherly shove, he's going to score a touchdown. Add that with Jordan Addison, anytime touchdown wide receiver for Minnesota, taking on the Packers. Right now, that's at plus 375. When the odds come out, I would then also add a Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown since he scored 17 in a row.
Wow. Okay. Kenny.
I'm going with a game that's actually not on the college picks. Thanks, David. It is the cocktail party down south. Georgia laying 14.5. I think Kirby Smart does that Jedi mind trick thing where he has everybody convinced on the team that Georgia's somehow like being slept on. Everybody thinks you're going to lose this game just like he did in the Natty games. So laying 14.5, that's where I have that.
That's
game.
a bold strategy considering you've never seen this team without Bowers.
Well, that's the thing too. That's what they're all hearing. Oh, they can't. They're saying you can't win without Brock Bowers. Jedi mind trick.
You can win. I just don't know if you can cover 14.5. Okay.
It's Florida.
Man, I think you're too close to it. I think you're too emotional. It's your team. It's a rivalry game. Be careful. He's just laying them touchdowns out there.
He just did it, man. He just did it. He put his emotions in his bet. That's what he just did.
Can't do it.
I have a question. Well, let me get to my pick first before I get to the question. It is the Washington State-Arizona State game. It is the Devil's number.
Oh, yeah. It's, you take the Devils.
Arizona State has one victory, and the Devil's number is on them.
Yeah.
I'm definitely taking Arizona State.
Listen, Arizona State had every right to beat Washington last week. They should have beat Colorado. They've played competitively. Look, Kenny Dillingham's doing an okay job down there. They don't have a postseason to look forward to. It's year one of a mammoth rebuild, but they play hard. I think that number's indicative of it. I think you're on the right side there. And again, Wazoo is really plummeting to Middle Earth.
Correct.
When you look at their last month of football. The team that beat Oregon State on that Friday night no longer exists. So if you forced me to bet that rat garbage, it would be Arizona State.
So the question I have, though, is for the USC-California game.
No, don't do it.
In a world where you have giant numbers in college football, USC, the ranked team, versus a 3-4 California, 10.5?
Yeah, because you don't know if USC even wants to be there.
Oh, man.
Caleb Williams' body language during that loss to Utah was horrific. He was eating gummy worms. He was damn near laying down on the sideline.
He looked pretty good last night with the Suns-Lakers.
Right.
Courtside.
This kid's mind is not on his business. It's not on ball. I couldn't bet USC, and Cal's just that bad that if USC is interested, they could beat them by 30.
Stay away.
It's just too much volatility for me. That is on the board. All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150. Look, Rico hates betting spreads. Oh, who plays the fight song? Well, here you go, Mr. Fight Song. You bet the money line, you get $150. Boiled shrimp. Spreads, player props, over-unders. They got it all. They got more betting markets than anybody. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117. We miss the days of Kenny Cott, the bartender. Try the agave. Listen, TJ at some point will join us. I will tell you he is not focused. He's wearing flip-flops. It's a real problem. Not true. That isn't true. I have a question for TJ. We're going to get to your phone calls in a minute. I promised I would give you the name. I don't care about reality here. I believe the Lions have to be a buyer at the deadline. The Eagles went out and got better by getting Byard. I think the Niners got better by getting Randy Gregory, albeit he's a terrible human. He's a good football player. I have a name. He's on an expiring deal. I was told this morning he will be dealt, and he fits a position of need for this football team. I want to offer you this name. Now, I don't know what you think it'll take to get him. I have an idea. And I want you to thumbs up or thumbs down. You could say, Mike, it's a stupid idea. But I think it elevates the Lions and keeps up with the Joneses. Are you ready?
Let's hear it.
Montez Sweat.
Yeah.
Aiden needs help. This is a legitimate player. 27. What is going on? Really?
Siri just kicked in. Montez Sweat, she did.
Siri agrees.
There's the answer.
27 tackles, 5.5 sacks, proven guy.
Ask her what you'd have to give up. Ask Siri.
In my mind, I know what it is, but I want to know what you think.
I mean, it's probably a 2.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
No, I'm not going to tell you they shouldn't get anybody. I think the last 3 games, what do you have, 2 sacks? I think you have sacked Bryce Young once. Yeah. You got Baker once.
But think about a 3-man rotation when Houston comes back and you're moving Aiden to the middle of the formation standing up, and I got Houston on one side, Sweat on the other, an ability to terrorize people.
I think that's clearly the I'm not going to call it a weakness, but area that probably needs the most improvement. Yes, because those 2 games that we saw, the 12 sacks, the Packers, the Falcons, 6 sacks, I think, in each game. It's been a long time. Like you know what I mean? Like that was a while ago. Feels like a month ago. I mean, the pass rush lately has seemed to be very stagnant, and there's not many guys winning one-on-ones. And Hutchinson doesn't get many one-on-ones. I mean, he's the guy that's getting the guard slide. He's getting the tight end and the running back thump. I mean, he's getting beat up, and there's nobody else that's really winning right now on a consistent level. So I would say absolutely. Yeah, okay. You have to exhaust all options, in my opinion, to bring in another pass rusher.
And it's a combination of going to be traded, like legitimately on the market. It's not a team in your division, so it's not like Danielle Hunter. I want to know if people are on board with that. Now, here's the other thing I wanted to ask TJ Rico. We brought up Ben Johnson's comments about J-Mo. And it's something or it's nothing. You know where we stand. I don't think this team's happy with J-Mo at all. And you listen to Goff talk about Laporta, and you don't even remember how many games J-Mo's been back. You listen to Ben Johnson. He gives everybody shine. He gets to J-Mo. I think Rico said it best. He's like, time on task and stuff.
Hey, he showed up. He
TJ, what is your read with J-Mo? Like, what am I? I'm not giving up, but I just see it. I know what I see, and you know how teams, they want to talk about the players they draft.
Yeah.
There has not been a single piece about J-Mo being hardest worker on the team. Guys lighting it up. You dominate in practice. Can't cover him. It's going to come together in the games. Nothing.
Yeah. I don't know if there's frustration, but certainly it's still a work in progress. And at this point of the season, I think when you hear Ben Johnson talk, it's like, man, we're rolling. Like, we don't really have time to wait for anybody, right? I mean, if we can't rely on you, if you're not making the plays, we can't slow down and try to just keep working you in. You either got it or you don't at this point. We can't slow down, man. We're in middle season. J-Mo has been disappointing. I think last week, and sure, I think late in that game when it was a blowout, it was probably just, hey, give him some shots and see what he could do. Now, I don't want to make excuses. I don't think this year J-Mo has had one ball thrown to him, that exception to the first one. I think there was a Carolina game. It was a quick slant, hit him right in the hands. Dropped it. 100% should have caught. But all the deep shots we've seen, I don't think one pass has been like just in stride, boom, get it, go. Like they've all been kind of a weird, I got to adjust, I got to turn, I got to dive, I got to go low, I got to go this way.
So let me ask you a question. How much of that and I'm asking, I don't know, how much of that is route running, timing, and maybe he's not where he needs to be when he needs to be there, which has been kind of what they're talking about. Goff's passes don't look that way to anybody else.
Yeah, and I don't think that – I think it's because nobody else on that wide receiver group has that type of speed. I think most of it is timing. I think even the touchdown pass against Tampa Bay could have been an easy –
yeah, he turned the wrong way.
If Goff just throws the ball maybe a half second earlier, he kind of waits, and then throws it, and at that point – you know what I mean? So that's why I say it's a work in progress, because I think that connection still isn't there. Whether it's Goff needs to, trust him and just get the ball out a little bit earlier, whether it's J-Mo needs to kind of throttle down a little bit.
Is it a Goff problem or is it a J-Mo problem or is it both?
I think it's a both. I really do. I think it's a both. And there's certainly other aspects. You look at, there was a Tampa route that he ran. It was like an 18-yard comeback. It was a beautiful route, but he kind of stopped his comeback part of the route. You got to work back to the quarterback, and it was a low throw, and it was a bad throw. Should have caught it, but that to me was like, oh man, like I just put one ball on him, and like I said, we saw it against Carolina. Terrible drop. I think it was the first reception or the first target he had this year, and that was a bad one. But I think it's a combination, and I don't think it's a J-Mo problem where the kid's just not working hard. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know where he's supposed to be. I think for just some reason right now it's not clicking, and it sucks that it's this point of the season
because we don't have time.
Because you don't have time to say, oh, let's give it another 3 or 4 weeks right now, because you're going to be throwing off the rhythm of the rest of the offense if you keep trying to force this J-Mo connection. If it's not there, it's not there, right? We saw what the offense looked like the first 4 games without him. Wasn't that bad, right? And I'm not saying bench the kid. I'm not saying, don't give him any playing time, but until you develop a consistent connection to where he can be a consistent threat, and maybe you have to get back to some of that stuff you were doing the first 4 weeks. And look, I think last week was a debacle on all levels, right? That wasn't just on the offense, just on the defense, just on the receive, it was everybody combined. That's one of those games you just look at and you say, man, I just throw it out, right? We just got whooped across the board, right? It happens. But I do think that J-Mo has more in the tank, right? I don't think this is who he is. I don't think he's this type of guy that is, quote unquote, unreliable, right? He doesn't know where he's supposed to be. Oh, he looks lost out there. I think there's a lot that plays into that. And I do think that Goff could make it a little bit easier on him by putting some of those balls in a better position for him to catch.
There's only one guy who likes Goff less than TJ. It's Costa. I can't believe you are pinning this on Jared Goff.
It's a connection issue, Mike. I mean, I went back today and I rewatched every single target he has. Every target, he's either falling down or he's diving or he's spinning around or he can't locate the ball.
But that's on him.
No, how? I mean, you
locate the ball. It's your job.
Yes, but it's also the quarterback's job if you have 5 steps on the defensive back to put it on
That I agree with. The Tampa ball, I agree with you.
It happened against the Ravens last week, too. The one in the end zone that he dropped. He had to come back. It was at his feet.
What did you just say?
I hate it when mommy and daddy fight.
It's not mommy and daddy fighting. It's just I get tired of this team, the way they talk about the guys that are pros. Josh Reynolds a pro. I don't hear any of this with him. Laporta, I don't hear. Listen to not your quarterback, but listen to Goff talk about Laporta. And they don't even remember how many games this kid's been back.
I'm with you. And I think it's because you're trying to force something right now that maybe you should take a step back and say, you know what? Instead of trying to target you 6 or 7 times, we're going to have 1 or 2 plays for you.
Okay, so
right?
with that in mind.
If we can build on that, then we'll take another step next week.
All right, answer this question as honestly as you can. And none of us know the answer. If someone called and said, we're interested in J-Mo, what is he worth? We were having this debate, and Rico stunned me with his answer.
Right now?
Now.
6th-round pick?
Oh, my God. I think we became best friends. You two just mind melded.
What did you say?
Yeah, no, because he said, what if somebody offered you a 4th-round pick? I'm like, you take that before they can change their mind and the alcohol wears off.
Well, because it's not about potential. Teams don't trade on potential. They do. What can you do for me right now?
You know what?
This is good.
I don't care what you said about TJ. He is a smart man.
He is.
That's reality.
Just not when it comes to one topic.
I'm not saying he's a bum.
Because the reality is you leave Detroit and you don't start saying, well, he's going to be great. You're like, okay, what has he done?
Yes.
How about that?
Teams don't trade on potential. You know, you don't. I mean, it's what can you do? What have you done?
If TJ's right, and I don't have any reason to doubt him or you, if those are the going rates, I can't even shop. I got to just hold on to him.
He becomes an extra. No, he becomes an extra piece you put with a pick to try to sweeten the deal.
Oh, that I would agree with.
I wouldn't be in a rush to get rid of him. Like I said, I haven't given up on him. I see a ton of potential there. I see a ton of room for improvement. It's unfortunate that it's been this way the last 2 years now. We're mid-season. We're trying to find the rhythm with them, and it's just it takes too long, man.
We had a texter, and I won't steal their idea. They didn't leave their name. But at what point, when does he become in that Jeff Okuda category? High pick. You really wanted it to work out.
I said he's Ebron.
But
he's a guy that never should have been like a kid who blows out his ACL should never be taken 12 overall. Just like Ebron with a 13% drop rate at UNC never should have gone to the top 10. He could end up being okay, but where he got picked is going to haunt him.
Yeah, I'll say by the end of this year, we'll know. I'd still, like I said, I hold out hope that he could turn it around and get back on that page. But like I said, there's other things too that can help him out to make some of those plays. And I'm not blaming Goff and saying Goff's a terrible quarterback.
That's what it feels like.
But when you look at it, it's just it doesn't feel like there's been one smooth connection between those two yet. And now if they clean that up and look, that's also an issue, right? These guys just call it what it is. Haven't had a ton of experience and ton of reps together yet.
The problem you're going to run into, and I think it's the smartest thing you said, like when he throws it to Amon-Ra, there's trust. Josh Reynolds, trust. Laporta, trust. I don't see a situation this year where J-Mo ever rises above being option 4 on the field. And with that, it probably takes your targets as a number 4 on a team. You're right. It's probably 2 or 3 targets a week.
Yeah, and is that what you took the kid 12th overall to do? No.
No, it's why I'm angry.
So that's right, and we're all frustrated right now, too, and I know.
Because they need him.
Certainly they are, too. They do need him, and they do need him, and they need him in a big way, and they're going to need him down the stretch, right? But like I said, I think that he can turn it around because I do hear good things about him. I do hear he's doing the right things. He's working his ass off in practice. He's doing everything right in the meet. I do hear those type of things coming from coaches and coming from teammates. All I can say is hopefully they figure it out sooner than later because the longer this lasts, the concerns only get to continue to get higher.
So here's what we need. People, you can get in on the JMO stuff. You can get in on my trade deadline suggestion. What we're going to do next, I am demanding a trade target from Mr. Rico Beard, dressed as Billy White Shoes Johnson. And
I love the hat, though.
It's an amazing hat. And I need yours. I want to know. No, that's
trade target. Okay,
that's part of radio. We have fun. Come on, let's go get Mr. Neck Tat. We're gonna let's go get Max with 2 X's. Is that guy? I mean, dude, what's that dude like? You know him from Eastern.
Yeah, great dude.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, really good dude.
He strikes me as a psychopath.
No, well, I think you have to be to play that position. Yeah, you have to be a little wacko, but he's a great guy, genuine guy, busts his ass.
All right, let's go get him. 248. I want to know who we should be going to get. That's all. And if you say, guys, I don't care, positionally, this is what we need, fine. It's just having fun. 248. But if they don't do anything, I am going to be angry. I can't BS you on that. I don't think it's acceptable for Brad Holmes to do nothing.
If they do nothing, that lets me know they're just content competing for the division. I've been saying that for a couple years.
You know what it is?
A couple weeks. Sorry.
Rico, it's almost like a chia pet. It takes a little bit of time. Like as the segment goes on, he gets smarter.
No.
By the segment's end, you're like, okay.
I don't know if that's a compliment or
it is. No, you know what it is? It's you two are the same. Like outside that door, yeah. But once you guys put the headphones on and get in front of the mic, brilliant.
Game on.
Brilliant.
Finkel is Einhorn?
Yeah. Einhorn is Finkel.
Ace Ventura.
Laces out.
Movie. Laces out, Dan. All right. We'll get your calls. We're going to get trade targets. We got a lot to do today, 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, well, they want to be your Chevy dealer. Why? They'll guarantee the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Hamilton recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal. You only got a few days, folks. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive out with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox for under $300 a month. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hi there. Sorry, I was, God forbid, having a conversation during a break. Listen, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. You know the drill. The best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. Supportive. And this is for TJ, who is look at this man. He is sweating through his shirt. It is designed to keep you cool and comfortable. Get an iComfort Eco by Serta. 110 years they've been making the best mattresses right here in the state of Michigan. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, to the people. You can make fun of my trade idea. We can talk JMO. I want to hear, the people want to hear the trade suggestions by Mr. Rico Beard or Mr. TJ Lang. Give me a name you want him to acquire by Tuesday. Let me hear it. I've said Montez Sweat. He's available. Reports are he will be traded, and he fits a need for this team. And he's a legit player, not some fringy bozo who's going to be, working at a video store.
The name I had, unfortunately, I don't think is going to play out anymore because the Vikings beat San Fran, and they've got a pretty easy schedule. I don't think the Vikings are going to be sellers.
Hunter?
Yes. He's got 9. Obviously, that's the lowest hanging fruit, right? You take the expiring contract, got 9 sacks. They already showed that the Vikings will do a deal with you. They did it last year for Hawkinson, right? Okay. I think, unfortunately, though, that's off the table.
Okay.
Mike, You laughed at me last week when I said it.
What?
This guy had a hell of a game last week against Commanders. Leonard Williams.
I didn't laugh. He's just $30 million.
You told me he stunk.
You
told me he was terrible.
Time out.
Yes, you did.
Factually speaking,
Rico,
since
get my
he
back.
signed his contract, he's been ass.
Really good game last week
Yes.
against Washington.
You want him? Take him.
I think that might cost you a 4, a 5.
If you gave me a 4th-round pick, I will bubble wrap him and deliver him to you.
100% would absolutely consider that, would absolutely offer that if I were the Lions, because I think more than maybe an edge rusher, you need somebody in the inside that can push the pocket.
If only they could have taken that in the draft.
Yeah. Well, quit living in the past.
Okay.
But I'm going to give you that. That's my target. I think Leonard Williams could be on the move, I would love to see him on this defense.
I like it.
I have one. I don't know if the Lions are going to be willing to pay the price.
Okay.
But there's a history there.
What?
You give up this year's number 1, maybe another lower pick.
Okay, you
in
better
future
tread
years
real lightly here.
for Aaron Donald.
Oh, my God.
Because, the Rams are about to hit full rebuild, reset. We need picks back. You're the Lions. Go all in. Don't halfway do it. They have a relationship already in dealing with the Rams. Why not?
I'm leaving this to him.
They're in the wild card race right
I'm
now.
leaving this to him.
But the Rams, their future, David, it's bleak.
I'm leaving this to him.
I'm with you, and I think that would be awesome. The problem is
it's not PlayStation.
Giving up the problem is giving up a future 1 or more for a guy that you're damn well sure might be retiring after this year.
But I'm saying, now there has to be assurances, but your 1 this year is not great. So if you were ever going to give up a 1, this is one where you're going to be drafting in the 20s, maybe even the 30s.
Point for Rico.
I would rather give up a 1 for a younger player that I think I have a chance at.
I'm just saying
for
this
a few more years.
This is push your chips in the middle of the table. Let's just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be aggressive. And look, if Aaron Donald got in this team for the rest of this year, and I considered him a legit Super Bowl contender,
I was thinking about it.
No offense. I'm not trying.
Picks. I don't care.
I'm not trying to pile on. You got a 1st-round pick now. Who's not doing anything for you? Yeah. So if you lost another 1st-round pick, you're still winning games.
Yeah. Up next, Jack Campbell.
Do you think Mike Evans could be on the move?
But I know we're all kind of focusing on the defensive side, but it's funny you said that because I do have another name. You basically stop him when the game is over on Monday and say, "Hey, you're not hopping back on the plane to Vegas. Hunter Renfrow, stay right here."
Oh, you could get him for some Rice Krispie treats.
Exactly.
They don't even use him. It's interesting when you brought up Aaron Donald. You're like, man, if there was only someone in the draft they could have got. Jalen Carter's your number one defensive tackle on PFF.
I'm trying to move past that. I don't want to run around with the flag and wave it. Right. TJ, it's just too easy because Lions fans don't want to hear that, and they're just going to end up hating me.
If only they had the ability last year to take a run-stuffing difference make. Oh, wait. Jordan Davis, number 14 on PFF. Okay.
You know that the Lions...
I got laughed at.
You know the Lions and every other team that passed on him were expecting this. They were probably saying, guys, might be passing on a generational type talent.
You know what? Yeah, like Micah Parsons.
He's probably going to have some great moments. He might have a great year, but in our projection, we think for the long term, maybe not the best. And like time will tell. I don't know. I haven't heard anything since Jalen Carter's been in the league that he's been a problem.
I'm just saying.
I think that was the thing that they said. Look, guys, we're probably going to look bad by passing on this.
Jalen Carter probably had the worst 2 months of his life. And I kept saying, you know what?
At the worst possible time.
Right. And I'm like, well, and then Cookies, he's just too fat. Look at him at his workout. He couldn't do this. He's breathing heavy. I'm like, Cookies, the man's 320 pounds. We all breathe heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. They were probably prepared for that, I would say.
I wasn't.
No, and anyways, get back to positive. You think Mike Evans could be a possible target?
No.
We all kind of mentioned him.
Can I tell you when I watched him play, here's my beef with him. I don't know what's happened to his hands. I have seen Mike Evans drop more passes this season than maybe in the last 5 combined.
He looks frustrated to me.
He wants a contract. He's old. He's always nicked up, and now he's dropping passes.
Yeah, that game last night, he looked up.
What's he cost? Go ahead. I'll give you my answer, but will you tell me what he would cost me?
A pending free agent, I'd say you probably get him for a 3.
Nope, no shot.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. I won't give you a 3 for him.
Oh, no. You're not saying that. Okay.
No. I would much rather take the resources and get players you guys talked about.
It's kind of the battle of, do you want to beef up on defense, or do you want to just try to make this an extremely explosive offense? I don't know.
Here's the package deal. What if, now the one name I'm going to bring up, I'm no fan of him as a human, but what if we get Montez Sweat via trade and then we bring back TJ's favorite guy?
Sue?
Bam. Cost you $10.
I wouldn't hate it. I mean, I wouldn't hate if I saw a report that said they brought in Sue for a workout, for
That's
a meeting,
it.
for
20
an interview.
snaps a week.
Wouldn't hate it.
20 snaps a week rotational, and we get Montez Sweat.
I'd be lying to you if I said no, Mike.
I know you're a huge fan of his.
Yeah,
no one's a fan of
I wouldn't hate it. No,
okay.
Wouldn't hate it.
No?
No. I mean, I'm just looking at some other people. You got, if you want to take Philly's, I guess, leftovers now, you could take Derek Barnett.
I'm all set. Thank you. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, guys? Listen, I'm gonna hit the JMO thing, but I'm gonna contextualize it. I think it's not nothing, it's not something, it's everything.
Oh.
So I work in a major industry across the nation, and what I do is I go to assess talent. And the way I approach it is foolproof, and it's 3 things. How do people talk about you? How do you work? And then your performance. JMO is a minus on all 3. The dude's a kid. He's not a professional. He doesn't perform, and nobody says anything good about him. I'm with Rico. If you could get a 4 for him or a 6, take it. Mike, you're stuck in a sunk cost fallacy. We spent a 1. We want him to be great. I hope he blows it out on Monday night and we get a 3 for him. It's time to move on. He's not going to do anything for the Lions. None of the passes from Goff to anybody else are a hot mess. I need JMO to adjust to the ball. He can't do it. Move on. Trade partner, it got to be Montez Sweat. If it's anybody else that doesn't turn Aiden Hutchinson into a chess piece, I don't want him. Montez Sweat, someone on the defensive end, go get him.
I love this phone call, and I wish you would call more.
Oh, yeah,
that was well put together. It was complete sentences. It was passionate. I love Jay.
And you know what? It was.
This is good.
And he didn't even have to tell us to hold on. He's busy, and he's at the Ross
That
Business
sounded
School.
like somebody did a Mike Valeni AI call-in of his
Jay,
own
great
show.
call. I'm with him, man. You can't keep sitting here speculating on what Jay. If somebody offers you something, you just take it.
Okay.
And you know that it may burn you in the future, but you're winning without him now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ready to cut losses yet.
No.
But his value is only going to go down, TJ.
How? I mean, I'm not trying to be
just lack of
Richard here,
production.
but
We're doing a good job of it.
If his production, how could his production probably possibly
No,
go down?
because if when all of a sudden you're just not getting targeted and you're getting a bunch of zeros, it's like, yeah, you're not even an option anymore.
Yeah. No.
Now, hey, you want to buy? No, I'll just wait till you drag him out to the curb.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. But I could be wrong. We could all be wrong.
Let's get some phone calls next segment. Then we'll do the picks at 3:45. This is good stuff, though, and I like how both of you opted out of that phone call. It was tremendous.
It sounded like you.
I mean, it was AI Mike.
It was Mike's voice.
All right. For years, we've talked about capital mortgage funding. Home purchase market is outer space. There's multiple offers, overbidding. It's nonsense. And look, I can't tell you, capital mortgage is going to get you a record low rate. Yeah, those days are dead. What they can do, TJ, you okay? He's fanning himself. Do you see this? My God, capital mortgage funding. You won't be sweating like TJ when you go to get yourself a pre-approval. They'll keep it nice and cool for you. 1-800-LOW-RATE. It's capital mortgage funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. All right. Hey, Pastor Good Times. How about some ticket text? What do you got for me there? What's the good book telling you on the ticket text?
I don't know, man, but you would love the conversation we had during the break. Nope, I can't share it.
Can you at least tell us the realm it lives in?
Nope.
What the hell is going on back
Beautiful
there?
ladies. That's all I'll say. Beautiful lady.
Curves,
yes.
All right, leave it alone, please.
Mike said Montez Sweat, and I just made the Rico noise. Is there a wide receiver out there that could help this offense?
See,
Hunter Renfrow.
No, and that's where Rico's right. You can't look at big names. I don't know if TJ will agree. He doesn't pay attention. Target share. Huh? Target share. Well, I just thought maybe you opted out of this segment the way John has this week. So, look, my point is Amon-Ra is always going to get 8 to 10 a week. Laporte is going to get 7 to 10. You're going to have Josh Reynolds as that big moment guy who gets 4 to 6. You can't bring an ego into the room. You need to find a bit player. What Rico's saying has merit. Why McDaniels is stupid and doesn't use Hunter Renfrow for the Raiders, who's a slot machine. He's a guy that gets open. He's going to run that, 6 to 10 yard window area, catches everything, smart player, locker room guy. You could probably get him for a 7th round pick. That, yes, do it. Depth at back.
Yeah.
If nothing else, I get a welfare food stamp version of Amon-Ra. Guy that wins. Yeah. He's going to beat man cover, period. Told you he wasn't paying attention. David, go ahead.
I was waiting for David.
Kenny says that Goff will have an interception because the ball bounces off of 2 different things. I predict those 2 things will be J-Mo's hands.
Oh, jeez.
Joe
Wow.
N-A-2. Someone else says, I'm on board with Montez Sweat, provided we can extend him until we have to shell out the money for Hutch.
Look, they're not mutually exclusive. Guys, the cap goes up every year. Right. You have so many young players on this team. And let me help you. We're not extending Jahmyr Gibbs. Why, David?
We don't pay running back.
And it sure looks like J-Mo may not even be here in 3 years.
We just won't pay him.
We won't pay him. Sorry.
And you're going to win it now. So I'm not really thinking about, how are we going to re-sign these guys? Don't care.
Don't care.
Win it now. That's a problem for down the road.
True or false, big or myth? The salary cap or love? I'm kidding. The salary cap is a myth. I'm making a joke. I'm just trying to see if you're paying attention.
I didn't
the
understand.
Salary cap. Look at Rico's team. They just make numbers up. I mean, they went out and got McCaffrey. They do whatever they want.
And they also take a quarterback with a 3rd pick and didn't work out. See you later. Right? But they had somebody there at least.
Hey, man, we're a
before.
struggling team.
You are.
That's what I'm saying.
I hope you lose again.
We may not win another game.
Well, and that's why when you talk about the Hunter Renfrow kind of comp, I look at guys like that saying, okay, kind of very similar to Amon-Ra, right? I'm going to look at somebody that's a little bit bigger on the outside that could be a
You want the red zone target.
Red zone target, the traditional number 1 outside guy.
It's almost like they tried to take that at 12.
But if you have that, then you can make a reason for, okay, yep, J-Mo's not working out. Now I could see, at least if you have somebody in place to take over that potential.
Maybe it's a square peg in a round hole, and we just need to really look at what's going on. And that type of receiver fits this offense with Jared Goff. That the big receiver that you're talking about, or that deep threat that we're hoping that J-Mo could be, it doesn't fit this offense right now. So why not go get another receiver who can play the short game, who can get the little catch and take it further down the field? It's working. We want more, but each week we see, you know what? That's not what this offense is.
Yeah, and that's not what Jared Goff is.
And it's okay.
Right? I mean, even last year with DJ Chark, a handful of nice deep shots, but did that really work out? I mean, I know he hurt a lot last year, but that didn't really make a difference.
When the offense is humming, it's the shorter passes, it's the quick slants, it's the finding the tight end 10 yards down the field. This offense works. The big receiver works for other teams. I don't know if it works for this team, and I kind of like the offense that they're running because it's winning offense.
Go to Josh 97.1. What's up, Josh?
Hey, what's going on, boys? How you doing today?
Good.
I just wanted to chime in on the J-Mo thing. What are your guys' thoughts about maybe packaging up J-Mo and whatever since he wants to get T. Higgins?
I thought since he was going to deal him, it would have been in the offseason. It didn't happen. They're in their window. I just don't see it. If he were available, I mean, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think he's having a down year. I've watched a lot of those games, man, and Burrow's throwing him hot trash every game. He ain't got a chance. The stats are down. Might be able to get him a little bit cheaper. And as far as going after somebody to help Hutch in the line, give a first, get the best guy you can for that first. Because besides Hutchinson, I haven't really been too impressed with what Holmes has done in the first round. If you think about it, Hutch has one less reception than J-Mo right now.
Oh, boy.
So.
Yeah, but Josh, I listen, the first round draft pick thing, the best GMs in the league are going to hit just under 50%. So I'm not disagreeing, but I'm saying this idea that you roll into the draft over a 3-4 year period and just hit on every first round pick doesn't happen. It's the totality. You get to a point where it doesn't matter where you took a player. It's that every draft produces a number of players that help your team and you move it forward. Like Amon-Ra is a 4th round pick. Who cares who you took in the first round? You got arguably the best player in the draft. And you keep going, like Brian Branch. Like, okay, if I said to you they took Branch at 12, it doesn't matter what Gibbs does. You got value there. The pick that scares me the most right now is Jack Campbell. I thought Jack Campbell, if you can't beat out Anzalone and Derek Barnes, that does scare me. I thought Jack Campbell was a ready-made product, decided role, and he just... No, am I wrong?
No, I never saw that, but I thought maybe Brad Holmes saw something I did. When that pick, I was a Nolan Smith person. Yeah, that's who I wanted.
They also have him playing right now at a position that he's not really used to. I mean, they've got him playing a lot on the edge. They've got him playing kind of that off the ball or on the ball linebacker spot where you don't know if he's rushing, you don't know if he's dropping. I mean, I don't know if that really suits who he is.
And why the hell did they take him? I'm not being rude. I'm projecting.
I know that.
Sorry.
I think he is a good football player, but I don't think. Look, they love Anzalone. I mean, we know that.
And he is playing good ball too.
Alex
Let me be
playing
fair.
Good ball.
You know what?
I do think that.
This is such a fan thing to say, but I don't know another way to say it. He looks faster this year. He looks like he's just playing with more speed.
For a white linebacker, he's pretty fast.
No, I'm saying he looks
that's
faster.
What I heard.
That's what I heard.
didn't say that.
For a white linebacker, he used to be
moves
kind
well.
of
a clunker, Brian Urlacher.
Yeah.
He's running. He
quite athletic
runs now, Rico.
Yeah, you know what? He's got a great football IQ.
He can run.
I'm Kenny right now. I'm just throwing the flag.
Now you know what I feel like.
I just
great effort. Right. Great effort. Team player. Gritty.
Yeah, that's another one. High motor.
Right. High motor, high IQ.
I think, look, I would like to see personally.
We need TJ here every week. Did you meet Will Smith?
Oh, my God. I'd like to see personally a little bit more of him on the inside this week. And Derek Barnes, I think, has had his moments. But he's been a bit of a liability in coverage. So far this year. I appreciate I really love his aggressiveness in the run game, but you watch him drop back in some of these passes and play actions. And
let me translate what TJ was saying about Derek Barnes in coverage.
Not to that level, but I think Jack Campbell could be better.
Derek Barnes in coverage, according to TJ.
Anzalone signing autographs in the Tecumseh area next week. What do you think?
Time for me to tell you about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, you get $150 in bonus bets with any $5 money line bet. So, example, maybe you think Purdue's going to beat Nebraska. You say, no, you keep the 2.5 points. I'm going to bet it straight. Win or lose, they're going to give you $150. More betting markets than anybody. Nutcases like Rico are betting Sam Houston State wide receiver touchdown props. Chaos. They got it for you. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Must be 21 and up and over. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. Walking in with all the sauce, it is last week's picks champ, Mr. Rico Beard, 7-3. Rico and I tied for the overall lead. The belt is on. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I was getting a little greedy having that thing for about a month. Rico, you're welcome.
Thank you, TJ.
Don't get used to it.
Man is dressed like Haywood Jeffries today. David, the music, please. Let's begin. We got a ranked showdown. Number 18, Louisville, laying 6.5, taking on Duke. Number 20, Rico.
You know what? If this game was at night, I probably would go Louisville, but I'm going to take Duke and the points.
Mr. Kenny Cott.
I don't care what time this game is being played. I'll take Louisville.
David.
I understand different sport, but I'm a huge Grant Hill fan, so I have to go Duke in this game.
I don't like anybody from either of these colleges, but I'm just going to go with Louisville.
What? Great. I'll take Louisville. Awesome analysis. I hate both of these teams. Washington State laying 5.5, traveling to Arizona State. Mr. Rico Beard.
Well, it's the devil's number, 5.5, and Arizona State may be playing the best football for teams that just keeps losing. They're going to keep this thing a lot closer than that 5.5. Give me the Sun Devils. Forks up.
I like it. Mr. Kenny Cott.
The Devils number at home, yeah, Arizona State's the play.
David.
It is the Devils number, and I heard Arizona State has some nice curves at that university. I'm going Arizona State.
Forks up, Devils number. There it is.
All right, TJ.
Dimes. I got to take Arizona State. They're on the up. I think Washington State is on the downswing. Just not impressive as they looked earlier.
No, they played a month of bad football.
Yeah,
I'll take Arizona State.
I'm taking the Sun Devils.
Tennessee. Fresh off a day of racing at Keeneland. At Kentucky. Tennessee laying 3.5. Come on, Rico. You know what to do.
You know what? This is one where I harken back to my good friend Marcus Ray, who played at Michigan. He said that we are now entering the realm of sucker season. I think Tennessee is a bunch of suckers. Give me the Wildcats.
Over to Kenny Cott.
You're going to need me to get at least closer to a touchdown to pick Kentucky. I'm going to take Tennessee here.
That's a horrendous selection. All right, we go to David.
Yeah, heroin, exactly. This is the battle of the no teeth. The no teeth bowl, and I have to go with the meth teeth. I'm going with Kentucky here.
Jesus.
That was brutal. I think the Alabama broke Tennessee last week. That second half comeback.
That's right.
Tennessee is starting to look like a bunch of frauds.
There it is.
Kentucky, I don't think they're anything to write home about. I think they're just a tougher football team.
Day of racing. We bet the late pick 5 at Keeneland. 5-minute drive over to Kroger Field. Watch the game. Tony's Steak and Seafood by 10. How do you lose that as a Saturday?
It's a great fantasy.
Isn't it? TJ will be at a hockey rink in Tecumseh. All right, I'll take Kentucky. Oregon State laying 3.5 at Arizona. Mr. Rico, who's inexplicably wearing sunglasses indoors.
Well, that's what happens when you go 7-3.
Or if you're a douche.
I learned. Say what? What he said?
He wasn't ready for that chirp back.
I'm going to go with Oregon State here. I think that they're going to – I think they can cover this number. DJU gets it done. And besides, maybe their coach will end up at MSU. I don't know.
Oh, what a blessing. Kenny.
It's only 3.5. That's really weird to me, so I'm going to take Arizona.
David?
I understand what you said, Mike, earlier about Arizona and this spread here, but I'm a big fan of the Beavers in this game, so I'm going to go Oregon State. Go Beavers.
You know what? I'm not even playing the drop I was thinking of. Forget it. Just go to TJ.
I think Arizona is good, and I think
they're sneaky.
Arizona in primetime is death for ranked opponents. And for that reason, I got to take the Wildcats.
Jacob Cowing, FTW. Yeah, the spread looks terrifying. Give me Arizona. Why is this game on here? Michigan State getting 7.5. They go to Minnesota. Rico.
Can we do Air Force, Colorado State instead?
Yes, I'll lay the 14. Let's go.
MSU, outside of any top 10 opponents, they end up covering. I don't think, final score is 6-3. So give me Michigan State in the points.
Johnny.
Forget it. I was going to say something unsavory about MSU. I'm just going to take Minnesota.
Let's go there. That's MSU right now. David.
I'm with you, Rico. I don't even know if anybody gets to 7. It could be
6-3. 6-0.
So I have to go Michigan State.
If
for
Michigan
that
State
reason.
loses 6-0,
Yeah,
you
correct.
still took the points.
Go Michigan State.
The vitamins, as Mike said.
Go Michigan State in the BOT.
TJ.
Mama said, if you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. I'm just going to take Minnesota.
I hate this. Yeah, just give me MSU on principle. I can't take anymore. NFL, MetLife, Giants, Jets. Jets laying 3. Rico.
You know what? I talked to a great man a few weeks ago, and in honor, this is for you, Big G. Give me the G-Man.
It's outstanding work by you. Kenny.
Rico, I have a little bit of a hoarse voice. I have the same pick. Can you do that again? Give me the
G-Man.
Thank you, sir.
Over to David.
Let's see. The Battle of New Jersey. I don't know. I think I might want to. We'll see. Let's just go Giants.
TJ.
I don't know who Rico talked to. Sounds like a crackhead to me. Jets defense is too damn good. I got to take the Jets.
I'm going to take the Jets as well. No Andrew Thomas, no chance.
Doesn't matter. Tyrod.
Texans 3.5 at Carolina.
C.J. Stroud was the better quarterback, and the Carolina Panthers know that. They got buyer's remorse, and he is going to be motivated. Give me the Texans, and they'll cover.
Over to Kenny.
C.J. Stroud, I'm taking the Texans out of spite for Carolina and because of Stroud. Give me the Texans.
Yeah, it's not going good in Carolina. I don't think they win a game this year, so I have to go Texans.
Thank you, Troy Weaver. Let's go over to TJ.
This is where Carolina gets it done. I think Carolina, for every reason you said, Rico, might have buyer's remorse this week and this week only. I'm going to try to highlight the hell out of Bryce Young. I think he comes through. I think this is the first win for the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
I'm taking the Panthers.
Texans. Panthers are wretched. Bengals at the Niners. It looks like Sam Darnold will start. Rico, confirmation on that?
Brock Purdy has practiced all week.
But he's not out of protocol.
He's practicing. He'll be there because he's a gamer.
He's a rat. Pick your team.
He's the man.
Niners. Go ahead.
Niners.
There you go. Over to Kenny.
If Darnold plays, this will prove that anybody can do what Brock Purdy does. Give me the Niners.
Over to David.
You know what? I was going to go that route, but because Rico picked his Niners, I got to change it. I got to go Bengals here. Let's go.
David's doing the robot. All right, over to TJ.
Okay, David. I'll remember that for the next pick.
Well, I'm with David. I'm with David on this. I think the Niners, they've been cruising when they're able to beat up on teams in the second half. When it's been tight games, not so much. I think the Bengals are going to give them a tight one. I'm going to take the Bengals in this one.
I don't know what to do with this game, and I would never bet it in a million years, but you forced me to pick it. I'll just – the spread – why are they giving 4.5 to the Bengals? Why? Bengals are off a bye. It doesn't even make any sense. They got a rat at quarterback.
We have a
They got the guy who taught the Ninja Turtles, that giant rat in the leisure suit. What was his name?
That would be Splinter.
That's Splinter.
I'll take the Niners. Can't stand it. Let's go. Jags at the Steelers. We got a Tomlin as a home dog. Jags laying 2.5.
You know what? Here's the thing. I would have taken the Jags, but Trevor Lawrence, he called it the yellow towel. He disrespected the towel. And when you do that, there's a curse that is put upon you. Even though David hates my team, I'm going with the Steelers.
Over to Kenny.
Tomlin as a home dog is weird. I'm going to go with the weird. Give me Jacksonville.
David.
You traitor. I'm going to go Steelers here. Deontay Johnson is back. I'm going to believe in Kenny Pickett one more time. Let's go Steelers.
TJ.
This to me screams a tough, physical type of game, and I think Pittsburgh's just got the bigger guns than Jacksonville does. I'm going to take Pittsburgh to get it done.
I think the Steelers are the worst 4-2 team in the history of football. They've been outgained in every game this season. You're not going to keep outrunning the speeding train.
They will this year.
Jags.
No.
Erroneous.
Raiders at Lions, Monday Night Football. Garoppolo in line to start, spread down to 7.5. Talk to me, Goose.
That doesn't matter. I feel even more confident in the Lions than I did when they played the Carolina Panthers. That number could be 13.5. I'm still taking the Lions.
Rico being confident in the Lions makes me very scared, but I'm still going to take the Lions. Good teams win, great teams cover.
And you got sweet new helmets coming out.
You're about to really be frightened, Kenny. Lions all day in this.
This
one.
is BOGO.
I have a feeling TJ's taking the Raiders here. I'm just letting you know.
TJ, I need one of those helmets, man.
Your face got so red when you had to make this pick right now. You're taking the Raiders, aren't you?
Lions get the win. 7.5 is a lot. I think I've got some injury concerns. I do. I think we're going to see some musical chairs on the offensive line this week. Vitae.
Breaking news, TJ says the entire offensive line is out.
You could see some shuffling in there. I don't think it's enough to keep the Lions from winning this game, but I think it's too much for 7.5. I'm taking the Raiders to cover.
I'm going to agree with TJ in this regard. 95% of the tickets and 97% of the money are on the Lions. You never want to be on that side.
Make it 98. Lions.
Raiders. Lions win. Raiders cover. 27-20 final.
No.
Be totally fine with it.
I need you singing the fight song with that helmet on.
That's not happening. Okay. Those are the picks. I'll tell you, people, you just missed TJ, an absolute takedown of the University of Michigan during that break. I wish you would have said that on the air. Thank you, TJ, for your service today. TJ won't be joining us for Who Said It because once again, his cursed children get in the way of this broadcast. He's on kid duty. So there'll be no TJ for Who Said It.
We can do it.
His kids are actually very well behaved. They're very nice people. David, ticket text. We get to the callers. We'll do Who Said It 4:15 if that works for everybody. What do we got?
Someone says, Rico, I agree with you of getting rid of a first-round pick, but you said the wrong name. It should be for Brian Burns.
Okay, but
It's not available.
yeah, again, he has to be available. Also, look, the reason I picked Montez Sweat was simple. Available.
Right.
Expiring contract. And really, quite frankly, he's playing, in my mind, better football than Brian Burns. 27 tackles, 5.5 sacks. Hey, man, I would take either guy. They need a D lineman.
And the reason why, Aaron Donald, it's just this year. Maybe Holmes can get him to stick around for one more, but this is just pushing your chips into the table and saying, we're not messing around here.
Someone says, I thought Anzalone was light-skinned. Oh, man, I was wrong.
I hate everyone. I just meant he was playing faster this year. It had nothing to do with that. God bless it.
Oh, man, another person says, J-Mo for Derrick Henry? They literally just asked the question. No. Oh, my gosh. The ball literally hit J-Mo in the face. Golf isn't putting the ball in good places for him. I don't believe that. Tim in Clarkston. Someone else says, Siri says yes, so I say yes. No hesitation. A second. And Jameson Williamson. People, man, I love
People
them.
on fire today, man.
Yeah, they are. They're having fun. It's a Friday, and it's a little looser because like the Lions don't play till Monday.
That's true.
Michigan's on a bye. I mean, State, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Who the hell cares? It's just a loose Friday. We're having some fun. It's nice. And there's no news about the Michigan scandal, so we don't have to deal with it today.
Oh, you're going to talk it up, aren't you?
Huh?
Now I say you're going to talk up some news about the scandal.
No, there's nothing. I don't want. I'm happy not doing that. I'm so tired of it. I don't care. Please.
Sparty.
Someone's saying, everyone's bringing up the wrong name from Carolina. What about Derek Brown?
Why? Okay. We're done with you. Let's go.
Go ahead and sing it in the voice, Mike.
Go to Eric, 97.1. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Good afternoon. I've been hanging in there.
What's up, man?
Had some comment on, what the Lions should do. Bringing Sue back would be very nice. He's been to 3 Super Bowls. Most importantly, he went to the Super Bowl with Goff. So he could actually, spread something about him. He went there with Tampa Bay, and he went there last year with Philly. When he was in Miami, they had to put 3 people on him. Bring somebody around. Hey, and you don't have to give up no draft picks. He's a free agent. You could just sign
That's
him.
exactly right. And here's the key. At this stage of his career, I don't need him but 15, 20 snaps a week. It's just
Well, you got
another guy I
So
can
basically, like the Randy Gregory.
Yeah,
just
you
go
just-
out there. Yeah.
Eric, why I said it was just if you get the edge, there is a need in the middle of this defense, and I'm not going there. Yes, Rico was right. Jordan Davis. Yes, Rico was right.
He's been to
Jalen
3
Carter.
Super Bowls. Nobody else is bringing that to the table. And he played with the best. Donald was able to shine because of his presence. Nobody never looked at that way. And did Marvin Jones step aside so Jameson can get?
No,
better look?
he stepped aside to handle a family situation.
But I look at it as in, if he stepped aside, maybe Jameson can get a better look now that we're not waiting on Jones.
Eric, I'm with you because honestly, J-Mo's running out of excuses. I mean, it's just what it is. But trade for Montez Sweat, sign Ndamukong Suh. You're bolstering your D-line the way Philly does every year and the way Rico's team does. I'm not turning Randy Gregory into a superstar, but he did just sign a $70 million deal with the Broncos. Didn't work. But you go out and you insulate your team. Aiden needs help. He's a good player, but he needs help. And frankly, they have a couple of 6-sack games and a lot of empty with that pass rush.
Yeah, last week, not so good.
It was horrible. But it was everyone at once. So
Right.
you're like, the hell with it, right? You're going to have a bad week.
Yeah, I mean,
Get it out of your system.
normally bad things happen when you let Lamar just run around for 10 seconds.
Let's go to Steve. I've heard that. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, guys. I won't take up too much of your time. TJ, I love you, man. I mean, I love, obviously the knowledge is, you played next to guys and you know what it takes to play. My question, though, is I get so tired of hearing, like you said, Mike, the excuses are running out. I mean, last week we had to hear about how he's outrunning the football. I mean, it's just kind of silly. And so my question to you guys is, at what point does the talent just take over? I mean, there's guys who can overcome bad coaching. They can overcome mediocre quarterbacks. They can overcome a lot of things. So at what point does his talent just take over and be the player he's supposed to be?
Right.
Because you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, God.
And I just, he could throw a football 60 yards on his knees, but yet he couldn't remember anything, and I just...
He was addicted to liquid codeine.
I'm not going to say Jamarcus Russell, but you know what? This is where I lean more towards this does fall on J-Mo because you weren't there because of the suspension. You missed time where you could work on the timing. And I don't care that it was a dumb rule. You weren't there. Goff was.
Hold on.
So to sit there and blame Goff because you couldn't make it because of your mistake, I can't allow that.
Well, and actually, TJ, I know you wanted to crack at this first.
Sorry, TJ.
Eric, I'm not busting your chops. TJ had to leave.
On the YouTube feed, Roberto cuts to TJ's empty chair.
So I apologize, Eric. He had to skedaddle. He is quote kid duty. Apologies. Let's go to Jacob 97.1. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
I just want to know why you went with Montez Sweat instead of Chase Young.
Sure.
And I know that Montez Sweat has quite a few more tackles, but I think it's because they were running the ball that way. And I was wondering, the sacks are about even. I think it's 5 and 5.5. So
yeah, I can give you an answer, and I mean it's not. It has nothing to do with preference. It's about availability. Montez Sweat, from what I was told, will be dealt. He's been in the mill this week, and Washington already has one offer for him. That's the only reason I said it. I tried to do something that was realistic.
Oh, I went to Sports Illustrated, and they were talking about dealing Chase Young for a second-round pick.
Well, if that's available, I'm happy to do that. Listen, I love Chase Young. Now, earlier in the year, we had the worry where it took so long for him to come back from the knee injury, and it was a very unique knee injury. He's back. He's looked really good. I love Chase Young. If they're willing, I'm here for it. I only brought the guy up who I think is more likely to be dealt. Mm-hmm. But if you want, hey, you think I'm going to be mad if Brad Holmes shows up with Chase Young in a Lions jersey? What, are you kidding me? Not at all. And again, another guy who's waiting for a contract.
I was about to say, but are you going long term or are you just going to use him as a rental player?
My doctors would have to make that decision. I mean, with Chase Young's knee, remember, and I forget, was it the ACL with the patella or what? It was a very unique combination of injury, and your doctors would have to be on board. Can't speak to it. Now, my doctors clear it? Oh, hell yeah. Here's $100 million. Let's go. I've always liked him.
No, I like him too. You got to get Aiden some help on that line.
It was patella tendon along with the ACL.
Okay, so and that's a very odd combo. Usually you'll see an MCL with a PCL or an ACL. When the patella comes in and you tear the ACL, there was a lot of concern for his knee. But he looks really good since he's come back. 248-539-9797, Mr. Rico Beard. Sell them.
Well, Mike, that was a tease. You can learn how to do a tease or even better one when you go to Specs at LTU. Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Look, you want a career in radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Taught by instructors who actually work in the business like yours truly. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to achieve your goal. So once again, what are you waiting for? Go be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip and fall, David Femininio, it's the one guy you got to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve. They don't take a fee until you get paid. And if you're injured or you just know someone who is, tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Keys to the game. All right. We do it every week. TJ not joining us. Is Evan available? No. Evan's not available?
No.
What? I'm sorry. This is stunning to me.
Yeah, I think he hates us. Something I did or we did. I don't know.
So Evan will not partake in
He
this?
will not.
Wow.
Not this week.
What did you do?
I don't know. It's weird.
He said he was busy fetching something for you, Mike.
That's not true.
No, I thought it was for Rico.
Man,
Wiper?
No, it's for Mike. He came running in here with the, here you go, here's your caffeine. I got you multiple different things. I don't know which one you want. So here you go, sire.
I'm going to tell you, 6 o'clock can't get here fast enough. Let's go to Who Said It, shall we? And Roberto, you don't need to ask us if we're ready.
Are you ready?
We're ready. Are you ready?
So
Are you
this
ready?
week is the Michigan scandal week.
Oh, dear God.
So all the audio clips this week are from this topic.
All right. Let's key in on this.
But are you ready?
Are you ready?
Okay, let's go. First one. It looks bad. And looking bad is a punishment in and of itself.
Wow, do I hate that comment. All right, let's
Knew
start.
you would.
Thanks for that. Let's start with Rico. Hard to choose your apologist at this place.
Was Doug here this week?
Yes, until Wednesday. He was gone yesterday, and he was certainly gone today. Cookies was here.
I'm going to go with Doug. That's very succinct, but it's just one of those, let's hope that this is over. It looks bad, and that's your punishment. We're done. Let's move on. You want to eat this?
I got Gov vibes from that. It feels like a morning show apologist. Exactly. I thought it was either him or Jansen, but I'm going to say Gov.
Okay, I don't believe it's Jansen.
Hold on, David.
So let me think of the other Michigan people that would be an apologist.
How could you narrow it down?
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
like, at this place, that's like standing at the box of lemons in the produce aisle. How do I pick one?
Did he start off the week with Wednesdays with the
I don't know. It could be Chris Falar. I mean, he's been apologizing for.
I'm going to tell you. I tell you. And I like Falar. Pro's pro. But boy, howdy, does that guy wear yellow underpants.
Oh, some Buckeye you are. I'm just gonna guess Doug here.
Okay, I'm gonna go with this because that people don't realize Karsh was Rico's college roommate. Nobody has a better understanding of Doug Karsh than Rico. I'm gonna trust him that look, this really is like staring at a box of lemons. It's so many apologists, so little time. If you think you know that that's Doug or it's Doug's cadence or delivery, I got to trust it because I don't have a lean.
Now the pressure's on.
No, not at all.
Roberto, are you ready?
Oh,
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Who said it?
And it looks bad, and looking bad is a punishment in and of itself.
Wednesdays with Woj.
Do you agree with that it's a punishment within itself?
No. No, look, I don't want to go there. We're having a good time today. It's been a week with that scandal. I don't want to do it. Don't bait me into it. I just disagree with the premise. And we'll move forward.
Okay, next one.
You rat bastard.
Here's the next one. They haven't had a whole lot of evidence presented. There have been some stories and rumors, but there are reports, and reports are different.
Wait, one more time?
Yeah, one more. Slow down when you read, please.
They haven't had a whole lot of evidence presented. There have been some stories and rumors, but there are reports, and reports are different.
It's confusing. It's all over the place. That's Stoney.
Oh, okay.
For that same reason, I'm going to pick Gator.
Oh, God.
You know what, Kenny? Gentleman's bet.
I'm actually for the same reason going to pick Gov.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Roberto, is this what it feels like when I do the prop bet and get a good number? Roberto, you're shining right now.
This is good. It's totally difficult. Do you mind if I heard this one more time? I'm sorry, Roberto.
Yes. They haven't had a whole lot of evidence presented. There have been some stories and rumors, but there are reports, and reports are different.
Stoney. I don't know why I imagine him saying that. This game is such a mind bleep. All right, Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
We haven't had a whole lot of evidence presented. You know, there have been some stories and rumors.
Cut.
The gentleman's bet.
Wow.
Now, what did you guys have on the line there?
Just nothing. Just
Kenny's right. Yeah.
It's just pride and a high five. Okay.
Boiled shrimp.
Kenny, you know what? I'll give you $1 on your next slice of pizza.
Let's go to the next one.
All right, this is a little bit of a longer one. Stick with me.
You're out of breath saying it. How are you going to read it?
Here we go. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I tend to think that the right thing to do is let the truth dictate the way you handle it. And if the truth is this goes up the food chain, you cop to it.
One more time.
Wow. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I tend to think the right thing to do is let the truth dictate the way you handle it. And if the truth is this goes up the food chain, you cop to it.
A lot of caveats, a lot of overthinking, a lot of logic. I think that might be Doug. Because he just wanted it to be over with to begin with. He wanted to rip the Band-Aid off. Let's figure out how bad it is, and whatever happens, happens.
Look, this is insider trading. Kenny screens their phones.
And by the way, I didn't hear him say this specifically.
But no, again, I think the way you're describing it, you listen to more of their show than we do.
Right.
There's an angle here. Rico, your thoughts. Oh, boy.
A lot of ifs and ifs and ifs.
Yeah.
This is John Jansen.
But time out. Let me just say this. At no point do I think the words cop to it ever have left John's mouth. He's been of the we're going to fight this.
No, we are, but I think that it's one of those, but if this goes all the way to the top.
There was a Jansen.
We have to cop to it, and copping to it is just the easier way of saying we're in trouble.
At the start of it, read the first line again where he talks about let the truth be thy guide or something. What was that?
I don't know what the right thing to do is. I tend to think that the right thing to do is let the truth dictate the way you handle it. And if the truth is this goes up to the food chain, you cop to it.
David.
We did a topic on this show about what Michigan should do. I'm leaning in the direction of either one of you. More Mike.
I thought about
because
Mike
of the
at
cop
first.
to it, but the truth part is now confusing me. But I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna go
Roberto,
Mike.
you did a good job this week.
Thank you.
Catch your breath. Give us the answer.
Mike didn't guess.
Oh.
I'm told this is like when Rico unleashes these bets. I just can't believe John would say that. He's been so staunch.
You know what? Yeah, you're convincing me. I don't feel as confident, but I don't want to change because normally when I change is
I'm going to go Doug. I want you to be right.
Because you were the first one I thought about.
Me?
Yeah.
All right. Go
no,
ahead.
No, I'm just saying that was
Who
the
the hell
first one I
said it?
thought about. But I'm thinking, Roberto, who is it?
Who said it?
I don't know what the right thing to do is. I tend to think that the right thing to do is let the truth dictate the way you handle it.
And then be off Thursday and Friday.
Do I get partial credit? I was half the booth. I was the other half of the booth.
I got one more for you.
Oh, God, that was fun. I'm saying it was a well-timed couple of days.
Oh, that was amazing.
He didn't have to deal with it. I wish I had that level of timing.
You want a quick one?
Yes.
Oh, who said that?
What do you got for me?
All right, here we go. There will be verifiable facts. I don't know how you prove either way who knew and who didn't. That's going to be the question.
That's the only vibe I got from that.
That's what I got too.
I was thinking Wojo though. Also,
We already used Wojo.
But he could double up. If Roberto's on his game, it sends you a different direction.
I think we're asking too much. The man is out of breath reading this.
Yeah, I think we're overthinking this.
Is verifiable a word?
Now he's trying to talk us out of it. It's Jansen.
Yes, Jansen.
There you go.
There will be verifiable facts.
You see
I
what
don't
he's
know how
thinking?
you-
There you go.
I've heard enough.
Who knew it? Who knew it?
Yeah, okay, you can
That's
turn that
gonna be
off.
the
Thank
question.
you. I'm really pleased I got two because the way this started, I thought I was going over.
I'm glad I got at least one.
Hey, here's the key. You won the hat day.
Woo! I got
You got the
nothing.
best lid in here.
They're wearing it this weekend.
Oilers hat. It's outstanding.
They are. You're right.
Do you remember
Phillips?
Do you remember when Starter was making a lot of NFL stuff back in the 90s? Do you remember when they used to have the cursive and the team logo on the shoulder, the sweatshirts?
Yeah.
The Oiler one was the best one. You never could buy it in New York.
Really?
No, like you could look at catalogs, but it was always sold out. Like East Bay would show up and you'd be like, ooh, can't get it, sold out.
Now, do you have that recording, Roberto? Who said it? I say Mike said that.
Oh.
Starter. Yeah, he said that. I like that.
Starter brand used to be the business.
I used to be in that East Bay magazine every week.
I know. Simpler times, David. All right. That is who said it. All right, football. What's better than chilling out on a fall weekend and watching football? Paulson's Audio Video has you covered. 65-inch 4K OLED TV brought to you by Sony, $17.99. Hey, man, cheaper than season tickets, that's for damn sure. And you sit down and relax, and, hey, maybe you've got a brand new TV. What about speakers? Upgrade the audio. I mean, as a State fan, I don't want to watch my team, much less hear them. But if you're a Michigan fan, crank that audio, sing the fight song, do your deal. Go to Paulson's Audio Video. Ask for Dan or Chris. Hell, Jeff might be in the house. Go and see them. They're going to give you an incredible deal. They're the best in the game. And leave the install to them, too. Absolute professionals, top down. It's Paulson's Audio Video. PaulsonsAV.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups. All right, we'll get to your phone calls momentarily, but we do it every week. It's Friday. The amount of time and effort that Mr. Rico Beard puts in, it's equivalent to a Michelin star chef preparing a meal. The curation and development of the prop bet casino. Thanks, Gov.
You know what? Shout out to Mr. Boiled Shrimp himself.
Hey.
Kenny got 11 correct answers.
I'm glad
last
that a
week.
record because I'm terrible at the picks.
It's tied with Cookies.
Wow.
You and Cookies are the only one that ever hit double digits, and you both ended up with 11. So
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
By the way, thanks for talking me out of the Ducks last night, you scumbag.
Sorry, I got you the Flyers. I got you the Flyers.
I'm kidding. Congratulations.
All right. Well,
Plus 300.
Let's start with the pretty much the only local game this weekend of a Power 5 school. Questionable.
What is Northwood playing?
I said questionable.
Okay.
Michigan State on the road at Minnesota.
Let me tell you something. You got to really hate yourself to watch this game. If this is on your television before you start watching it, walk into your bathroom, look in the mirror, and say, you're a bleep hole.
Oh, if you graduate, you're going to watch this game regardless. You will watch it, everybody.
And I'm going to yell into the mirror, I hate you.
Sam Levitt touchdown passes.
Over.
The freshman quarterback. Over under 0.5.
Because my soul needs something to believe in. Over. I just thought Levitt, albeit against U of M's backups, I don't know. There was like a little, I was like, wow. He jumps off the screen a little bit. Hauser throws like he's on Quaaludes. I'm in. Over. It's a new day.
Because Mike's soul needs something to believe in, I'm actually going to go the under.
I hate you. Oh, you can't bet against the Bruins. Who?
This is going to be some bad football on both sides. I gotta go under.
Mike,
Jesus said that when he was in the Valley of Galilee. Damn, this is some bad football. I agree totally.
Mike, I'm with you. We need something. I'm going over. Nate Carter rushing yards.
Under.
Over, under. You want the under?
I'm just
going
gonna,
the number.
I'm just going to under.
Okay.
Our offensive line is putrid. Jay Johnson.
You guys want the number?
What is it?
No.
I
You're under.
I don't need the number. I'll go under 2.
Wow.
Now Rico's going to change it to like 8 yards.
You know what? Under. Don't even need the number.
Wow. You know what? I will now change it to
No.
No.
over under 4.5 yards.
No.
What's the real number?
58.5.
Oh, under. Yeah, no, under for sure.
I feel like we're on the right side of that.
You know what? I'm going to go over.
Listen.
That's Minnesota.
You are Rose on the Titanic. You know, you're Jack,
dude,
and Nate Carter's Rose, and you're holding onto the board. You'll never let go of Nate Carter.
No. You know what I am? I realize.
Nate, I'll never let go.
This is Minnesota, who only beat Iowa by kicking 4 field goals. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Scotty Hazelton's entered the chat.
All right.
Carry on.
Longest field goal made in the game, either team, 49.5 yards.
I'll go over. I do think you'll see field goals aplenty. I'll go over.
I think that's plus territory. You're going to see under.
Yeah, under.
I mean, you really have to hate yourself to watch this.
It's going to be really pathetic.
And this is why you now have to watch, because the listeners are going to play the prop bet with us, and they're going to watch the game.
Uh-huh.
Total MSU points.
Under.
Over, under. Okay, Mike's taking the under. Kenny, you want to give the under before I give the points?
I want
David, you're feeling Randy over there.
I don't want to hear it. Under.
Okay.
What's the total?
Feeling Randy. I like that.
17.5.
Under.
Oh, under. Yeah, no, I can't predict MSU to score 20 the rest of the year.
Go under as well.
You're going under?
Yeah.
Yeah. Muttering.
More receiving yards. Trey Mosley or J-Mo?
Jameson Williams. Mainly because Trey Mosley catches 1 ball a game.
And that was one more
than J-Mo. It is a J-Mo bounce back spot.
Yeah, as the callers like to say, I'm going to say Jameson Williamson on this one.
What about Nicholas Lindstrom?
I'm also going to go
You
Williamson.
remember that. That was a good bit back in the day.
Williamson here.
I'm going to go Trey because I don't believe in J-Mo. Minnesota turnovers.
Williamson. Make sure you say Williamson.
Williamson. Yes. Minnesota turnovers over under 1.5.
Minnesota turnovers?
Yeah.
Under. We don't force turnovers.
Yeah, one's asking a lot. Under.
Under.
When did you meet Will Smith?
Okay. I'm going to go over.
What are you, just contrarian for the sake of it?
No. It's just funny. You guys already have your unders already.
Have you watched the product?
I come up with these numbers for a reason.
I know.
I'm the house. I always win. Jahmyr Gibbs rushing yards or no. Lions sacks. Lions sacks against the Raiders over under 2.5.
Building's going to be loud.
Yeah.
Give me over.
Hype crowd. Plus that statue, Jimmy G will be back there.
Right. He's bad back and all.
Over.
Over for sure.
Plus the D-line got embarrassed against Baltimore. I'll go over.
Yep, I'm going to go over as well. Jared Goff passing yards over under 285.5.
Under. Good heavens. They got to get the running game going. Under.
I don't know.
Do they?
Yes.
There might be a couple of big plays, so I'll take the over.
From the reigning champion, Kenneth Cott.
J-Mo has more than Mosley. So, yeah, I'll go 285. I'll go over.
Wow.
I go over as well.
Oh, my.
Goff interceptions over under.
Under.
0.5.
Under. He's going to play a clean game. He's at home. He's inside. We're good. Under.
I think he'll have one of those weird ones where it bounces off like two different things. I'll say over.
What is your problem?
Yeah, I'm going over as well.
Me too.
He has one.
Riley Patterson over under.
Under.
Okay.
Wow.
Another question. Hang on. I don't even want to know the number.
Kenny just said it. You're locked in,
I want to
Kenny.
know the question.
Too much. Locked in. Riley Patterson over under 2.5 field goals made.
Under.
Yeah, now he's confident. I'm going to go under. They don't even kick a field goal.
No, and honestly.
I think this is the game where they could actually go out there and get him some reps. You don't have to go for it all the time.
I like
It's
how
the Raiders.
Rico's treating NFL football games as summer camp. We're going to get J-Mo reps. We're going to get our kicker reps. We're going to get the guy selling the roasted almonds reps. It's a professional team on the other side.
Is it? Is it though?
It is Halloween, so maybe they're not. Maybe they're not a real team.
Are they going to dress up?
Take that mask
They'll
off.
dress up as a real team, but is it? Okay. Josh Reynolds over under 57.5 receiving yards.
Under. I'm going to go under. I went under for Goff on yards. I'll go under for Reynolds.
I went over for Goff yards, so I guess I have to go over.
They're all linked, and we're all just going to push.
I have to go over as well.
Maybe this is the Jameson Williamson day. But I'm going to go over as well.
Wow.
Top 25 upsets in college over under 2.5.
I'm trying to think. All right. Well, over.
Yeah, just looking at the picks here, I'm going to say under.
I mean, you could see Duke lose to Louisville. You could see Oregon lose to Utah. It's plausible. You could see Oregon State lose. You could see, I there's enough opportunities there. I think Kentucky could beat Tennessee. Yeah, all right, I'll go over.
There's enough plausible, but I don't think all of those things go right at the same time. So I'm going to say under.
No, I was thinking the same thing about Kentucky in there, and yeah, I go over.
I'm going over as well. Here you go.
Show want to take a field trip? We'll go to Keeneland on Saturday afternoon. We'll bet the late pick 5. We'll go over to Kroger Field, taking Kentucky and Tennessee. We're at Tony's Steak and Seafood by 10 for a baked potato and a little ribeye. Who's in?
I'm in. All right.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
You could see the shoes and the horses in their snowshoes and their Air
Yes!
Force Ones. And the whole
I'm
day.
in. All right. Little mixed media here. MSU points on Saturday. Or Jaden Akins points on Sunday when the basketball team plays Tennessee.
I really like Jaden Akins. Over. He'll have
Jaden?
18
You're taking Jaden?
and they'll have 17.
I'll take Jaden too because it might be like a 7 or 3-point game from MSU.
Oh God, Kenny, no.
Well, like I said last week, MSU doesn't score, so I'm going Akins. I was right about
Is Akins
that
a bad
one. I don't
pick?
care that you want Kenny. I was
No,
right about it.
Akins is a good pick. Akins is, he's their Rip Hamilton. God, I need the football team to win. You know what? I'm going to take the team. Jaden, I love you. I love the family. Cade McNamara points. Cade Cunningham. No. Cade,
I'd say 0. He's dead.
Cade Cunningham points or Lions total points against the Raiders.
Who the Pistons playing?
Pistons are playing the OKC Thunder. Same night.
Yeah, high-scoring game.
Cade Cunningham points or Lions total points.
Cade's points from the Monday game.
Monday game.
He plays tonight
Same night as the Lions.
Okay.
They play OKC Monday night. Lions play
I'll go
Monday
Lions
night.
points then.
Yeah, I'm on Lions too. It's going to be a big game.
Who you taking?
It's a great one by you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go Lions. Little up-down theory for Cade. I'll go Lions.
I'm going Cade. And you know what? Just because we can, no point spread for the final one. In the greatest NFL game of the week, the New York Giants play the New York Jets.
Jets.
Who wins the game, Giants or Jets?
Jets. That defense is going to feast. Jets.
I'm going to punt on this one. The Red Wings are going to take care of Boston this weekend.
Oh, my gosh. Have you seen Tyrod play? I'm going Giants.
Ugh.
You going Jets?
Jets.
Hey, I'm going the G-Men. And Kenny, you just don't even want to answer.
Really good work
Wow.
by you.
Red Wings. Write it down.
So you just, all right, Kenny says
Detroit
Texas.
Red Wings.
Texas. Okay.
Go Bruins. You don't deserve a win after copping out of the prop bet casino. That's terrible.
Kenny feels like some
97-1.
confidence. He threw away a game.
97-1. All right, we'll get to your phone calls momentarily, but we do it every week. It's Friday. The amount of time and effort that Mr. Rico Beard puts in, it's equivalent to a Michelin star chef preparing a meal. The curation and development of the prop bet casino. Thanks, Gov.
You know what? Shout out to Mr. Boiled Shrimp himself.
Hey.
Kenny caught
That's
11
right, baby.
correct answers.
I'm glad
last
that a
week.
record because I'm terrible at the picks.
It's tied with Cookies.
Wow.
You and Cookies are the only one that ever hit double digits, and you both ended up with 11. So
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
By the way,
Kenny,
thanks for talking me out of the Ducks last night, you scumbag.
Sorry, I got you the Flyers. I got you
kidding.
the Flyers.
I'm kidding. Congratulations.
All right. Well,
Plus 300.
Let's start with the pretty much the only local game this weekend of a Power 5 school. Questionable.
What is Northwood playing?
I said questionable.
Okay.
Michigan State on the road at Minnesota.
Let me tell you something. You got to really hate yourself to watch this game. If this is on your television before you start watching it, walk into your bathroom, look in the mirror, and say, you're a bleep hole.
Oh, if you graduate, you're going to watch this game regardless. You will watch it, everybody.
And I'm going to yell into the mirror, I hate you.
Sam Levitt touchdown passes. The
Over.
freshman quarterback. Over under 0.5.
People, I wish I could take you through because my the soul conversation needs Rico something was to just believe having. in. Over. I just thought Levitt, Man, albeit make against more U of M's declarative backup statements about insignificant things ever. But that was wonderful. You get off the phone, you walk into a conversation, you're going, all right, I'm turning around.
No, it was a safe conversation.
It's all good. It wasn't anything heinous.
I like Oreos.
David, Ticket Text. What do we got? And we've got a lot of Lions for you today. I know. Thank God. Nothing else broke with the Michigan thing. We get to just relax. And I've got some trade deadline stuff. We've got some JMO stuff. And you know what? Can I ask my Michigan State question to you in the 5 o'clock hour? Because we're a month away from something very special. No, not the season ending. Actually, that is very special. David.
Someone said regarding the Lions, definitely our biggest need is pass rush. So the Sweat trade would be amazing. Can it happen?
Well, listen, the league has shown anything can happen.
Okay. But I will simply say this. Maybe it's just us, and sometimes you have to think like the people who run the business, because that's how you get disappointed a lot. I don't think that they see a high priority in bringing in an extra pass rusher. They don't draft anybody.
All right, so let me say this, and I'm robbing it from TJ, but I share the sentiment. If they don't go out and make a trade, they're settling. They're telling you we're comfortable just winning the division and being a cute little team. If your goal is to chase the king, which is the Niners and Eagles, you went out and got Randy Gregory. They went out and got Keith Byard. You have to make a move. If you don't, you're telling your fans we're not ready.
But I think they believe we don't need this. It hasn't been a high priority for the past 2 years when I'm screaming like, man, go get somebody on the defensive line. You have Aiden. Pair him up with somebody else. No offense. We need offense. We need offense. So if they make a trade, I expect them to bring in an offensive player, whether they bring in an extra O-lineman or a wide receiver. I don't think that they see the same deficiencies that we see on the defensive line and in the secondary. I don't. Well, the secondary they addressed in the offseason, but the D-line,
they didn't address that in the offseason.
What?
The D-line.
Right. They
brought everybody
they
back.
Never do, which leads me to believe they think they got their guys already.
Someone's saying we don't give up a first round now, next year we don't do it, but next year would be the year to push your chips in, not this year.
No, it's this year. No, it's this year.
Yeah, it is. This is the time.
Right. You push your chips in, you look at that schedule, people. That schedule may not be as advantageous to you next season.
Oh, it won't be.
So that's why. And in the NFL, nothing is guaranteed. Your quarterback can go down in game one because you're going to wait till next season. No, when you're hot, it's why last year the Niners went and got McCaffrey.
Let me offer you a real-time, and you can shoot this down, real-time example of what Rico just told you. The Buffalo Bills. Now, everything was about winning the Super Bowl this year. They lose Dayton Jones. They lose Tre'Davious White. They lose Matt Milano. Their best D-lineman, their best linebacker, their best corner. They are not winning a Super Bowl this year. It's gone. They may not make the playoffs. So when you're hot and you're in it and you know you're going to win your division, while you don't do something stupid like give up 2 first-round picks for Khalil Mack.
No, but you know who did? The Rams did that. We need a quarterback. Let's go get Stafford because I think we can win the Super Bowl this year. And it worked. And how many Rams fans, all 10 of them, are crying because they lost those 2 first-round picks?
No one.
Nobody. They're just watching the Super Bowl over and over again.
Here's what I would tell you. The first-round pick is off the board unless I am getting something that is jaw-dropping. A player that is signed, a player that is amazing, a player that's under 27 years old, whatever. But anything else, I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form you wipe out draft capital. But if you're telling me I can go get Montez Sweat for a 3, a 2 and a future 4, something. I don't know how you don't do that because here's what I'm doing. I'm investing in Aiden Hutchinson. This is what Rico and I have talked about the last 2 years. I wanted Jordan Davis like he did. Why? The idea of having an occupier next to Aiden. Do you know how much harder it is to double Aiden when you have this Tyrannosaurus Rex next to him that requires 2 people?
Right, because
Jalen Carter, same deal.
Because now teams are just scheming. Okay, well, the Lions are trying to move Aiden around, and they're like, okay, well, we see where you're at, Aiden. You're 97, and we'll have to. But if you had 2 people, now you scheme for Aiden, the other guy gets to the quarterback. But I don't think that they see a problem.
No, I don't think they do either. Someone's asking a question to you, Mike. They're saying they're going to try the Lexington double dip this weekend.
Okay.
And they want to know what to do.
All right, here we go. A, get on the road early. I need you in Lexington no later than 11 in the morning. Keeneland will have an early post time. They tailgate at Keeneland. You will see beer pong in the parking lot. You will see cornhole. Now, you want to fancy it up, you're going to have to go to the ticket office. Read the dress codes for different areas because they are
There's dress codes in Kentucky?
They don't play at Keeneland. You go to a certain area and they tell you need a jacket. You need a jacket or they'll kindly make you rent one. Oh, yeah. Now, now you can just roll up in shorts and a Macho Man tank top and party too. That's the beauty of Keeneland. You're going to go to Keeneland. You're going to bet the races. Party it up. It's an unbelievable race meet. Then head on over to Kroger Field. You're going to go to the Kentucky game. That's easy. You can use the Game Time app, get yourself a last-minute ticket, dirt cheap. Boom, you're in. It's Kentucky football. Who are we kidding? What you're going to need to do then is you got to get the last seating at either Tony's Steak and Seafood or Frank and Dino's. 2 great restaurants. Wonderful time. Lovely. I'm not going to give you the names of bars because Lexington is one giant bar. It's a college town done right. There's bourbon bars everywhere. It's crazy. I wish I could do this week.
But you only need a jacket early in the day.
You don't need a jacket at all. I'm saying if you go to certain portions, like what I don't want to see are these people go to buy tickets and they're like, hey, we're going. And then they show up and they're like, what do you think you're doing?
David, here's a new example that we can give when we talk about JMO. Mike on MSU football. Well, Mike on Keeneland. Hey. You can do this. You can do that.
It's Josh Reynolds versus Jameson Williams.
Right.
He's excited to talk.
Mike, Michigan State football. Jeez, just end the freaking season already. Dear God. Wait. No. I'm just. There you go.
MSU is Jameson to you.
Right.
And a Keeneland is Josh Reynolds.
Or Laporta.
Or St. Brown or Laporta. Yeah.
Right. Let me tell you, there's great things there that your glowing review. MSU football, Mike, give me something positive. Go. Season will be over in a month.
All the kids had fun? I don't know. Zeke the Wonder Dog was tremendous last week. I don't have it.
It's just amazing watching you when you talk about this place. Like you go to your happy place.
I get excited being able to share a sport I care about and the experiences that are so cool. Because it doesn't get a lot of positive coverage. And some of that's justified and some of it is horribly unfair. But it's new for people. And if you go, it's the thing I've always said. If I bring you to Keeneland or if I bring you to Gulfstream Park, I bring you to Saratoga, you'll like it. All jokes aside, you'll be like, Mike, this is cool. I'm not saying you're all of a sudden going to start using PTO to go.
No, but
my point is, the more people I can get around the game, the better shot we have that there's going to be a game in 5-10 years. It's a really unbelievable thing. It's awesome.
It's why I wanted to share that experience when you went to the comic book store with me and Evan in Vegas.
Well, that was hell on earth. That was a different matter. In one foul swoop, Rico bought an illegal passport, a boombox, a canary, and a first edition Spider-Man. I didn't know where I was. What the hell was that place called in Vegas?
It's like a swap shop.
It was unbelievable.
I didn't know it was located inside the swap shop, but I'm like, okay, here we go.
What a scene. 248-539-9797. Let me tell you about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New customers, $150 in bonus bets. All you got to do, $5 money line bet. So again, kind of like Purdue tomorrow, +2.5. It's not the longest odds, but you don't care. You're trying to get your bonus dollars. $5 bet. Win or lose, you're getting $150. It's right there for you. It's FanDuel. Tons of promotions, tons of betting markets. FanDuel.com/ticket and get involved. Here we go with the copious legal. Must be 21 and up. President Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only.
And
$10 first deposit required.
And
bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days after receipt.
And
see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
And
gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
And
for confidential help. And Michigan State stinks. It's tremendous. 5 o'clock on a Friday. Lots left to do. We'll get to the picks. If you didn't hear who said it or you want to go back to the beginning, Odyssey.com Rewind is there for you for all of our shows. New 5-Star Zone. Rico talks to Howard Griffith. I think some very compelling stuff in there. I'm not going to spoil it. You should listen to it. All your stuff with Cash the Ticket, you know the drill. College Pro, it's all there. We're doing really well, man. I'll try to keep it up for you guys. I don't know how much longer I can because regression is coming. Dude, if I finish the season at 65%, I'm in the wrong line of work. It's hard, man. We'll see.
You can do it.
But yeah, just wherever you get your podcasts. So here's what we want to do. I do want to ask you the MSU question, but I want to get the Lions stuff for the people getting out of work, and it's relevant. I want to play the JMO audio, and you tell me if it's something or nothing, guys. Earlier in the week, we played audio from Jared Goff, and we juxtaposed how he talked about JMO to how he talked about Sam Laporta. Ben Johnson basically just did the same thing. Ben Johnson, glowing reports about guys I don't even know they're on the team. He was talking about 7th-round picks. He was giving shout-outs to the landscaper, shout-out to the training table. He was talking about how good the quesadillas were at lunch. And then he got to JMO. And it feels so obvious they're frustrated with this kid. I want to play it. You tell me if it's something or nothing. Here's Ben Johnson. Time on task. When they talk about other players, listen, I could play the Ben Johnson thing. You don't need it. They talk about trust. They talk about work. They talk about toughness. It feels like the train has left the station and JMO's got one last shot to grab on, or he's just not going to be a big part of this. Now, Monday, I hope that place is rocking. I hope JMO has 5 for 126 and 2 touchdowns. I am desperate for this to work out. Not because I want to be right about some stupid opinion last year, because the best version of this team includes a guy that other teams are terrified of. The electricity factor, right?
Yeah.
My fear is this is going to be something where he might just get 2-3 targets a week because Jared Goff don't need to bother. This team doesn't need to bother. And when they throw it to him, the results aren't good. So I wanted to know if it was something or nothing on the JMO front. The other thing we did, I offered you a name that I talked about when I do the Boomer Esiason show. Like, Boomer was forthright about it today. He's getting traded. They already have an offer on the table. I really pray it's your offer. But Montez Sweat, Commanders, I want to invest in Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden's a good player with an opportunity to be great. They need to help him. No James Houston. They don't have interior pressure, and they don't have a bookend for this guy. I mean, Charles Harris, sure. The point is, Montez Sweat, expiring, productive, gettable, realistic. Would you? Hey, here's the other thing I'd do. I'd sign Ndamukong Suh. I'd bring Suh in for the interior depth, 20 snaps a week.
I'll say 15, 20 snaps.
Yep, that's it. And I would trade for Montez Sweat. I'm trying to keep up with the Eagles and Niners. And I'm with Rico on this. He said it best. When your window's open, you best get through it. Because otherwise, it could be like the Buffalo Bills, and 3 snaps took out 3 of your best players overall. They are not winning the Super Bowl. They may not make the playoffs. So those are your 2 Lions things. And you can go whatever direction you want with it. 248-539-9797. Rico, both are out there. Take us through it.
I like Sweat. I always say Hunter Renfrow is a guy that I think that the Lions could go after. I think he would fit this offense. He would cost you a ham sandwich to get him from the Raiders.
Ham sandwich.
But he would fit what this offense does. He's a possession receiver. He will be able to move the chains. And he doesn't fit in with the Raiders. That's where I would go for the trade route. Now, I would love for them, if you really want to do this right, I think that the Rams know that their window is closing.
earlier in the show, David was like, hey, they could go for a wild card spot. Yeah, they can. The Puka Nacua.
Puka Nacua, put some respect on his name.
It's a cute story.
Damn it.
But in the end, I don't think that they could win the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I want to see if I can go and rent Aaron Donald. And it's going to be an expensive rent where it may cost you this year's first-round pick, but you don't care because if you do this thing right, kind of like how the Rams, when they gave us their pick, it was the 32nd pick overall, which is the first pick of the second round. So you're not trading anything, but you could gain so much. Brad Holmes has a relationship with the Rams. He's got a relationship with Donald. This may work out, and maybe you could even convince him, can you give us one more time? But if not, we'll just take you for this year, put him on that D-line. Now you're competing with the Eagles. Now you're competing with the Niners. But I just don't think that this team values the defensive line the way I do. They think that they're good enough because you see in every draft, they don't do anything to really boost the line. They got Aiden and said, all right, that's it. We'll pick up people in the back end of we'll get those Akora brothers. That's good enough.
Yeah. If there were any, I mean a whisper, an utterance, a singular thing that said Aaron Donald could be had, I would so agree with you. The idea of Donald next to Hutchinson.
See, maybe Brad Holmes, he's the G in lasagna. He's moving in silence.
And you know what? Show me. Just like Howie Roseman did. No one thought Keith Byard was going to Philly. No one thought the Titans would trade him. I'm going to wait and see. The one thing I'll say is you have got to make a move. They can do this, guys. I know it seems so far away and impossible after the Ravens game. Guys, there was a I didn't get on the air to be a jerk last Friday when I said there's no way you're winning. It's just you watch enough of the NFL, you kind of feel certain weeks, certain spots, you know the loss is coming. And I'm fine that they look terrible. It's no problem. I would just get it out of your system. Take care of the Raiders here. Let's get to the bye at 6-2. But it's time, man. You got to load the wagon.
And think about 6-2. I mean, I said if this team was 6-2, 5-3 was my number. Yeah, if they can make it to 6-2, you're now in rarefied air. You would separate yourself from the Vikings because I look at that schedule. I know you don't believe in them, Mike, but man, their schedule is garbage.
When they lose to Green Bay.
No. If they lose to Green Bay, then I take this on Monday. I take this all off the table.
It might be the kiss of death. That's one of my favorite plays of the weekend.
If they beat Green Bay,
I think Green Bay's beating them.
If they beat Green Bay, they may not lose again for a long time.
I think somebody at the station said it best. Let's let it play. 248-53. Okay. 248-539-9797. David, how about some ticket text? What do you got for me?
Remember how Mike said he's in the hope phase with J-Mo?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the Lions are too. That's how they sound. Ooh, okay.
Feels that way to me, doesn't it?
The reason that I have so much respect for this Lions coaching staff is they are direct and straightforward. They don't mince words. You are correct in Ben Johnson's evaluation of J-Mo. You don't even have to read between the lines with what he's saying about Jameson Williams. Someone else says, Washington is not trading Young or Sweat unless they plan on firing Rivera right after the trade. Ron is coaching for his job, not going to let good players go.
Hey,
James in Madison Heights.
James, hold on, buddy. Couple things now. You're missing context. I didn't throw it out there. The reports have been he's absolutely available and they already have an offer. Here's the other thing you're missing. The new owner, Josh Harris, did not hire Ron Rivera. He does not care. So new owners coming in. Chase Young doesn't have a contract. Sweat doesn't have a contract. It may be a rebuild. They don't trust Sam Howell. The kid's going to get sacked 100 times this year. Not hyperbole. He's on pace, I think, for 98 sacks. James, I'm not just pulling things from thin air. I'm trying to give you something real here. Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't a first-round wide receiver know how to catch the ball, run proper routes, and adjust on the fly? Why does Jameson have trouble with that? Maybe if they target J-Mo other than a 50-yard bomb and let him catch some yards after the catch. That is from Katie in Novi.
You know what? I don't know why it's so difficult for him. I mean, to kind of put those two ticket texts together, you're right. It shouldn't be that hard. And yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm angry when I was watching the Monday night game, and I keep going back to it. But I'm watching Jordan Addison, and he's just out there. There's no Justin Jefferson. He's just making play after play after play. And Minnesota is probably thinking to themselves, we just hit the lottery. When Jefferson comes back, we have two receivers. You can't double them both. And here, it's every excuse. Well, he's too fast. The throws aren't in the right space. He needs to work out, and he needs the reps. He needs this. He needs that. Give him time. And it's like, what are we doing
as
here?
As TJ put in the 3 o'clock hour, they don't have the time. It's on J-Mo to catch up because
but then you're a bad person if you just bring these things up. Well, you just hate J-Mo.
I don't. I love him.
But guys, your window is now. He's not helping you. You've done all of this stuff without him.
248-539-9797. All right, pizza. It's Friday night. You don't want to cook. Maybe tomorrow you're amped up for college football. You're going to chill out. Whatever it is, order some pizza and support a good cause along the way. It's
Spartans, Gophers.
Actually, you would lose your appetite watching that. So when that's done, order some pizza. Sad pizza, if you will. The point is, it's Hungry Howie's. That's the good part. The sad pizza, you just lost to a guy who wears Oakleys and dresses like a barber. The point is, Hungry Howie's donating $5 million to the National Breast Cancer Foundation in the month of giving. A portion of the proceeds to every pizza, happy or sad, goes to a great cause. So get involved, order some pizza, get that donation rolling. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza.
If you've been injured in an auto accident or a slip and fall, life can feel like it's falling apart. My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, you actually get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone, 833-WINS-BIG. That's 833-WINS-BIG. You tell them Rico sent you.
All right, let's get to the people. See where everybody's at with it. Little trade deadline stuff. That's going to be a part of Monday's show, too. I mean, obviously, Monday Night Football is going to be awesome. Place is going to be rocking. Please, God, I don't care if you win by 1 or 100. But just, we have to talk about the deadline. They got to be buyers. This team's good enough to do something. So let's get to that. Alex, 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's up?
Hey, happy Friday, guys. Hey, so quick thing. So my entire thing on J-Mo is he's had 2 years. In those 2 years, you haven't done anything. Granted, the injury and the suspension that he had, but you still couldn't, within those 2 years, take the time to be with Jared Goff and trust and earn that trust from him. So in the Raiders game on Monday, if he only has 2 or 3 passes thrown to him, that's a clear indicator for me that the Lions don't want anything to do with him anymore. He had high hopes, and he's over here acting like he's a Hall of Famer already just by being Jameson Williams, but you haven't done anything for the Lions. You got Tim Kennedy coming in, all right, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, and all you're doing is you're just a placeholder. Now that Marvin Jones left, it's a perfect opportunity. So if you come out during the Raiders game and you show them why you're worth what you're worth as a rookie, and prove to everyone that the Lions fan base wrong, then I have your trust. But if not, and you're only getting 2 or 3, maybe 4 tops passes thrown to you, the Lions are moving on.
So, Alex, let's do this. So let's do this, because I don't disagree with you, and I don't want people to attack you on this. Amon-Ra every week is going to get the most passes thrown to him. Agree or disagree?
No, agree, 100%, as he should.
So then Laporta is probably the second highest targeted guy on the team each week, right?
Okay. Exactly.
Now, third is either running backs together, Jahmyr Gibbs, Monty, and or Josh Reynolds. So third and fourth would be those guys, right? So what it's showing is what Alex is saying, guys, J-Mo has to earn his way from the 5th most important receiving option. I mean,
100%.
No team prioritizes
100%.
their 5th most important guy.
No.
So I'm with Alex on this. Just because you took him 12 a year ago.
And that's why I said
things changed.
If somebody were to offer you a 4th rounder, man, you take that quickly before they change their mind.
I completely agree.
Yeah, and Alex, believe me, I would love to come on the airwave and be like, man, they have got to get this guy more targets. He's got juice. He's electric. None of it's there.
Because smart...
He looks like Drew Stanton running around out there.
Smart teams and smart GMs know.
You remember Drew Stanton used to run around like one of the things in front of the car dealerships, the balloon guys. I mean, it's I don't understand what I'm watching. Where's the kid from Bama, Alex?
He's just lost. And he's had 2 years to at least earn the trust, but he didn't do that. He was out buying Rolls Royces and relaxing like he made it into the NFL, and now he thinks he's made it. That's the problem. And if you haven't or earning the trust of Jared Goff, because Jared Goff's going to stay as the Lions quarterback. You know that. So if you haven't taken the time, you've had 2 years to prove your worth, and yet you still haven't.
Hey,
and you got Sam Laporta coming in.
I'm going to tell you something. Alex, this is the other thing people don't realize. It's not like a movie where the quarterback, storms into the owner's office, but Goff has respect. Goff has trust. All it would take is for Goff and Brad Holmes to have a little conversation. And if Goff is like, listen, I can't do it with this guy. It's just not working. That's all it would take for his ticket to be written. That's how this league works. Now, it'd be different if I got a problem with Amon-Ra. You know what? You better figure it out. Mm-hmm. This is different. Quarterbacks do get a say. You know why Josh Reynolds is here? Because Goff went to Holmes and said, I need you to go get him.
Fair. And that's what happened. Because with J-Mo, because people, if every throw was off to every other receiver, okay, we got a problem with Goff.
Right.
If every throw was just, overthrown, underthrown, but it's like he can hit everybody else. So
it's why I got mad at TJ.
Well, it's not up to Goff to adjust his game.
He's too fast. How about he doesn't run good routes? How about he's breaking off routes when he shouldn't, or short-changing routes, rounding corners, bad footwork, bad sight adjustments? Like, I just feel like the default for fans is to always blast the quarterback, but receivers can make their quarterback look like a bleep hole with very minor errors. I can't. I'm with Rico, guys. Goff looks elite with all these other dudes, and then he throws it to this, and you need to be Spider-Man to catch the ball. And it's like, well, it's got to be something over here.
If everybody else is getting in, one person's not, chances are it's that one person.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, bud?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Excellent, Johnny. What's up?
I just wanted to I don't know if a whole bunch of people said this, but I was watching this thing, and Tom Brady, a long time ago, was talking about how he wasn't getting reps, but anytime he would get like one or two, he would make the most out of it. J-Mo's not doing that. So,
listen, that's as simple as it could be. And John,
right,
this is going to be a winning team. It's a great locker room. It's got a bunch of good culture guys here. There is no scenario his teammates don't want to help him.
Right. But when Marvin Jones is gone and the first thing people start saying is, well, should we trade for a receiver? That's the wrong answer.
That's not ideal.
Nope.
Look, I think the trade deadline will be illuminating. I don't want to bring in some star. I just, in order of priority, it's edge rusher, it's interior D-line, it's corner, it's wide receiver. There are 4 areas that I would be like, yeah, awesome. I get what you guys are going to say with running back. I do. But I think you can find those. No BS. I think you can find those guys. And it's not a shot at Rico's team. Like, you have to emulate what the Niners do and what the Eagles do. The Eagles, all of a sudden, they were busting the Giants' ass with a 5th-string guy named Boston Scott. You're like, who is this guy, and why is he making me miserable? Like, you just have to find guys. That's your Craig Reynolds.
I was about to say, well, the Dolphins kind of doing the same thing.
They are.
They went out and got a rookie, but
you know what the thing was? What McDaniel has done that is so brilliant. Mostert, familiarity, had him in San Francisco. The injuries are what hurt him. But Mostert and A-Shane are an archetype. They fit a profile. They fit, this is the type of back I need.
But see, that goes with this. The receivers that you have fit the profile for this team. It's not a knock on Jameson. It may just be he doesn't fit what Ben Johnson and this team is trying to do. Doesn't make you a bad person. Doesn't make us bad people for pointing it out. They're winning without him. We're trying to say, okay, but now if you just add that, well, maybe by trying to really get him involved in this lineup, what if it starts costing you games? As you said, okay, well, fine. Who are you going to not throw the ball to in order to get the ball to him?
Okay, that's the other thing. When you look at, and I know what people are going to say, oh, but it's not enough time. All right. The data we have is this. He's been targeted 23 times. You've completed 5 passes. A quarterback has a business decision every time he throws the ball. When I throw it to Amon-Ra, I'm going to complete 75% of my passes. Mm-hmm. When I throw it to Sam Laporta, probably 65 or 70%. I throw it to Josh Reynolds, may as well be 100%. Right. I swear to God, the guy catches everything. He makes ridiculous grabs. When I throw it to J-Mo, I got a 1 in 4 shot of that ball being complete. That plays a role in a quarterback's mind because the trust factor.
1 in 4, 3rd and 4th down, that's a punt. That's an extra possession that you don't get.
Yeah, the other thing, I need you to catch the ball. You got to catch the ball. He's got 4 drops. Come on. Now, maybe Monday it all comes together. Let's do it. It was Javid Best coming out party in 2010. That was the Bears game Monday night, right? That was the 80-yarder. Loudest I've ever heard the place.
And it is Lions and Raiders. Maybe you go back to the days of Barry and Bo. Remember that game?
38-31?
Yeah. That was probably.
Is it 38-31? Did I get this?
I think you did.
But
then again, who are we to doubt you?
Yeah, right.
Right, David.
No.
It was 3-2. Yeah, I remember. It was a safety and a field goal.
I remember they used to run that like it was like a delay draw.
Mm-hmm.
Remember how like they'd let the D? It was almost like a wham play where they'd let the D get upfield a little bit, and then Barry would get this late handoff, and he had like a 25-yard Barry special in that game. What was the final score of that game?
41-38.
Damn. I'm sorry, guys. Oh,
It's
that's
so
it.
disappointing.
All right, I'm out. I failed.
Can I order one of those sad pizzas?
Okay, yes. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Guys, they've been locally owned for 40 years. They got a 5-year warranty for all their work. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Plenty of generators in stock as well. And if they can't get to you same day, don't stress. They'll take $100 off that next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Walking in with all the sauce, it is last week's picks champ, Mr. Rico Beard, 7-3. Rico and I tied for the overall lead. The belt is on. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I was getting a little greedy having that thing for about a month. Rico, you're welcome.
Thank you, TJ.
Don't get used to it.
Man is dressed like Haywood Jeffries today. David, the music, please. Let's begin. We got a ranked showdown. Number 18, Louisville, laying 6.5, taking on Duke. Number 20, Rico.
You know what? If this game was at night, I probably would go Louisville, but I'm going to take Duke and the points.
Mr. Kenny Cott.
I don't care what time this game is being played. I'll take Louisville.
David.
I understand different sport, but I'm a huge Grant Hill fan, so I have to go Duke in this game.
I don't like anybody from either of these colleges, but I'm just going to go with Louisville.
What? Great. I'll take Louisville. Awesome analysis. I hate both of these teams. Washington State laying 5.5, traveling to Arizona State. Mr. Rico Beard.
Well, it's the Devil's number, 5.5, and Arizona State may be playing the best football for teams that just keeps losing. They're going to keep this thing a lot closer than that 5.5. Give me the Sun Devils. Forks up.
I like it. Mr. Kenny Cott.
The Devils number at home, yeah, Arizona State's the play.
David.
It is the Devils number, and I heard Arizona State has some nice curves at that university. I'm going Arizona State.
Forks up, Devils number. There it is.
All right, TJ.
Dimes. I got to take Arizona State. They're on the up. I think Washington State is on the downswing. Just not impressive as they looked earlier.
No, they played a month of bad football.
Yeah,
I'll take Arizona State.
I'm taking the Sun Devils.
Tennessee, fresh off a day of racing at Keeneland, at Kentucky. Tennessee laying 3.5. Come on, Rico. You know what to do.
You know what? This is one where I harken back to my good friend Marcus Ray, who played at Michigan. He said that we are now entering the realm of sucker season. I think Tennessee is a bunch of suckers. Give me the Wildcats.
Over to Kenny Cott.
You're going to need me to get at least closer to a touchdown to pick Kentucky. I'm going to take Tennessee here.
That's a horrendous selection. All right, we go to David.
Yeah, heroin, exactly. This is the battle of the no teeth. The no teeth bowl, and I have to go with the meth teeth. I'm going with Kentucky here.
Jesus.
That was brutal. I think Alabama broke Tennessee last week. That second half comeback.
That's right.
Tennessee is starting to look like a bunch of frauds.
There it is.
Kentucky, I don't think they're anything to write home about. I think they're just a tougher football team.
Day of racing. We bet the late pick 5 at Keeneland. 5-minute drive over to Kroger Field. Watch the game. Tony's Steak and Seafood by 10. How do you lose that as a Saturday?
It's a great fantasy.
Isn't it? TJ will be at a hockey rink in Tecumseh. All right, I'll take Kentucky. Oregon State laying 3.5 at Arizona. Mr. Rico, who's inexplicably wearing sunglasses indoors.
Well, that's what happens when you go 7-3.
Or if you're a douche.
I learned. Say what? What he said?
He wasn't ready for that chirp back.
I'm going to go with Oregon State here. I think that they're going to – I think they can cover this number. DJU gets it done. And besides, maybe their coach will end up at MSU. I don't know.
Oh, what a blessing. Kenny.
It's only 3.5. That's really weird to me, so I'm going to take Arizona.
David?
I understand what you said, Mike, earlier about Arizona and this spread here, but I'm a big fan of the Beavers in this game, so I'm going to go Oregon State. Go Beavers.
You know what? I'm not even playing the drop I was thinking of. Forget it. Just go to TJ.
I think Arizona is good, and I think
they're sneaky.
Arizona in primetime is death for ranked opponents. And for that reason, I got to take the Wildcats.
Jacob Cowing, FTW. Yeah, the spread looks terrifying. Give me Arizona. Why is this game on here? Michigan State getting 7.5. They go to Minnesota. Rico.
Can we do Air Force, Colorado State instead?
Yes, I'll lay the 14. Let's go.
MSU outside of any top 10 opponents, they end up covering. I don't think, final score is 6-3. So give me Michigan State in the points.
Johnny. Forget it. I was going to say something unsavory about MSU. I'm just going to take Minnesota.
Let's go there. That's MSU right now. David.
I'm with you, Rico. I don't even know if anybody gets to 7. It could
Right.
be
6-3. 6-0.
So I have to go Michigan State.
If
for
Michigan
that
State
reason.
loses 6-0,
Yeah,
you
correct.
still took the points.
Go Michigan State.
The vitamins, as Mike said.
Go Michigan State in the BOT.
TJ.
Mama said if you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. I'm just going to take Minnesota.
I hate this. Yeah, just give me MSU on principle. I can't take anymore. NFL, MetLife, Giants, Jets. Jets laying 3. Rico.
You know what? I talked to a great man a few weeks ago, and in honor, this is for you, Big G. Give me the G-Man.
It's outstanding work by you. Kenny.
Rico, I have a little bit of a hoarse voice. I have the same pick. Can you do that again? Give me the
G-Man.
Thank you, sir.
Over to David.
Let's see
talk
the
about
battle
the
of
Chevy
New
dealer that's
Jersey.
been
I don't know. I
leading
think
the
I
way.
might
It's
wanna-
Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren.
We'll see.
Andrew
Let's just go
If they want to
Giants.
be a Chevy dealer, they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your
I
next
don't know
Chevy,
who Rico
period.
talked to sounds
Why?
like a crackhead
Because
to
they're gonna
me.
find
Jets
you every
defense is too
discount,
damn
every
good.
rebate,
I got
every
it.
incentive to
Yeah,
save
Jets.
you
I'm going
money.
to take the Jets
Hamilton
as well.
recently
No
received
Andrew
a
Thomas,
large
no
delivery
chance.
of new
Doesn't
2024
matter.
Chevrolets.
Texans,
They're ready for
3.5
immediate delivery,
at
and the selection
Carolina.
is best right now. CJ Stroud was the better October quarterback, Rico deal. and the Carolina You still Panthers have know 2 that. days They got left, buyer's folks. remorse, A and new he 2024 is going to be Chevy motivated. Equinox, Give me the $299 a Texans, month for and 24 months. they'll You cover. just walk in with $995 down.
Over
You
to
drive away
Kenny.
with 10,000 miles a
CJ
year.
Stroud, I'm
Yeah, you
taking the
heard it
Texans out of spite
correctly.
for Carolina
A
and because of
2024
Stroud.
Chevy
Give me the
Equinox for under $300 a month.
Yeah, it's not
You know
going
what I say.
good in Carolina.
The best
I don't
deals are
think they
found
win a
at
game
14
this
Mile
year,
and
so I have to
Mile.
go Texans.
Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them
Thank you,
Rico
Troy
sent
Weaver.
you.
Let's go
Make
over
Hamilton
to
Chevrolet
TJ.
your Chevy dealer. Visit
This is where Carolina
HamiltonChevy.com.
gets it done.
That's
I think Carolina, for every
Chevrolet,
reason you
find
said,
new roads.
Rico, might have buyer's remorse this week and this week only. Going to try to highlight the hell out of Bryce Young. I think he comes through. I think this is the first win for the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
I'm taking the Panthers.
Texans. Panthers are wretched. Bengals at the Niners. It looks like Sam Darnold will start. Rico, confirmation on that?
Brock Purdy has practiced all week.
But he's not out of protocol.
He's practicing. He'll be there because he's a gamer.
He's a rat. Pick your team.
He's the man.
Niners. Go ahead.
Niners.
There you go. Over to Kenny.
If Darnold plays, this will prove that anybody can do what Brock Purdy does. Give me the Niners.
Over to David.
You know what? I was going to go that route, but because Rico picked his Niners, I got to change it. I got to go Bengals here. Let's go.
David's doing the robot. All right, over to TJ.
Okay, David, I'll remember that for the next pick.
Well, I'm with David. I'm with David on this. I think the Niners, they've been cruising when they're able to beat up on teams in the second half. When it's been tight games, not so much. I think the Bengals are going to give them a tight one. I'm going to take the Bengals in this one.
I don't know what to do with this game, and I would never bet it in a million years, but you forced me to pick it. I'll just... The spread, why are they giving 4.5 to the Bengals? Why? Bengals are off a bye. It doesn't even make any sense. They got a rat at quarterback.
We have a
They got the guy who taught the Ninja Turtles, that giant rat in the leisure suit. What was his name?
That would be Splinter.
Master Splinter.
I'll take the Niners. Can't stand it. Let's go. Jags at the Steelers. We got Tomlin as a home dog. Jags laying 2.5.
You know what? Here's the thing. I would have taken the Jags, but Trevor Lawrence, he called it the yellow towel. He disrespected the towel. And when you do that, there's a curse that is put upon you. Even though David hates my team, I'm going with the Steelers.
Over to Kenny.
Tomlin as a home dog is weird. I'm going to go with the weird. Give me Jacksonville.
David.
You traitor. I'm going to go Steelers here. Deontay Johnson is back. I'm going to believe in Kenny Pickett one more time. Let's go Steelers.
TJ.
This to me screams a tough, physical type of game, and I think Pittsburgh's just got the bigger guns than Jacksonville does. I'm going to take Pittsburgh to get it done.
I think the Steelers are the worst 4-2 team in the history of football. They've been outgained in every game this season. You're not going to keep outrunning the speeding train.
They will this year.
Jags.
No.
Erroneous.
Raiders at Lions, Monday Night Football. Garoppolo in line to start, spread down to 7.5. Talk to me, Goose.
That doesn't matter. I feel even more confident in the Lions than I did when they played the Carolina Panthers. That number could be 13.5. I'm still taking the Lions.
Rico being confident in the Lions makes me very scared, but I'm still going to take the Lions. Good teams win, great teams cover.
And you got sweet new helmets coming out.
You're about to really be frightened, Kenny. Lions all day in this.
This is BOGO.
I have a feeling TJ's taking the Raiders here. I'm just letting you know.
TJ, I need one of those helmets, man.
Your face got so red when you had to make this pick right now. You're taking the Raiders, aren't you?
Lions get the win. 7.5 is a lot. I think I've got some injury concerns. I do. I think we're going to see some musical chairs on the offensive line this week. Vitae.
Breaking news, TJ says the entire offensive line is out.
You could see some shuffling in there. I don't think it's enough to keep the Lions from winning this game, but I think it's too much for 7.5.
Well, hi diddly do, neighbor. I'm going to agree with TJ in this regard. 95% of the tickets and 97% of the money are on the Lions. You never want to be on that side.
Make it
Halloween events, youth sports. How about a haunted hayride, David? Let's talk about it. Brand Buick GMC will get you there in style.
Totally fine with it.
I need you singing the fight song with that helmet on.
$19.99 down. They got you covered.
Okay.
MoranExpress.com. Those are the new picks. stock arriving daily. You need a certified service appointment. You get that
walking in with
Moran
all
Buick
the sauce.
GMC,
It is last week's
where you
picks champ,
always
Mr. Rico
get the best
Beard.
price
7-3. Rico and I tied for the overall lead.
MoranExpress.com.
The belt is on.
It's
Are you
Moran
ready?
Buick GMC.
Are you ready?
We are professional grade.
I was getting a little greedy
Let's
having
do
that
it.
thing for about a month. Rico, you're welcome.
Thank you, TJ.
Don't get used to it.
Man is dressed like Haywood Jeffries today. David, the music, please.
Rieger, and is it Rieger and Wojo?
No, just me.
Just Rieger coming up next. David, a couple ticket texts before we pass it along to Jeff Rieger. Wojo writing another article for Michigan, or he's got the day off? All right, go ahead, David.
Maybe Jameson Williamson can make it in the USFL.
Who's Jameson Williamson?
It's what the callers call him.
Oh.
What about Nick Lindstrom? Remember that?
I do. So is Jameson Williamson related to Corliss?
The meat hook?
No. He was the meat hook. That was Dimitri Young was the meat hook.
From Florida,
Big Nasty.
yes.
Big Nasty
The
was
Big
Corliss.
Nasty, yes.
Explain why all the other receivers have no issue with Goff, but one guy does, and now Goff has to change everything he does
David,
from Nico.
Basically, that's a Michigan fan telling you everyone needs to adjust to us.
Right.
That's the same principle.
And it's so frustrating because you just hate on like,
no,
he does well with every other receiver. Like, okay, I don't know why some people have to have him be the man. Like
quarterback playing at MVP level, cutscene. He throws a quail.
He's just too fast for him.
Huh? Let me read this one. Matt in Bloomfield. Time on task describing J-Mo equals lazy.
Now, let me give you the translation. I'll do it and I'll write it. I'll do it live. I mean, it's just you get to a point, you hear them talk about the other players, and then they talk about J-Mo, and you're just like, they're frustrated. You can feel it. Yeah. I hope Monday's a coming out party. I want it to be fun.
They don't want to have these conversations about him.
Go back to the Dan Campbell cut, like from preseason, when he's like, J-Mo needs to put in a little more work. He's never going to have elite hands to catch the football with. And remember Teddy Bridgewater?
I'm going to make him my personal project.
Yes, he's not going to like it, but it's going to be what's best for the organization.
What was that? Was that Calvin's job too?
What do you mean?
Wait, was
Calvin said he was going to help him too, I believe, as a mentor.
Yeah, I think Calvin.
Is that right? I believe so.
I want to say Calvin jumped in, and it was somebody else too said they were going to jump in and do something.
Yes. But no, I remember Dan Campbell like legitimately saying like he's got to put in more work was the crux of it. So hopefully he's got a big game. You know what's great though? You know what's awesome? That everybody believes the Lions are going to bounce back on Monday. Everybody believes it, including myself, which is a totally new thing.
It is, but TJ says some things, and I started doing a little digging. Need to see what that offensive line
just win. I don't care if it's by 1 or 100.
Who do you think is going to be more upset? The Lions losing to the Ravens like they did, or the Raiders losing to Tyler Bajan? Is it Bajan? Bajan.
I joke around and call him Bobby Badgett. I don't know.
Fair enough. Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, tremendous.
So you guys talk Michigan today?
No.
Oh.
No news.
There is no news. You realize I've set my alarm for 6:04.
Oh, for when the next thing drops?
Yeah, so
I know.
6:04, we will tell you what the latest Michigan news
feels
is.
like
You want me to stay again, Jeff? I'll stay with you.
Please, would you mind?
That's when you hit me with the Washington Post story. Literally, I'm sitting there reading that thing on courtside. I'm like, I'm about to become the person I hate. I need to pay attention before somebody runs me over because I'm looking at my phone.
You're going to take a basketball in the face. You're looking at your phone like,
I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, whoa. Okay, you know
are
what?
you going Lions, Michigan?
So we're only on for 35
Who's
hard
we?
hit.
Because I only see you.
The collective we. Me.
The royal we.
I'm only on for 35 minutes before a Pistons basketball game. So what we're going to do is I did a podcast. What's it called, Mike?
The Daily Ticket.
Thank you. I did this podcast, and it simply was...
The Daily J.
It simply was if the Big Ten could actually do anything to Michigan. And, you know, I talked to a couple people, I did some research, and I presented it. And you would not believe how many people, of the hundreds of comments I got, wanted the Big Ten to step in and not allow Michigan to play any more games or not allow them to play in the Big Ten title game. So I just, 35 minutes. Yes or no? Should the Big Ten currently, with what we know...
Rob, yes or no?
With what we know, should the Big Ten step in and do something?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not going to spoil your dream, but you do realize that that's just going on party lines. You got no shot at getting honest commentary.
35 minutes.
Okay, noted. Everybody, enjoy your weekend. We will talk to you Monday Night Football. It's going to be exciting. Trade deadline. Maybe Rico will give me a little scoop-a-doop on the MSU head coaching search. Tell Allen I said.
Oh, you know what? The next head coach is